Chapter 1073. Girls' Literature. Yun Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief. As she had underestimated the black cat's strength, she had almost suffered a great loss. However, now that she had an idea, she wouldn't be careless in her attack this time. Logically speaking, the demonic beasts here should not have such strength. In the current world, although the spirit energy had increased, no matter how powerful it was, the strength of these demonic beasts should not have increased so quickly. What's more, this black cat was not only powerful, it was also strange. This fellow's existence was really too strange, especially when it cried out, which made her tremble in fear. Even she was affected to some extent. As for Elder Shao and the others, there was no need to say much. At this time, he was not used to this power. Therefore, Yun Wanqing knew that at this time, she had to kill this damned black cat in one blow. Otherwise, there would be more variables. After all, she was not sure if this black cat was the only one. At this time, the black cat suddenly broke free from the blockade of several people and charged directly towards Yun Wanqing. It was as if it had already determined that Yun Wanqing was its only enemy. At this moment, it was charging towards her without a care for anything else. At this time, a powerful force rose directly. That strange and terrifying aura made Yun Wanqing's mind suffer a huge impact. "Sect Master, be careful." Elder Zhao's shout came. It was obvious that Elder Shao was in great pain at this time. In the battle with the black cat, he had suffered a lot of injuries. At this time, Yun Wanqing's cloud sword directly swung out. At this time, she was already a powerful expert. Such a sword could almost be called stunning. At this time, her aura continued to rise and directly repelled the black cat again. She already knew that the black cat's cry was very strange, so at this time, she naturally would not let herself fall for it again. "Cloud flow into the sea." At this time, she suddenly shouted. The cloud sword dispersed at this time, and countless clouds rushed directly towards the black cat. The black cat had just been struck by the cloud sword and was knocked back. It was currently unstable, but it did not expect Yun Wanqing's power to be so fast and directly charged towards it. The black cat wanted to dodge, but in the end, it was still one step too slow and was directly entangled by this power. Cloud flow into the sea was an extremely powerful move in the Heaven and Earth Organization's cultivation technique. Back then, even Yun he did not have a good grasp of it. When this power was exerted, it could form an extremely continuous force that constantly stretched out and attacked, directly surrounding everything. Its lethality was indeed not great, but it was best used to trap and kill others. At this time, the black cat was entangled by this force and immediately began to struggle. Its power was extremely strong, but this cloud flow into the sea could not be broken with brute force. At this time, Yun Wanqing's complexion looked slightly better. No matter what, this force had finally trapped the monster. However, she still did not relax. Su Yan had told her that if she was not sure that her opponent was dead, then she must not relax. Because she did not know what kind of trump card her opponent had. At this time, the black cat suddenly let out the most shrill cry. At this time, the black hair on its back stood up one by one, looking extremely terrifying. Then, Yun Wanqing suddenly realized that the air around her had turned dark. She was even more shocked. This black cat's ability was indeed different. Fortunately, she was already prepared, so at this time, she did not panic at all. On the contrary, the moment her line of sight changed, the awakening celestial sword in her hand flew out. The awakening celestial sword was a sword that Su Yan had left for her. According to the grade of this sword, it was already a top-grade famous sword. This sword had accompanied Su Yan for a long time, and Su Yan had nurtured a murderous aura in the sword. At this time, as soon as the awakening celestial sword flew out, a murderous aura immediately appeared. The black cat was different from all the creatures that Yun Wanqing had seen. Ordinary power did not seem to have much effect on it. Perhaps only 70% of his power would be able to affect him. However, this sword was different. When the murderous aura appeared, the black cat's face actually showed some fear. It was afraid. Yun Wanqing immediately saw that the black cat was afraid of the murderous aura. Brother Su Yan, I didn't expect that I would still need your help at this time. At this time, Yun Wanqing felt a rare warmth in her heart. At the same time, her power had already slashed directly at the black cat. The power released by the black cat kept retreating under the impact of Su Yan's sword aura. In the end, it disappeared completely. Go to hell. Yun Wanqing deeply understood the principle of eliminating evil. At this time, since she had already gained the upper hand, it was impossible to let him continue to be so carefree. At this time, her sword directly slashed at the human face. At this time, the black cat was extremely frightened. However, at this time, it was still tied up by Lu Yun Shanghai. Even if it wanted to, it could not immediately do so. Seeing that the sword was finally about to fall into its mind, its eyes suddenly emitted a red light. Looking at its posture, it was going to perish together with Yun Wanqing. Putting everything else aside, this guy's temper was really bad. At this time, Yun Wanqing was already prepared. She immediately cast a spell to block it. Of course, she also knew that after blocking this move, she would definitely be injured. However, in comparison, this was already the best ending. Unexpectedly, at this time, a figure directly appeared. It was Elder Shao. Evil creature, don't hurt the sect master. He suddenly exclaimed. Then, his body actually blocked in front of Yun Wanqing. The red light released by the black cat directly fell on his body. And Yun Wanqing's cloud sword also directly slashed into the black cat's body. At this time, Yun Wanqing was completely stunned. She did not expect that at this difficult moment, the elder of her family would actually risk his life to save her. At this time, she did not care about the life and death of the black cat. She just directly said, Elder Shao. Sect master, don't worry. I, Elder Shao, am still alive. I won't die. Elder Shao had a smile on his face, but his face was so pale. If he said that he would not die, these seemed to be his last words of comfort. At this time, Yun Wanqing was really moved. After all, she was a woman. How could she watch someone die for her like this? So at this time, she immediately said, Elder Shao, don't say anything. Don't worry, I know the cloudy mist technique. I will definitely cure you. At this time, she did not have much confidence in her heart. If this village and that disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization all died at the hands of this black cat, then it meant that the chances of the cloudy mist technique being able to cure him were actually very slim. However, she was not willing to give up just like this. She directly activated her power, and the cloudy mist technique was about to land on Elder Zhao's body. However, at this time, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. At this time, Elder Shao, who was clearly seriously injured, suddenly had a fierce look on his face. Then, a sword light appeared, directly stabbing towards Yun Wanqing's heart. Yun Wanqing originally wanted to use the cloudy mist technique. However, after her realm had greatly improved, her senses had become much sharper. At this most critical moment, she finally realized that something was wrong and immediately got up to retreat. However, although she realized it, she was still half a step too late. The sword light pierced her shoulder. However, this was still much better than stabbing her heart. Elder Shao, you. At this time, Yun Wanqing was full of disbelief. Elder Shao, who had risked everything to block that terrifying attack for her, was actually trying to assassinate her at this time. At this time, Elder Zhao's expression had completely changed. He looked at Yun Wanqing and said directly, what a stupid woman. You still don't know what happened at this time? You're still questioning me here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and was about to attack again. At this time, Yun Wanqing had already come back to her senses. Elder Shao had betrayed her. What made her even more shocked was that the people around Elder Shao were also charging towards her. They wanted to kill her. Damn it. She cursed in her heart. She couldn't care less and immediately retreated. Due to her injury, she couldn't increase her speed to the maximum. However, she still tried her best because she knew very well that if she couldn't escape at this time, she would die in the next moment. Humph, stupid woman. Do you really think you can escape from my sword? At this time, Elder Shao sneered and directly chased after Yun Wanqing. The others immediately followed suit. It turned out that his sword had already been smeared with poison. It was precisely because of this that he was so confident. After spending so much time together, he already had a certain understanding of Yun Wanqing. He deeply knew that this woman was not easy to deal with. Even in the previous life and death situation, she would definitely be careful and vigilant. In order to make this woman let down her guard, he had to do what he did just now. Of course, the best opportunity was to suddenly attack when the woman was casting the fog technique. However, if he did that, this woman would definitely discover that he wasn't injured at all. Then, she would be on guard and might even attack him directly. That wouldn't be a good thing. Therefore, he chose to attack when she was about to cast the fog technique. However, he didn't expect this woman's senses to be so sharp. The moment he attacked, she actually discovered that something was wrong. Chapter 1074. Female literature. However, it didn't matter because his sword was poisoned. Although the woman was powerful, he could guarantee that she would not be able to escape. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth Organization should have started to take action by now, right? A gloomy smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he unleashed his power. The poison on his sword was extremely strong. However, the woman's cultivation was considered powerful, so he didn't know how long she could last. However, the poison had another characteristic, which was that he could smell it. In this way, no matter how powerful the woman was, she would not be able to escape. He immediately gave chase. At this time, Yun Wanqing was furious. However, his body became even weaker at this time. He immediately realized that the sword was poisoned. Damn it. At this time, she immediately took out the elixir from her storage ring. It was the elixir that Su Yan gave her. She originally thought that she would never need this elixir in the 5 counties continent. She did not expect that she would need it today. Su Yan obtained this elixir from the Stupa Sect's treasury. It could detoxify the poison and replenish vitality in a short time. At this time, what he lacked the most was vitality. Elder Shao thought that as long as time passed, the scales of victory would be completely on his side. However, he did not expect that the truth was definitely not so. However, Yun Wanqing was still not relaxed at this time. This was because at this time, the sense of crisis in her heart was very strong. Elder Shao had always been a member of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When her father was still alive, he was already a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The reason why she used him was, of course, an extremely strict review. At that time, there was no problem at all. Moreover, for so many years, he worked diligently and did not make any mistakes. However, today, he chose to betray her ruthlessly. Why? Why did he do this? Yun Wanqing could not figure it out. At this time, she did not want to think about it. What she needed to do now was to protect herself. Meanwhile, not long after Yun Wanqing left, a mysterious force suddenly appeared. These people were all wearing strange black clothes. The most frightening thing was that when they appeared, the Heaven and Earth Organization's Great Formation was actually not activated. When the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization discovered them, they immediately sounded the alarm. At this time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were much stronger than before. After all, with the increase in spiritual energy, their cultivation would naturally increase as well. However, the most frightening thing was that they were no match for these black-clothed men. Although all the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization resisted completely, they were dealt a heavy blow in just a short while. Where is the sect leader? Where did the sect leader go? What are these guys? Ah. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization were either furious or in despair. Their cries of pain could be heard everywhere. As for those black-clothed men, they were terrifying like puppets. When they killed, they didn't even show the slightest bit of emotion. Su Yan's speed was very fast. After he put aside the problem of the space crystal that he suddenly encountered, he quickly arrived at the boundary of the Heaven and Earth organization. At this time, he realized that he was actually in a wonderful mood. I wonder how Wan Qing is doing now. Will she be surprised when she sees me? As the saying goes, when one is close to one's hometown, one will feel even more fearful. Even someone like Su Yan would have such thoughts at this time. However, it was a pity that this thought of his suddenly vanished into thin air in an instant. This was because he saw a massacre. What's going on? Why would there be such a massacre in the Heaven and Earth organization? At this time, Su Yan was immediately furious. The Heaven and Earth organization was where Yun Wanqing was. For such a massacre to occur at this time was naturally not a good thing. How dare you? He immediately unleashed his power. At this time, he couldn't use the power of the laws. This was because he clearly sensed that the suppression of the laws in the 5 counties was extremely obvious. If he directly used the power of the laws, he might even be directly killed by an unknown force. However, even if he couldn't use the power of the laws, Su Yan's own strength was terrifying enough. Moreover, he actually had a very good understanding of the Heaven and Earth organization. His power immediately communicated with the Heaven and Earth organization's large formation. It turned out that the moment these black-clothed men appeared, the large formation of the Heaven and Earth organization had already been destroyed. At this time, he directly unleashed his power. His powerful divine consciousness directly repaired the damaged formation in an extremely irresistible manner. At the same time, he released his divine consciousness. Those powerful and terrifying black-clothed men were originally killing ferociously. However, suddenly, a powerful force directly appeared at this time. The appearance of this force was so sudden and unreasonable. In an instant, everything was completely suppressed. Damn things, all of you can go to hell. Su Yan's divine consciousness was extremely powerful. At this time, he realized that these black-clothed men were not real humans. They were like zombies or puppets. Therefore, he understood that these black-clothed men were no longer of any value. His divine consciousness directly crushed them. At this moment, these damn things were immediately turned into ashes. At this time, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization had yet to recover from their shock. They originally thought that they had reached the final juncture and that all the disciples were going to die here. However, they realized that in this short moment, all their enemies were actually dead. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't have the time to pay attention to them. He directly said, "Where is Wan Qing?" At this time, he was standing high in the sky. His voice spread out, making him seem like a god. At this time, a disciple suddenly said, "Sect Master followed Elder Shao to the village outside Cloud City to investigate the case." This was also an elder whose cultivation level was close to Fang Yuan's. However, when he looked at Su Yan, he didn't have any thoughts at all. When Su Yan asked, he couldn't control himself and directly said the answer. At this time, Su Yan immediately frowned. The mysterious force suddenly attacked, but the sect master went outside. If this wasn't a conspiracy, no one would believe it. Su Yan was worried about Yun Wanqing's safety, so he didn't care about the many people here. After all, he had already activated the Great Array at this time. Cloud City was under the control of the Heaven and Earth organization, so Su Yan arrived almost instantly. His divine consciousness was so terrifying that he quickly discovered the original battlefield. His gaze landed on the strange black cat's corpse. That's the power of Yunjian. Wan Qing should still be alive. This comforted Su Yan. If Yun Wanqing was already dead, he would go crazy. At this time, his power and divine consciousness began to spread out. It didn't take long for him to find Yun Wanqing's traces. At this time, Yun Wanqing was still surrounded by Elder Shao. If it was just Elder Shao and the original few people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. After she took Su Yan's elixir, her injuries had improved. She even had a chance to take down Elder Shao and the others directly. However, she didn't expect a black-clothed man to suddenly appear at this time. This black-clothed man was extremely mysterious, and his strength was even more terrifying. Even Feng Yuan was no match for him. His gaze was so cold, as if he was a dead person from the underworld. Surrender and die. This was the man's words and the choice he gave Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing naturally wouldn't allow herself to be captured without a fight. She pushed her strength to the limit and said, "I'm right here. Kill me if you have the ability." At this time, she was actually prepared to die. She didn't know where these things came from. If they fell into their hands, it would be worse than death. In that case, she might as well die like this. However, she would never see Su Yan again. This was the biggest disappointment in her heart. Chapter 1075. Female literature. If she could see him, it would not matter even if she died. However, there was always helplessness in this world. She had countless thoughts in her heart, but she could not even see him before she died. Her heart was already filled with misery. She also understood that she would not be able to escape today. The black-clothed man in front of her was already more powerful than her. Even if she was at her peak, it would be difficult for her to match up to him. The only way was to use the power of the formation to suppress him in the sect. Unfortunately, she had mistakenly believed in Elder Shao and ended up in such a situation. At this moment, her power gathered once again, and the cloud sword appeared. "If you want to kill me, Yun Wanqing, we'll have to see if you're capable enough." Although she felt depressed and was in a desperate situation, she would definitely not admit defeat so easily. Even if she died, she would make her enemy pay the price. The black-clothed man looked down at Yun Wanqing. A hoarse voice came from the depths of his throat. "Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting." After he finished speaking, he released a wave of aura at this moment. It was as if he wanted to let this woman know how powerful he was. "You should know very well that your resistance is futile in front of me. So, you'd better give up. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to invite you back as a guest. That's all. After all, I really can't bear to kill such a beautiful woman like you." At this moment, his aura had already covered Yun Wanqing. Obviously, it was impossible for Yun Wanqing to escape now. Faced with such a desperate situation, Yun Wanqing did not panic. At this moment, she smiled and said, "If you were really confident that you could capture me unscathed, I'm afraid you wouldn't be talking so much nonsense now." Her eyes were sharp, and she had already seen through this point. The moment she finished speaking, she had already attacked. An extremely powerful wave of energy enveloped the black-clothed man, and the light of the cloud sword was extremely bright at this moment. The black-clothed man's voice was heard. "Really, I hate dealing with smart people." Obviously, this was his previous plan. No matter what, Yun Wanqing was still a Fengyuan master. A Fengyuan master might not be much in the 9 provinces, but in the 5 counties, she was already a top-notch existence. After all, this cursed land seemed to be the most powerful power it could contain. Although the spirit chi was recovering now, and the mysterious power of the curse had begun to disappear, it did not mean that those powerhouses could break through their limits in a short time. His strength was naturally strong, and it was above Yun Wanqing's. However, there was a limit to his strength, and it was definitely not limitless. He could naturally defeat Yun Wanqing, but it was extremely difficult to capture her alive. He said those words to put great psychological pressure on Yun Wanqing. At the same time, he could also display his strength, unknowingly form a formation, and then capture Yun Wanqing in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, Yun Wanqing was obviously smarter than he expected. In just a moment, she had seen through his plan. Since she had understood his plan, Yun Wanqing naturally could not let his plan succeed. Therefore, it was the wisest choice to attack directly at this time. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already made up her mind to die. When she unleashed her cloud sword, there was an additional sense of decisiveness and dominance compared to before. For the black-clothed man, this was the worst situation. What he wanted was to effortlessly subdue Yun Wanqing, but this was obviously unrealistic at this moment. Yun Wanqing's choice still put him in a difficult position. However, this was not a big deal. Yun Wanqing giving up resistance was only the most ideal situation. However, he also understood that how could there be so many ideal situations in this world? Do you still choose to resist stubbornly? That's fine too. I will make you pay a sufficient price for your own choice. As he spoke, his entire body disappeared on the spot. Then, in the next moment, he had already directly punched down. The power of the cloud sword was full of determination and domineering. However, this attack of his was even more so. When the black-clothed man punched, a mist-like existence directly appeared in front of him, and that terrifying power rolled towards him. The power of the two collided directly at this time. This was the most direct impact, and the terrifying power was directly suppressed. The rolling aura showed how terrifying this attack was. The nearby mountain rocks were directly crushed into powder by this attack. Yun Wanqing's body suddenly retreated. At this time, her expression was not good. Although it could not be said that she was completely defeated in this battle, it was obvious that she had fallen into a disadvantage. This was not a good thing. Although she already knew that her strength was not a match for her opponent, she did not expect that her disadvantage would be so obvious after this exchange. At this time, the black-clothed man let out a cold laugh. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since he had already made his move, there was naturally no mercy. At this moment, his power poured out again. The violent power turned into a long river of power at this time, directly rushing towards Yun Wanqing. His power was already very strong, and at this time, there was no gap between his attacks. The powerful power pushed forward again and again like a wave. After Yun Wanqing's first attack, her breath had not yet recovered. At this time, facing such a violent impact of power, the pressure was naturally even greater. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. The cloud mist technique was quietly used. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven and Earth Organization were not overbearing, but in terms of continuous power, it was second to none in the 5 continents. At this time, although Yun Wanqing was at a disadvantage, if she blindly wanted to defend, the black-clothed man would still not be able to break through her defense. Although he had gained a huge advantage, he was unable to turn it into a victory. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this time, the black-clothed man's anxiety gradually increased. He felt that he could not continue like this. At this time, he suddenly said, Miss Yun is indeed a good person, but I don't know if the Heaven and Earth Organization has the ability to persist under the attack of our sage sect. He sneered, and his cruelty was revealed at this time. He said this because he wanted to use the safety of the Heaven and Earth Organization to shake Yun Wanqing's mind. Everyone had their own weaknesses, and this Yun Wanqing's weakness was undoubtedly the Heaven and Earth Organization. Unfortunately, at this time, Yun Wanqing's expression did not change at all. Her cloud mist technique was even more concentrated at this time. She directly said, Don't think that you can use these words to disturb my mind. Since I am already here, I can no longer control the Heaven and Earth Organization. It is a great fortune that the Heaven and Earth Organization can survive. If unfortunately, it is destroyed by you, it is also fate. Since that is the case, how can you disturb my mind? Yun Wanqing sneered. Her words caused the black-clothed man's expression to become even uglier. I really did not expect that you would have such knowledge. However, even if you are stubbornly resisting, you can only persist for a while. At this time, Elder Shao suddenly said, Sovereign Yun, I have news about Su Yan. Do you want to hear it? This Elder Shao had followed Yun Wanqing for a long time and was very clear about many things about Yun Wanqing. If the Heaven and Earth Organization could not shake this woman's mind, then this name must be able to. This old thing, he indeed grasped the timing very well. At this time, Yun Wanqing was exhausted, but he did not say it just now. Instead, he waited until now to say these 2 words. Moreover, when this old thing spoke, he looked as if everything was under his control. Even if Yun Wanqing knew that he must be lying, she still panicked at this time. Of course, this was only for an instant. She had already stabilized her mind in an instant. However, for the black-clothed man, this instant was enough. He suddenly activated his power at this time, and then a powerful force directly suppressed her. Yun Wanqing's previous defense was already very difficult, and it was even more so now. Old thief Shao, if I don't die today, then I will definitely not let you have a good ending. At this time, Yun Wanqing said directly in a cold voice. At this time, Elder Shao said with a smile, Sovereign Yun, don't think too much. You naturally won't die today. The sage sect will not let you die, so you won't die. As for me, you don't need to worry about me. I have already pledged my loyalty to the Lord. With the Lord's protection, how can I not have a good ending? Elder Shao was very proud. From his words, it could be seen that he was very proud of himself for being able to become a person below the Lord. This was not so-called loyalty, but a kind of belief. In his mind, the sacred venerate had already become a godlike existence. It was precisely because of this that he was so proud of himself. At this time, the black-clothed man also said, Yun Wanqing, the Lord's power is boundless. The end of the world is coming. I, the Lord, was born to save the infinite world. Why do you have to resist? Why do you have to be so stubborn? The black-robed man suddenly shouted. His shout contained a power that reached straight to Yun Wanqing's heart. His voice directly rushed into Yun Wanqing's mind. However, at this time, Yun Wanqing's forehead suddenly flashed, and the mental power was directly dissolved. Then, she said directly, what a load of crap. The Lord? I think you are just a clown. At this time, Elder Shao immediately shouted angrily, Yun Wanqing, how dare you insult the Lord? Elder Shao was infuriated to the extreme when his faith was insulted. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, so what? Bullsh *T the Lord. So what if he insults her? So what if he kills her? Chapter 1076. Female Literature. Before Elder Shao could react, an extremely powerful force suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but kneel down directly, and the other disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization did the same. These people were considered to be powerful in the 5 counties, but at this moment, they had no power to resist at all. Then, the man in black also felt a huge pressure. His power was about to crush Yun Wanqing, but in an instant, this huge pressure suddenly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his movements were no longer under his control. How could this be? At this moment, his heart was filled with horror. Anyone who suddenly lost all their power would feel the same way. They would feel fear, helplessness, and surprise. However, in the blink of an eye, his emotions had already dissipated. Then, he shouted, Who is it? Why are you pretending to be a ghost? Come out if you have the ability. His voice spread out, trying to find the whereabouts of the person who spoke. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was extremely excited. For a moment, she even forgot to defend herself. Fortunately, at this moment, the power of the man in black dissipated without a trace. Yun Wanqing stared blankly ahead. At this moment, she felt as if she was dreaming. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they were already in a desperate situation. However, this person actually appeared in front of her once again. If this was really a dream, why did it feel so real? Long time no see. Sorry, I'm late, Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing and said in his most gentle voice. He was late. Indeed, he was late. She had been waiting for him for too long. Even when she was in danger, he wasn't able to appear by her side immediately. She had to bear the danger and despair alone. At this moment, no words were important. Yun Wanqing directly threw herself into his arms. She hugged Su Yan tightly. She no longer looked like the leader of a sect. After waiting for so long, they could finally meet again. It was too sad and too unbelievable. She was very afraid. This was just a thought before she died. Once she died, there would really be nothing left. But she soon confirmed that it was real because Su Yan had cupped her cheeks and kissed her on the lips. Only the most realistic touch could give people the most realistic feelings. Yun Wanqing was completely lost in it. At this time, she even felt that even if she were to die in the next moment, it would no longer matter. At this time, the black-clothed man finally recovered his strength. However, when his gaze fell on Elder Shao and the others, he felt a chill in his heart. He could already sense that there was an extremely powerful force suppressing Elder Shao and the others. At this time, these people were already extremely miserable. Their knees had been completely shattered, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from this power. Seeing this, he already knew that he was no match for that person no matter what. Therefore, at this moment, he made a prompt decision and immediately fled. This guy's speed was not slow, and he was also very decisive in his actions. At this time, Elder Shao saw that the black-clothed man he relied on actually abandoned him and the others and fled. His heart suddenly trembled, and he roared in despair, "Sacred Envoy, save me!" Unfortunately, the black-clothed man did not pay attention to him at all. At this time, he was already too busy to take care of himself, so how could he pay attention to this person? He was already lucky to be able to escape. After a long kiss, Yun Wanqing finally came back to her senses. She was in Su Yan's arms, and then she asked, "Is everything okay?" In the end, it was just a greeting. Su Yan said, "I'm already standing in front of you." After a moment of silence, Yun Wanqing remembered the important matter. It's a pity that that guy escaped. I don't know where they came from, but they are actually so resourceful. Yun Wanqing sighed with emotion. That was indeed the case. This group of people had silently made Elder Shao risk his life for them and then ambushed him. The black-clothed man's strength was not weak, and he was just a subordinate. What kind of powerful and terrifying existence was the holy sage that they spoke of? Her gaze fell on Elder Shao and the others. Instead of feeling happy, she felt a kind of sadness. These people used to be people that she trusted. If not, how could she follow them here so easily? But now, these people had become her enemies. Su Yan obviously saw through her thoughts, so he said softly, "It's okay, since I'm here, let me deal with these things." At this time, Su Yan actually felt a little lucky that he had returned to the 5 counties. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. At the same time, he was even angrier. The sudden appearance of the mysterious force was definitely not a good thing for the 5 counties. Moreover, he had a premonition that the 5 counties, which had been peaceful for a long time, was about to experience new waves. The curse on the 5 counties was gradually disappearing, and everything was returning to normal. Although the restoration could allow the people of this continent to improve their cultivation faster, it was not necessarily a good thing. One had to know that before the 5 counties fell, it was an extremely powerful place. Not to mention other things, the ancestral grounds of the Boundless Demon sect and the Pagoda sect were here. Of course, no one knew what kind of terrible war had happened in the past, but one thing was certain. Those sects and forces that survived the ancient war would gradually rise up at this time. The black-clothed man's strength was not strong, but it was very strange. Now, Su Yan could be considered to be very knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a strange power. As for these powers, he was even more unable to grasp them. The black-clothed man could escape because Su Yan could not be bothered to take action at this time. However, it was more because Su Yan wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. At this time, his strength was far above that of the black-clothed man. Su Yan's supreme power could even deceive the heavenly Tao. He wanted to know who the black-clothed man was. Su Yan, how is the Heaven and Earth Organization? She had already guessed that Su Yan must have gone to the Heaven and Earth Organization to be able to come here in time. Only then could he detect her so quickly. Su Yan said, "Don't worry. Although we were indeed attacked, we were not seriously injured. The Great Formation has been activated, so naturally, there is no problem. Let's go back to the Heaven and Earth Organization first. Now that this mysterious force has appeared, it is absolutely not just targeting the Heaven and Earth Organization. I don't know how the Burying Sword Tomb and the Leitang sect are doing." This was what he was worried about at this time. Although he had not returned to the 5 counties for a long time, he could imagine that the Latang sect and the Burying Sword sect must have become second to none sects in the 5 counties. Lei Wanjun and the Burying Sword old man's abilities were unquestionable. When he was there, he had defeated the evil sections. With these 2 people's abilities, they would definitely not give the evil sects a chance to raise their heads. This was not a bad thing. The stronger they were, the more things they could do. However, it was different now. With their strength, they would definitely be attacked by this mysterious evil sect. If the Heaven and Earth organization was attacked, they would also be resolute. Yun Wanqing was also very smart. She said directly, now that the Heaven and Earth organization has you, there should be no more unforeseen events in a short time. Why don't we go and take a look at these 2 sects now? She knew what Su Yan was thinking, especially about the Burying Sword tomb. For Su Yan, it was the first sect that rose to prominence. He had a lot of feelings for this sect. Su Yan understood her intentions and was even more moved. However, at this time, he was indeed very worried, so he said, "Okay, let's go now." Yun Wanqing didn't know what realms Su Yan had reached at this time, but when she saw Su Yan calmly controlling everything in his hands, she knew that his strength must be very strong. At this time, she directly snuggled up to Su Yan. When Su Yan was here, she didn't need to worry about things that she didn't know. This feeling was really good. Su Yan hugged her and then directly soared into the sky. Su Yan's speed was so fast that even Yun Wanqing couldn't adapt at all at first. Of course, she didn't feel uncomfortable because Su Yan had already cast a power boundary to protect her. "Brother Su Yan, what realm are you now?" Yun Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask. Now, she really wanted to know how strong the man she had chosen was. Su Yan naturally didn't hide anything and said directly, "Now, I'm probably at the level of a 2 essences venerable." This was in terms of his realm. He had long been different from ordinary cultivators, but according to common sense, his realm was probably like this. However, in terms of combat strength, it was extremely terrifying and was comparable to a Dao master. Although Yun Wanqing already knew that Su Yan's strength must be very strong at this time, when she heard these words, she was still very surprised. "We're here." Just when she was surprised, Su Yan suddenly said. Yun Wanqing was even more surprised. She had long heard that powerful venerables could fly as fast as crossing space, but this had become a legend. Today, she really experienced it. Chapter 1077. Female literature. The distance between the Burial Sword tomb and the Heaven and Earth organization was actually very far. If she flew at full speed, it would take her a few days to get there. However, she had just snuggled up to Su Yan when they arrived at the Burial Sword tomb in an instant. What an inconceivable speed. She raised her head and found that Su Yan's face was not looking good. At this moment, she immediately had a bad premonition. At this moment, Su Yan could see it even more clearly. His divine sense was extremely powerful. At this moment, he could see that the Burial Sword sect had already turned into ruins. The place that used to be so familiar had completely changed at this time. There was not a single living person left on the mountain. Everyone was dead. Su Yan walked up the buried sword mountain step by step. At this time, the land had completely withered. Without the Burial Sword Mountain, Su Yan would not have existed. This was because Su Yan's initial growth had started here. Although there had been struggles and bitterness here, this was his home. But this was his home, and now, his home had been completely destroyed. He was furious, but his face was even calmer. His anger had completely sunk into his heart. If he found the other party, he would definitely make them suffer a disaster. However, he suddenly realized that old man Zhangjian wasn't on the mountain. There were countless corpses on the mountain. Some of them were familiar faces, but most of them were people he didn't know. These people must have joined the sword burial mound after he left. In any case, these people were already dead. Death was the most painful farewell, but there was no aura of the old man here. This meant that the old man might not be dead. Yun Wanqing wanted to say something, but she did not speak in the end. She knew very well that Su Yan was a wounded tiger at this time. As long as he was a tiger, he would not need to be comforted, even if he had suffered a heavy blow. Su Yan picked up Yun Wanqing and said, "Let's go to the Leitang sect." He activated his escape technique again, and this time, he was even faster than before. It didn't take long before Su Yan arrived outside the Sound of Thunder sect. The Sound of Thunder sect was much luckier than the Burial Sword tomb. This was because the Sound of Thunder sect hadn't been exterminated yet. The Sound of Thunder sect's grand array had been successfully activated. At this moment, Lei Wanjun was like an enraged beast, erupting with his final fury. Just like Yun Wanqing, he had also received news that something had happened within the boundaries of his sect. Originally, he had wanted to go there, but he suddenly had a sudden impulse and did not go far. That was why he was able to discover the conspiracy in time. His sect's elders had actually betrayed him, which made his heart burn with rage. The men in black continued to attack directly. The Sound of Thunder sect had Lei Wanjun's existence. Coupled with the fact that the Sound of Thunder sect's cultivation technique was extremely overbearing, they were able to hold on until now. Unfortunately, if this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. The other party came in a menacing manner, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Even if he used all his strength, he could only barely hold on at this moment. At this moment, his heart was burning with rage. He hated this powerful invader, but he was also angry at his own incompetence. At this moment, the men in black were just like the men in black that Yun Wanqing had encountered before. They were both powerful and had almost reached the peak of the circumference state. Above the circumference state was the transformation into a dragon. It was called the Dragon Realm. For so many years, the spiritual qi in the 5 counties had been scarce. Due to the existence of the mysterious curse, there were only a few people who had reached the circumference state, let alone the Dragon Realm. It was already lucky for Lei Wanjun to be able to reach the circumference state. During this period of time, the cultivators could feel that the spiritual qi was gradually increasing. Their cultivation was also rising step by step. At that time, Lei Wanjun thought that this was a good thing. However, at this moment, he realized that his progress was too slow. He didn't know where this man in black came from, but he actually had such strength. By now, he had already sent out the news. He hoped that his ally, the Burial Sword Elder, would come to rescue him. After all, the Burial Sword tomb was not far away from the Sound of Thunder sect. However, there was no reply after he sent out the signal. At this moment, he realized that the situation might be more serious than he had imagined. He and the Burial Sword Elder had been good friends for many years, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. Based on their friendship, if the Burial Sword Elder could successfully receive his signal, the Burial Sword Elder would definitely not ignore him. However, this time, the Burial Sword Elder did not even send back a reply. There was no need to say what this meant. Therefore, he finally knew that it was definitely time for him to put his life on the line. It was because of this that he was extremely ruthless when he attacked. Almost every time, he fought without any regard for his life. It was also because of this that he was able to delay until now. In fact, he did not have the intention to delay because he had a premonition that today was the day of the Sound of Thunder sect's calamity. It would not be easy for the Sound of Thunder sect to get through this. With this thought in mind, he had the spirit to face death unflinchingly. The people of the Sound of Thunder sect were extremely unyielding because of their cultivation method. Seeing their sect leader risking his life to meet his death, they were all shocked. Seeing that their sect master had sacrificed his life, the disciples were naturally the same. As a result, the Sound of Thunder sect became a tough bone to chew. Even the black-clothed men had to admit that they would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to chew this bone in a short time. Die. At this moment, a cold voice was heard on the battlefield. The word sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper. After hearing the voice, the mysterious and peculiar black-clothed men could not help but become heavier. The leader of the black-clothed men yelled, "Who's there?" According to the plan, the Burial Sword Tomb, the Sound of Thunder sect, the Heaven and Earth Organization, which were currently the top sects in the 5 counties, should have been wiped out. Who would appear at this time to save the Sound of Thunder sect? Just as he finished his question, he suddenly realized that there were two more people in front of him. His attention immediately fell on the man. The moment he saw Su Yan, he suddenly realized that his world seemed to be falling. An inexplicable force directly invaded his spiritual world. At this moment, a shadow suddenly exploded in the depths of the black-clothed man's spiritual world. At this moment, he cried out in grief, "No!" However, before he could make a move, his entire body suddenly began to collapse piece by piece like a broken stone statue. It was strange and cruel. Lei Wanjuan's opponent suddenly died. At first, he was stunned. Obviously, he had not regained his senses at this time. He originally thought that he was going to die today, but he did not expect that this powerful opponent would die at this time. However, at the next moment, he saw the two people in front of him clearly. They were Yun Wanqing and Su Yan. Su Yan. He was overjoyed. The light that one saw in a desperate situation was the most beautiful and brilliant light. Su Yan said, "Senior Lei, we can talk later." At this moment, he let go of Yun Wanqing and directly attacked. His huge power had covered the whole place in an instant. An extremely powerful aura weaved into a huge network. Those invaders could not resist at all under this power. At this moment, the people of the Sound of Thunder sect who discovered this would not let go of this opportunity. In an instant, all of them burst out with their most powerful power and launched their own attacks. "Damn it, you bastard! How dare you kill my senior brother? I want you to die. Bastard, go to hell." Sometimes, killing was the final outcome of hatred. A great battle finally ended. Lei Wanjun and Yun Wanqing went to the palace in the deepest part of the Sound of Thunder sect. The Sound of Thunder sect was also a sect that had been passed down from ancient times and had a strong foundation. "Su Yan, have you been to the burial sword tomb?" Lei Wanjun asked directly. At this time, the Sound of Thunder sect had been rescued. Instead, he was more concerned about the situation in the burial sword tomb. Su Yan's face darkened. Lei Wanjun immediately had an ominous premonition in his heart. Su Yan said, "Yes, I've been there. The burial sword tomb is no longer there." No longer there. Lei Wanjun knew very well what these three words meant. The burial sword tomb had gone through so many storms, but today, it was only exchanged for three words. No longer there. Such a huge sect was destroyed just like that. This was truly hard to believe. This reality was actually so cruel. Then, what about that old man Zhang Jian? Lei Wanjun actually already had an answer at this time, but in the end, he still asked. He only hoped that his old friend was still alive so that he could keep a glimmer of hope. Su Yan said, "The ancestors' whereabouts are unknown. We don't know whether he's dead or alive." At this time, Su Yan's face was calm, but one could imagine the anger in his heart. When he first appeared, he wanted to directly enter the sea of consciousness of the black-clothed man directly with his divine thought to find out the origin of this group of people, but he didn't find anything. There was a seal in their sea of consciousness. The slightest touch would directly destroy them. Several people of the Heaven and Earth organization betrayed them. Elder Shao and the others also died directly after the black-clothed man left. Su Yan had already seen at that time that in fact, they had already been tampered with. After the black-clothed man left, Elder Shao and the others' divine souls were directly shattered. The other party was so ruthless and so meticulous. "Brother Lei, go and reorganize the sect. I think the continent of the 5 counties will become very interesting in the future. This world will not be peaceful, so for the sake of the future, you have to work hard to live." Su Yan's words were somewhat heavy. Originally, with his powerful strength, he was already strong enough to sweep the entire continent of the 5 counties. But now, it was different. The curse of the 5 counties had disappeared, and the whole continent began to reveal its true identity. Chapter 1078. Female Literature. Su Yan, what about you? What are you going to do? Lei Wanjun asked. He could see that Hou Yi's anger had reached its peak. It was just that he had concealed his emotions very well. However, he wouldn't give up just because of this. At this time, Su Yan said, "I'm going to do something." Su Yan didn't say much, but his eyes reflected an inexplicable murderous light. At this time, his murderous intent was very strong. He didn't tell Lei Wanjun his plan, so he naturally had his own concerns. The strength displayed by that mysterious force was very clear. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lei Wanjun's strength was naturally not bad, but that was in the past. For the current world that had begun to change, he was just at the beginning stage. Whether it was Lei Wanjun or Yun Wanqing, or even the entire 5 counties continent, it was the same. Fortunately, he wasn't. He had set up some small tricks on the escaping black-clothed man, which allowed him to sense the black-clothed man's location. Now was the time to see where these guys came from. Of course, the most important thing was the sword burial elder. Now that he was missing, it was very likely that he was taken away by this group of people. He could see that whether it was Yun Wanqing or Lei Wanjun, these black-clothed men wanted to capture them alive. Su Yan gave the elixir he obtained in the Taihang sword faction to Lei Wanjun, then said, "Brother Lei, this is the elixir I obtained in the 9 provinces continent. It's very useful for cleansing your muscles and marrow. Now that you're injured, it's good that you can improve your cultivation by 1 level. Also, open the formation and wait for me to come back." After Su Yan finished speaking, he said goodbye to Yun Wanqing and left. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan, who had already left. There was a faint bitterness in her heart, but of course, she was more happy. Bitterness because at this time, she could no longer keep up with his pace and could no longer fight together with him. But the joy was because Su Yan's strength had reached such a level, and he had become a true hero in his heart. In the mysterious valley, the black-clothed man finally returned in a sorry state. Under Su Yan's power, he had suffered severe injuries. At the last moment it was already extremely difficult for him to escape with his life, not to mention that he had used the power of the curse to directly kill Elder Shao and the others. "Greetings, my lord." He knelt down at the entrance of the cave. In the pitch-black abyss, a dark aura spread out. Then, a cold voice sounded, "So, you also failed?" The man in black was shocked, but he said calmly, "Yes. Yishir-san is already dead, and now you have also failed. This is really interesting. There is actually such an amazing person in the 5 counties. Yishir-san, tell me everything you know." Since the lord inside had spoken, how could he dare to conceal anything? He directly recounted his encounter with Su Yan. "He is so young and so powerful. You actually didn't even have the strength to fight back. With such a realm, he might have already become a venerable. Now, there are actually other venerables in the 5 counties. This is surprising." The mysterious existence was not surprised at the failure of the black-clothed man. Because he knew very well that his Dark Knight demon guards would never fail for no reason. "My lord, could this person have come from the 9 states? In the 5 counties, it was impossible to cultivate to become a venerable in this era. It was even impossible to transform into a dragon. Yes. When this damn curse was not removed, it was impossible for the venerables from the 9 states to come here. But now, it is different. Although the power here still suppresses them, it is not as strong as before. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Forget it, it doesn't matter. They are just a group of people who are about to rot. Yishir-san, you go and rest first. I will personally handle this matter. I want to see what kind of talent can make you fall to such a state." The voice of the consciousness was very cold. It was not unhappy that Su Yan had disrupted its plan. Of course, this was not because it had a good temper. Instead, it was because it felt that it had absolute confidence that it could control everything in its hands. However, at this moment, a sword chi suddenly descended from the sky. The sword chi broke through the space and appeared. Then, Su Yan's voice followed closely, "There is no need. I am already here to see you." This sword chi was extremely fierce and it directly went towards the land of darkness. The mysterious existence in the land of darkness was obviously a little surprised at this moment. However, it immediately snorted and said, "How dare you?" At this moment, a terrifying dark light immediately erupted and went towards the sword chi. The two forces collided directly above the valley and immediately erupted into a terrifying power fluctuation. This power fluctuation was like a lake that rippled towards the surroundings. Everything that was touched by this ripple was turned into powder. At this moment, amidst the huge explosion, another sword chi flew towards Yshire. At this moment, Yshire immediately realized that something was wrong. The threat of death made him feel at a loss. However, under the instinct to survive, he still activated all his power in a futile attempt to block this terrifying attack. Unfortunately, Hou-Yi already had the intention to kill him. The moment he attacked Yun Wanqing, his ending was already destined. He would not be able to block this power. Of course, that mysterious existence would not watch his subordinates die in front of him. At this moment, a figure condensed from darkness suddenly appeared in front of Yshire. His entire body was shrouded in boundless darkness. All the light in the world could not enter his body. Facing Su Yan's sword chi, he directly struck out with his palm. "Kid, no matter where you come from and what realm you are in, you still can't kill in front of me." At this moment, his power suddenly increased. At this moment, the palm that he struck out seemed to have turned into a mountain and a sea. Under the suppression of such power, he wanted to completely suppress Su Yan to death. "If you hadn't come to this place, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you're courting death, so I'll kill you directly. The changes in the world are coming, and the 5 counties will belong to the Dark Devil sect." It was cold, cruel, and incomparably austere. At this moment, a terrifying power directly pressed down. In the face of such power, Su Yan suddenly smiled. "In that case, this thing of yours is still not perfect. It can only stay here. If it leaves, its power will be greatly reduced, right? Today, not only will I kill him, but I'll also kill you." Suddenly, a raging fire directly rushed out from Su Yan's body. The scarlet fire directly became the most powerful fire dragon. The fire dragon soared into the sky and directly attacked the power. At this moment, the dark power was directly disintegrated inch by inch. "Well, you actually hid your power." The dark existence was shocked. He originally thought that Su Yan's power was already so, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, Su Yan would erupt again and suppress his power in one fell swoop. What was more terrifying was that fire dragon. That was the aura of the law. What did the law mean? Dao Master. The guy in front of him had actually become a Dao Master. This was simply unbelievable. Before he could recover from his shock, Su Yan's power had already broken through his power of darkness. At the same time, the sword chi was no longer obstructed and directly rushed out. "Humph, you want to fight with me like this? Your real body is still lacking in this tortoise shell. Come out for me." The sword chi directly pierced through Yshire, and at the same time, killed the dark incarnation directly. When Su Yan started to fight with him, he naturally didn't use his full strength because he didn't know the background of this existence. After a few exchanges, he gradually understood the strength of the other party. This guy's power was actually very strong. At least, he must have been so in the past. However, it was a pity that his current strength was much weaker than before. Su Yan did not know what exactly happened back then, but he speculated that this guy in front of him was sealed by someone. Now that the world had begun to change, his seal was gradually loosening, so he started to stir up trouble. At this time, his real body must still be suppressed, so Su Yan directly displayed the fire of Shura, used it as the foundation to condense a fire dragon, and suddenly killed him. Such power was already terrifying at this moment. The incarnation was extremely angry at this moment. The previous strategy was directly destroyed by Su Yan in an instant. "How dare you!" At this moment, in the extremely deep underground, a terrifying aura immediately permeated. The moment the aura appeared, the world changed color, as if everything began to move with his will as the center. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed and his body suddenly changed. So powerful. The current Su Yan, even a Tao master, couldn't give him such pressure. However, the power of this existence's real body was so terrifying that it could directly change the world, as if he was in the other party's world at this moment. Su Yan's Taiji sword immediately appeared in his hand. Shura's ice and fire kill. He directly operated the two great laws, added them to the Taiji sword, and then slashed down fiercely. I'd like to see how terrifying your power is, old dog. Kill. In the face of such a strong power, Su Yan didn't have the slightest intention to retreat. Instead, he directly slashed with his sword, and the power of ice and fire turned into a yin and yang fish, suddenly strangling and destroying the world. Chapter 1079. Girls' Literature. This sword of Su Yan's already had the intention of directly shattering his power. The guy's real body was naturally terrifying, but Su Yan could already tell that the attack wouldn't last long. In other words, the guy couldn't use his power without any scruples. If he could really do that, why would he need to test the waters? He could just leave the valley and dominate the world. In that case, Su Yan was no longer afraid. Since the other party wanted to fight, then let's fight. A divine sword. Is there another divine sword in this world? At this moment, the existence exclaimed in surprise. It was not easy to create a divine sword. It even involved the mysterious and unfathomable fate. In this era, there were only 10 divine swords that were known to people. At this moment, another divine sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. When a divine sword was created, there would be endless visions and even heavenly tribulations that would destroy everything. This was the main reason why divine swords were so difficult to create. However, the Taiji divine sword in Su Yan's hand was forged in the Shura world. At this moment, the divine sword's majesty was fully displayed. Although the power of the sword did not have the terrifying majesty of splitting heaven and earth, the powerful force was already extremely terrifying. It could easily break through space. The world of darkness wanted to suppress Su Yan and even refine him. However, Su Yan suddenly appeared and unleashed such terrifying strength. Not only did he kill Yi Shi with a single blow, but he even broke through his power. After the attack was repelled, the terrifying existence roared furiously. Endless anger manifested at this moment. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Humph, you're just a sealed guy. I'll say it again. If you can show your real body, I'll immediately turn around and leave. However, you're not qualified to make me retreat. Tell me, where is old man Zong's sword? Su Yan had already scanned the valley with his divine consciousness before he made his move. He did not find old man Zong's sword's aura. Therefore, at this time, he might as well take action himself. Su Yan was deeply indebted to old man's sword burial. If possible, Su Yan would do everything in his power to save him. Humph, you want to save him? Humph, I don't mind telling you that he is already dead and has become my resource. I'm afraid your wish is about to be shattered. The power of that dark existence did not recede. Instead, it grew even stronger. At the same time, his spiritual pressure directly impacted Su Yan's soul. Su Yan naturally wouldn't listen to him. If he just wanted to kill, why would he bring sword burial old man here? He could just kill him directly. As for devouring sword burial old man, that was bullshit. Sword burial old man's strength was terrifying. Although sword burial old man's strength wasn't bad, he was just a radius realm expert. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then it's good that you didn't manage to capture old man's sword burial. I won't hold back anymore. At this moment, Su Yan's figure suddenly grew taller. His power surged, displaying an almost invincible and terrifying heroic bearing. His valiant strength was fully displayed at this moment. The Taishang danced, and sword chi rose again. Taishang Nirvanic cut. At this moment, the long sword was waved, and a terrifying sword chi swept through the world like a storm. Wherever the sword chi passed, everything was directly destroyed. The terrifying power was like a rolling cloud at this moment. At this moment, the powerful dark power was unable to withstand it and began to retreat. Kill. As soon as the word, kill, was uttered, heaven and earth fell apart. Su Yan's power reached its peak at this moment. He had already unleashed all the power in his body, not holding back at all. He originally thought that this state would only be used in the battle against the boundless demon sect. He didn't expect that there was such a terrifying and powerful existence hidden in the 5 counties. The strength of the other party was extremely terrifying. Even in this sealed state, the strength that he burst out was extremely terrifying. He was even more powerful than a Dao master like Yan Xiao. Su Yan's power surged at this moment, constantly clashing with the dark power. At the place where their power clashed, everything fell into a dead silence. At this moment, the power of the Taisheng in his body was also frantically circulating, wanting to devour everything. The dark power was so cold that it wanted to annihilate everything. Su Yan's power was the power of ice and fire, yin and yang. The so-called yin and yang was Tai Chi. Tai Chi came out of a yuan, which was the most primitive power in this world. The confrontation between these two powerful forces was so terrifying. In fact, Su Yan was under tremendous pressure at this moment. The other party's strength was beyond his imagination, and it was the first time he was fighting in this state in this world. When the mountain-like power suppressed him, he really felt like he was about to collapse. Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and his power reached an extremely terrifying level. The endless violent aura turned into a terrifying edge at this moment. The mysterious dark existence's expression was not good at this moment. After all, at this moment, he was still trapped in the seal. Although he could show off for a while by activating his power, the powerful seal had already begun to counterattack crazily. The powerful power almost sealed him into the lowest level of darkness. He was extremely powerful. If he could break the seal and recover to his peak state, he would have no problem sweeping through the 5 counties. It was a pity that he was sealed. The bastard who sealed him back then was much stronger than him. Even after such a long time had passed, this bastard seal still had such terrifying power. This made him extremely angry and unwilling to accept this. Damn it, if I can break the curse, I will definitely turn your world upside down. His roar spread to the horizon, and then spread to an extremely distant place. At this moment, almost the entire 5 counties heard this terrifying demonic sound. Fortunately, this place was very remote, and there were not many people living in it. Otherwise, all of the living beings would have been annihilated at this moment. This kind of power was so powerful that it was endless. His ferocious power was unimaginably terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was still spreading. Su Yan was the first to bear the brunt of this terrifying demonic sound. In front of Su Yan, there was even an extremely huge and frightening devil. The existence of this devil was even more powerful and dignified than the towering mountain. It was as if he was the heaven and earth. Su Yan's divine sword moved again. Tai Chi Yin and Yang. At this moment, what he displayed was the principle of Yin and Yang, the will of heaven and earth. All the great Tao pointed to the heart. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Endless power turned into a thunderstorm and spun around. In the sky, a dark cloud was directly dispersed. You are already at this stage, and you still want to be fierce. You are courting death. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, his power was so terrifying. His body had even reached a state of being under full load. However, at this moment, Su Yan still did not give up. His will continued to burn at this moment, and his fighting spirit was boiling at this moment. Such an opponent could be said to be powerful. However, only such a powerful opponent could improve his cultivation further. The power of the two sides clashed for an unknown period of time. Under the strong pressure of the opponent, Su Yan's law of ice and Shura's law of fire began to merge. These two laws were both plundered by Su Yan. Although they were strong, they were not his origin. At this time, when the laws began to merge, they would inevitably evolve and become even more powerful means. At the same time, in Su Yan's body, the heart of the great demonic dragon, the demon god's finger bone, and the Buddha's heart seemed to have been awakened at this time. These things parasitized Su Yan's body. Back then, they provided Su Yan with extremely powerful power, allowing Su Yan to overcome many difficulties. However, in this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. When Su Yan became strong, these things were actually silently dividing up Su Yan's power to strengthen themselves. Of course, the two sides had reached an extremely delicate balance. This was all because of the power of the very supreme. At this moment, this delicate balance seemed to be broken in an instant. Su Yan's power continued to spread at this time. At this time, these things began to ignite. Perhaps it was because of Su Yan's powerful fighting spirit, or because of the terrifying pressure of the mysterious existence, they seemed to be on the verge of awakening. The appearance of these powerful auras made Su Yan's whole person stronger. Of course, it also made him more terrifying. He was like a terrifying giant beast, full of incomparable danger. At this moment, the confrontation began. Yin and Yang were like knives, and the demonic dragon went crazy. The golden light of the Buddha's heart spread out and rushed toward the dark shadow. The power of the great demonic god seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. When these powers erupted at the same time, the terrifying dark shadow was finally unable to hold on at this time and began to gradually dim. What's going on? I feel so many forbidden powers. No, how can so many forbidden powers appear at the same time? He roared crazily, as if he had lost his mind. However, at this time, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He just snorted coldly and said, "What's the point of rotting away? What's the point of awakening? Be destroyed." The Taiji divine sword flew out directly. In an instant, the 7-foot sword turned into a giant sword hundreds of feet long. In the blade, powerful power condensed, causing his aura to become even more powerful. Suddenly, the violent aura gathered at one point, and the thickest power finally pressed down at this time. This power was the river of time, and the wind and clouds were destroyed. Chapter 1080. Female literature. After an unknown amount of time, everything finally calmed down. Although the dark shadow was filled with unwillingness, he still lost. His terrifying power was directly suppressed and then disappeared without a trace. At the moment when the last of his power fell, he was so unwilling. However, no matter what, he lost this confrontation with Su Yan. This was the truth. Of course, he wasn't lucky. In any case, he was stronger than Su Yan. However, he was suppressed and could only temporarily release his power. Moreover, this power wasn't 100%. Losing such a confrontation really made him unhappy. That seal was extremely powerful. Originally, he took advantage of this great change in the world and struggled to break free a little. Then, he used his subordinates to move around and break free. His plan was very successful. The strength of the clone he created with his own power was definitely determined in the 5 counties. Therefore, he was very sure that he would be able to escape as soon as possible. However, he never thought that there would be someone like Su Yan in this continent. He had returned from killing in the 9 continents. The reason why this powerful existence of the Dark Devil sect was so anxious to make a move was because he was afraid that the experts of the 9 continents would notice the changes in the 5 counties and those experts would turn their attention to this place. This was the idea of making the first move to gain the upper hand. But it was a pity that Su Yan's arrival was much earlier than he expected. Moreover, Su Yan's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Even when he broke free from the seal for a moment, he couldn't suppress Su Yan. Instead, he was directly repelled. That terrifying and oppressive dark power finally disappeared. Su Yan looked at the valley below. At this moment, his eye of truth was fully activated. At this point, Su Yan's eye of truth wasn't inferior to the aureole at all. In fact, it was even stronger than the aureole. Previously, he obtained the eye of truth from the aureole's innate bloodline. However, now, the aureole benefited from Su Yan. Su Yan's gaze was so calm, but his heart was somewhat heavy. At this moment, his gaze landed on the deepest part of the ground. That was a world that he did not recognize at all. The power there was extremely terrifying, and there was an extremely powerful seal suppressing it. And that so-called terrifying existence of the Dark Devil sect was suppressed below. The strength of the dark existence was much more powerful than Su Yan had expected. His strength was so terrifying that it had exceeded Su Yan's expectations. This person was at least a peak sovereign venerable, or even a saint venerable. The saint sovereign was already a terrifying existence that could shake the heavens and earth. If such a character appeared after breaking the seal, he would definitely not be able to stop him. Such a character was an extremely terrifying existence. Fortunately, he had returned this time and resolved this scheme of his. However, this was not of much use. Su Yan was very clear in his heart that this guy would break out of the seal sooner or later. If he hadn't been able to stop him, then things would have been really bad for him. However, at this moment, he did not have a better idea because he could not go deep into the underground world. Su Yan believed that if he really dared to break in, then he would not be able to come out. "Brat, wait until the day I return, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Just you wait." His voice rang out. His entire being was filled with a thick killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Su Yan apart. Su Yan was expressionless and did not care about this guy's threat. He was thinking. Now it seemed that the Five Counties continent was not a simple place. Such an existence was actually sealed here. Then the question was he really the only expert sealed in the Five Counties continent? If he was the only one, then everything would be fine. But what if there were other existences? What should he do? These experts were definitely not easy to deal with. At that time, could he still protect the Five Counties continent? Su Yan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief and gave up on this idea. This kind of thing was definitely not something that he could control, so he did not think too much about it. His speed was extremely fast. At that moment, his entire person directly turned into a stream of light and flew away. His destination was not the Leitang sect, but the burial sword tomb. He originally thought that Old Man Zong was captured by this guy, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The burial sword sect had been destroyed, but Old Man Zong was not captured by them. No one knew where he had gone. Su Yan was still very worried about this Old Man Zong. Once again, he appeared in the sky above the burial sword tomb. He looked at the dilapidated area with a solemn expression on his face. This was once his hometown. He cultivated and grew up here. It was here that he met his first friends and enemies, as well as his lover. However, when he returned, he had become like this. Su Yan's heart was filled with incomparable pain, but he was no longer the Su Yan from back then. He knew that he had to endure, and he was used to bearing it. He was even used to being indifferent. Even to himself, Su Yan was extremely indifferent. He looked straight ahead, and the entire burial sword mountain fell into his line of sight. The burial sword mountain was majestic and tall. This mountain seemed to have an inexplicable spiritual nature. Following that, his gaze fell on the sword well. Strictly speaking, this sword well was the place where he had made his fortune. Here, he obtained the inheritance of the pagoda and finally began to embark on a brand new path. All of a sudden, he entered the sword well without anyone noticing. His gaze kept pausing, and all of his power began to gently circulate at this moment. His gaze was somewhat calm. Everything in the sword well was still so familiar as if those things had happened yesterday. Gradually, his expression began to become solemn. Sure enough, due to the difference in his realm, his vision was also different. Naturally, the things that he could see were also different. Back then, this was just an adventure place with the pagoda. However, now that he looked at it with the eye of truth, he was surprised to find that there was a space under the sword well, or rather, it was a small world. How amazing was this? Even in the powerful Jojo continent, there were not many places like this. However, there was actually such a secret in the declining Five Counties continent. The Five Counties continent was really too mysterious. Now, this mysterious veil seemed to be revealed bit by bit. At this moment, Su Yan wanted to directly enter this small world. This was not the world of the pagoda, but a real small world. He fully activated his spatial power. Although he was not a Dao master, it was impossible for him to forcibly tear the space and open a spatial door like a Dao master. However, there was no problem in carrying out a simple spatial jump. In an instant, this power had been directly activated, and his body had directly entered. As soon as he entered the small world, a decaying aura directly rushed toward him. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was filled with fear. This kind of decaying and unfamiliar aura made him shudder even at this moment. His exalted power was activated, and he was finally able to block that power. The grand supreme power surrounded his body, releasing a faint light. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was somewhat throbbing, and there was an incomparably deep look in his eyes. At this moment, his aura was constantly rising. Decaying was a kind of law. Before today, Su Yan had never known that there was such a power in this world. It was a power that was more terrifying than poison. Even now, he was still full of lingering fear. If his grand supreme power was not magical enough, he was afraid that he would have died under this power. It seems that I must not be so reckless in the future, he said to himself. That was indeed the case. The grand supreme power was naturally extremely magical, but it was not omnipotent after all. There would always be things that the grand supreme power could not block. If the same thing happened next time, then he really might be corroded by this power and die mysteriously in the end. Before today, Su Yan had relied too much on the grand supreme power. However, after these thoughts, Su Yan began to explore this small world. The decaying aura in this small world was extremely terrifying, but it was undoubtedly an extremely precious place. Putting everything else aside, just the decaying aura alone was already a precious treasure. This meant a brand new law. If he could grasp this law, then his strength would definitely be able to take another step forward. Although he currently possessed the power of laws, whether it was the laws of ice or the laws of fire, they were not his own power. They were taken from him. Even though he had become more proficient in the use of the two great laws in the fight against the mysterious expert, and he had even begun to fuse the two great laws together. However, what was not his was not his. What Su Yan could do was to become more proficient in this power. That was all. However, it was different now. With the existence of the decaying aura, if he could refine it bit by bit from the beginning, then it would be possible for him to cultivate the power of this law. In the end, it would be his own power. Su Yan did not enter the depths of this world to explore. The reason was very simple, he did not dare to. The radiance of the grand supreme power was somewhat turbulent at this time. It could be seen that even at this time, it was very difficult for him to hold on. If he continued to go deeper, Su Yan could not predict whether he would still be alive. Sometimes, he did need to take risks, but this was definitely not the time. He had just returned to the continent of the 5 counties, and there were still many things to do. Chapter 1081. Girls' Literature. Moreover, there was no need for him to go deep into it at this time. He activated the power of the Grand Supreme and began to analyze the decaying aura. Then, he calmed his mind and began to try to guide the power into his heart bit by bit. Su Yan's gaze became more and more solemn. The law of decay was truly powerful. Su Yan even thought of something else, and that was time. What was the most terrifying power in the world? It wasn't ice, it wasn't fire, it wasn't wind, it was time. Time was the enemy of everyone in the world. No matter how powerful an existence was, it was impossible to reach the end of time. How many of those legendary saint sovereigns, or even those super terrifying existences that surpassed saint sovereigns, were still alive? No matter how powerful they were overshadowed in the face of time. Of course, time was also the power that could not be controlled. A Dao master could control the power of space, tear it apart, and advance or retreat without hindrance. However, time was something that could never be grasped. This decaying power actually felt like the power of time, which was simply unimaginable. Controlling the decaying power was much more difficult than Su Yan imagined. At this time, he finally chose to give up. His power suddenly began to rise, and bits of light began to condense in his hand. It was a cloud of gray mist, which was also the initial embryonic form of the decaying power. Su Yan looked at this power and was a little surprised. Such a small amount of power, but its destructive power was extremely terrifying. At this time, a sense of danger suddenly came. Oh no. Although he did not know what was going on, his sense of danger could not be wrong. At this moment, Su Yan did not have any other thoughts. He directly activated his power and wanted to leave this place. This place was really too strange. When it was originally calm, the powerful decaying power was constantly eroding Su Yan's body, let alone when such an unforeseen event happened. Unfortunately, although Su Yan's movements were already very fast, he was still one step too slow. Just as he was about to retreat, a storm appeared behind him. The storm swept over with unparalleled ferocity. Even with his strength, he didn't have the strength to resist at all. It should be known that Su Yan's current combat strength was comparable to that of a Dao master, but this force made him unable to resist at all. How terrible and terrifying it was. Damn it. At this time, Su Yan was unable to break free, so at this moment, he tried his best to stabilize his body. He was very clear that at this time, it was impossible to break free, so he could only try his best to control himself. Only in this way would he have more confidence. His appearance was like a violent wind blowing sand. His terrifying aura had reached an indescribable level. Fortunately, the very high power was the most mysterious power in the world. The decaying power was very scary, but it was unable to penetrate Su Yan's body for a while. However, Su Yan knew very well that if this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. The only thing he could do now was to pray that the terrible wind would not last too long. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really pay a heavy price for his actions today. Time passed little by little, but Su Yan found that his prayers didn't seem to have any effect. This was because at this time, not only did the storm show no signs of stopping, but it also became more and more intense. The violent aura was even more violent than before. Not only that, but the decaying power had also begun to become stronger. Su Yan's very high power began to shake at this time, as if it was trembling. Damn it, if this goes on, I will definitely die here. When Su Yan was first dragged in by the storm, he didn't expect the situation to become so bad. Originally, he thought that as long as he could hold on for a while, he would be able to break free from the storm, or the storm would become weaker. However, now it seemed that he was too careless, which was equivalent to sowing the seeds of his own evil. At this time, he had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to directly destroy everything here and then escape. I can't continue like this, I have to take a risk. Su Yan quickly understood his situation. He knew very well that if he continued to wait here, it would be equivalent to a slow death. Although he could still hold on for now, when the time came, he would still walk towards death. Of course, he could still maintain a fluke heart, thinking that as long as he was lucky enough, this power would disappear before he could hold on any longer. The other choice was to take a risk and directly use his strongest power to fuse with the Taiji sword to kill this sword and see if he could directly penetrate this place. If he could, then he would seek a chance of survival for himself. However, if he couldn't, then it would be equivalent to prematurely walking towards death. In fact, when faced with such a choice, many people would be troubled and hesitate, and even lean towards the former. However, Su Yan's character had never liked waiting for death. Even if he had to walk towards death, he would choose the former without hesitation. Therefore, at this moment, his power suddenly condensed. The power of the two laws was activated at the same time and then fused. The laws of ice and fire represented yin and yang. When yin and yang fused, the power within was even more unbelievably strong. At this moment, extremely terrifying ice and fire began to howl. A terrifying radiance fell from the sky. The power of yin and yang was activated and directly affected the changes in the weather. Taiji sword. The divine sword appeared in Su Yan's hand at this moment. This time, Su Yan's enemy wasn't a powerful existence, but this world. At this moment, the Taiji sword seemed to have sensed the change and began to hum softly. Su Yan had long been connected with the divine sword. At this moment, he naturally felt the will of the Taiji sword. It was a kind of excitement. As a divine sword, it could be said to be an even stronger opponent, and this time, its opponent was this small world. Such an opponent was unprecedented for Su Yan. Back then, he knew that the Godslayer sword had killed a god. At that time, he only felt that it was inconceivable. This kind of occupation was still too far away from him. But now, he didn't think so at all. At this moment, he was very clear in his heart. He felt that he could do it too. Although the time was still unknown, Su Yan was very sure that he could definitely do it and become the most powerful legend. At this moment, Su Yan and the Taiji sword became one. The two auras completely fused together. The terrifying power directly soared into the sky at this moment. The powerful and terrifying sword light displayed extremely terrifying power at this moment. Such a sword was simply earth-shattering. Even the terrifying decaying storm was somewhat shaken at this moment. Of course, it was only shaken. However, after it was shaken, the power of the storm didn't weaken. Instead, it became even stronger. At this moment, Su Yan had no way out. He could only use his most powerful strength to unleash his most terrifying sword light, and then destroy everything in its path. At this moment, he had already become a god fighting against the heavens. Kill. As the sword fell, the dragon of yin and yang suddenly appeared. At first, the dragon light was extremely faint and even somewhat inconspicuous. However, later on, it reached an extreme level. The terrifying power continued to spread. In just a few minutes, it had become a terrifying existence that penetrated the sky. At this moment, Su Yan's body had been directly sucked dry. This was a blow that he had gambled everything on. If this blow didn't work, then he could only choose to walk towards death. If that was really the case, it would be a tragedy. He didn't die at the hands of others. Instead, he died because of his own recklessness. At this moment, the dragon of yin and yang was Su Yan's will. It was constantly fighting with the terrifying decaying storm. This scene was really terrifying. It was as if the entire world was beginning to be affected by these two powers. Such a scene was as if the world had just been born. At this moment, the terrifying light had reached such a level. This was the power of the chaos of the world. At this moment, everything had just begun. At this moment, the violent light had opened a new chapter. At this moment, the clear sound of thunder was heard from the top of the sky. Later on, the sound of thunder was deafening. Su Yan's sword chi finally cut open the decaying storm. However, at this moment, Su Yan discovered that his estimation was wrong. After destroying the decaying storm, not only was he not out of danger, but he was actually in an even more dangerous situation. Thunder descended in the sky of the entire small world. This small world has been nurtured to such an extent that it has already given birth to the divine thunder of the heavens. This is really terrifying. At first, he didn't think that this space had reached such a level. However, he now clearly recognized that this place was definitely not formed naturally. On the contrary, there was someone who was refining this place and wanted to use this space for his own. It could even be said that he wanted to evolve a new world. When he first heard such words from the Godslayer sword, he felt that it was something that was simply impossible. Refining an entire world, even if it was a small world, was enough to be shocking. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the meaning of that sentence. It was naturally impossible for people with lower cultivation levels to understand what powerhouses with higher cultivation levels were able to do. It was like in the original world. People in ancient times would have never thought that humans would be able to fly directly in the sky thousands of years later. Chapter 1082. Female literature, that was the difference in cognition. How could a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? He thought that his strength had improved very quickly, and his vision had been broadened. But today, he realized that he had always been a pitiful sparrow. Heaven and earth gave birth to a sea of lightning, which meant that the condensation of this small world had reached a certain level, and it was very likely that it had given birth to a preliminary consciousness. The Shura world also had its own will, which was called the will of heaven, or the god of Shura. In this way, the legendary gods were already qualified to refine a world and then become the god of creation. It seemed that only in this way could he become an immortal and eternal existence. As it turned out, the game between the true experts had long been completely different from what he had understood. However, it was not bad to know these things before death. Su Yan suddenly felt a little self-deprecating. There was a saying, if one hears the truth in the morning, one can die at night. His current situation seemed to be similar. Of course, in fact, he did not look like he was dying. However, it was no longer up to him. That terrifying sword strike from before had already drained all of his strength. Su Yan looked at the divine sword Taiji lying beside him, and he suddenly smiled helplessly. My life has come to an end here. After all, I can't accompany you to the peak. I'm sorry, I hope you can find a better master. Su Yan knew that under such a terrifying power, he would definitely die, but the Taiji sword had a chance to continue existing. The power of the divine sword was not a joke. Even at this time, the Taiji sword could not perfectly exert its power, but its essence was still transcendent. Therefore, although the power of lightning in this world was terrifying, it could not be destroyed. When he was refining the Taiji sword, he made a great promise to accompany it to the peak of the world and become the most powerful existence. But now, he was going to die here, and could not fulfill his promise. Feeling Su Yan's sadness and loss, the divine sword trembled even more. The Taiji sword was refined by Su Yan, and it was like Su Yan's child. The Taiji sword might have been arrogant and unruly in the past, but it was different now. The two of them had fought side by side many times and had become very good comrades. The parting at this time was undoubtedly cruel. Su Yan chuckled. If he could, he wouldn't want to do this, but there was really no other way. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. That terrifying power rushed down at this time and fell on Su Yan's body. The power of thunder was so overbearing that it directly entered Su Yan's body. If it was any other time, Su Yan would still have a way to block it even though the power of this thunderbolt was overbearing. The power of the Most Supreme could even devour this power and turn it into its own nourishment. But now the situation was completely different. At this time, Su Yan was too tired. Although the sword strike just now had reached his peak, it had also drained his strength. At this time, not to mention mobilizing these powers, even just breathing was extremely painful for him. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was wait for death to come. Su Yan closed his eyes. He thought that even if he died, it would be better to be calm. Pain was nothing to him. He had already endured more intense pain than this. The only thing that made him unwilling was regret. Yun Wanqing should be very worried about him. Speaking of which, he was really a cruel person. Not long after he appeared in front of her, he had to leave her again. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have appeared in front of her. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through Su Yan's mind. However, he suddenly realized that the time of death seemed to be too long. After such a long time, he still didn't feel his body being torn apart. What's going on? Why am I not dead yet? No matter how stupid Su Yan was, he had already understood that he was still alive at this time. That was not all. At this time, he realized that his body began to feel warm. The power that had been dormant seemed to be recovering at this time. After the thunderbolt entered his body, not only did it not destroy his body, but it also began to repair his meridians. How incredible was this? If all of this had to be described in one word, it would be incredible. Su Yan simply couldn't believe it. Suddenly, he felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him. He suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, he finally confirmed that this was definitely not an illusion. It was real. In the sky, there was a ray of light. That ray of light had turned into a face, which was quietly looking at him at this time. When he looked at himself, the terrifying thunderbolt had already disappeared without a trace. Everything became quiet. There was no roaring of the hurricane, no rumbling of thunder, and even the decaying power had become extremely quiet at this time. What made Su Yan feel even more strange was that he was indescribably quiet at this time. Looking at the face floating above his head, he actually felt an indescribable joy and sadness in his heart. Suddenly, a memory awakened in Su Yan's mind. He finally knew the owner of this face. It was his father. Su Yan had never imagined that he would actually see his father, Su Lai, in this place. Seeing this face, Su Yan actually didn't thump much. After all, he wasn't his real father. He was just a soul that had transmigrated. However, he was now the owner of this body after all. When he saw this face, the owner of this body was extremely excited. Even if his soul had been annihilated, the instincts of this body were still describing his joy. Su Yan quickly restrained his emotions and then began to search for this father in his memories. The word worship was the best interpretation of the original Su Yan's impression of Su Lai. His father was very powerful and had unparalleled combat strength in the family. When his father, Su Lai, was still alive, his uncle, Su Nian, was unknown and suppressed like an ordinary person. However, later on, his parents suddenly disappeared. This wasn't a big deal. According to what he understood at that time, although his parents were powerful, they weren't that powerful. In Tianshuang City, they might be the top beauties, but they weren't powerful to the point of defying the heavens. However, things were different from what Su Yan had imagined. When Su Yan was in the Zhouzhou continent, he met a person. He was Cui Tianlang. Among the middle-aged people of the Taihang sword faction, he was the most outstanding existence. Even if Su Yan had reached this level, he wouldn't deny that this person was powerful and outstanding. He still remembered clearly that at that time, this guy had said that he and his father knew each other. This was very contradictory. If his father was only at the level where he could run amok in Tianshuang City, how could he be acquainted with Cui Tianlang in the Zhouzhou continent and even become sworn brothers? Therefore, at that time, Su Yan felt that his father wasn't simple. However, this wasn't his father, after all, so Su Yan didn't take it to heart at that time. However, at this moment, such a scene appeared again. Su Yan was extremely shocked. He never thought that this person's realm had reached such a level. Looking at the face in the sky, he already had a thought in his mind. The master who refined this small world was the father of his body, Su Lai. This was simply overturning his worldview. While he was still in a state of great shock, a powerful force had already gathered towards his body. This force directly entered Su Yan's body and finally merged with his will. The original sword strike had already depleted all of his strength. His strength was already gone, and he couldn't recover in a short time. However, it was different now. After receiving the infusion of power, Su Yan's strength recovered at an incredible speed. In just a short while, his strength had already recovered to its peak. Without power, Su Yan had lost his dependence on survival. This kind of connection was like a very healthy person suddenly being paralyzed. Now, he was recovering his health again. Moreover, this was not all. Su Yan felt that there seemed to be something new in his body. This thing was completely different from the past. In the past, whether it was the heart of the great demonic dragon or the Buddha's heart, they had indeed brought him benefits to a certain extent, even great benefits. However, their existence had its own purpose. Although this purpose had not been revealed so far, Su Yan believed that it would not be far away. When that time came, it might be time for him to face a crisis. However, it was different now. This force had entered his body without any purpose. If there was a purpose, then it was to bring benefits to him and make him stronger. Su Yan already felt what it was. It was the law of decay. This was an extremely powerful law of decay that made him fearful, but it was also very tempting. Su Yan tried to condense this law of decay and make it his own strength. Unfortunately, he failed. After the power of decay condensed into a small ball, it was already very domineering. If this continued, he would be hurt by the backlash of this power. However, it was different now. The core of this law had directly appeared in his body. Chapter 1083. Girls' literature, if one were to use a word to describe it, it would be reaping without sowing. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to achieve this. Cultivation was a very difficult and painful thing. It was even more difficult to cultivate the laws. Only when one reached the Tao Master realm could one have such ability. But now, Su Yan's body had the core power of the decaying law out of thin air. It was really unbelievable that such a thing could happen to him. At this time, Su Yan was full of admiration for his father. From the very beginning, he had deduced that this father of his was definitely not a simple person. However, he did not expect him to be so powerful. His every move carried the will of heaven. He was so powerful that it was ridiculous. It was no wonder that Su Yan could not fight back in front of such an opponent. He suddenly remembered a sentence that Su Lai had said to him when he had just set out for the heavenly spirit pearl to enter the spirit channeling realm. Come to the sword well. Su Yan had indeed gone to the sword well and obtained what he wanted at that time, which allowed him to begin an extremely exciting journey in the cultivation world. But now it seemed that what he had obtained at that time was only superficial. The real thing was hidden in the world deep in the sword well. If the burial sword tomb had not been directly destroyed this time, he might not have noticed this place. The inheritance of the laws took a very long time. Even if Su Lai was already the will of heaven of this small world, it was extremely difficult for him to complete this action. Time passed little by little like this. Regardless of whether Su Yan was willing or not, his strength was increasing bit by bit. This world no longer had any malice towards him. On the contrary, it was his paradise. The only bad thing was that he might be missing for a long time. Yun Wanxing would have to worry about him again. However, Su Yan could not do anything now because he could not break free from the shackles of this power. If he did not know his opponent at the beginning, he would have thought that he had a chance. After all, he was only facing the power of a storm. But at this time, he already knew that he was not facing a storm, but the will of heaven. Even if it was just the will of a broken small world, it was still the will of the heavens. Although he had some misgivings in his heart, after all, he was not the real Su Yan. However, he had to admit that it was actually just a grudge in his heart. The original Su Yan had died, and it had nothing to do with him. He was not the one who killed him. His resurrection had instead fulfilled his wish. Therefore, to a certain extent, the two of them were one. Su Yan had never been a person who liked to be conflicted. At this time, he accepted everything with a clear conscience. The changes in the 5 prefectures were happening all the time. Everyone could feel the changes in the spiritual qi. Now, even those who had never cultivated before could feel that their bodies seemed to be becoming stronger. Some people had even reached the point where they could shatter rocks with their bare hands. Of course, it was not only humans that were changing, but also beasts. At least in this continent, humans were the absolute masters. This fact had existed for thousands of years, or even longer. But now, everything was starting to change. In fact, only real cultivators knew that beasts were more terrifying than humans. Without spiritual power, countless beasts couldn't awaken their bloodlines to become monsters. Although they were stronger than humans, their intelligence was far inferior to humans. That was why humans were able to stand out from the rest in the competition of natural selection. But now, it was different. The world had undergone a huge change. With the increase in the spiritual qi, the bloodlines hidden in the bodies of the beasts began to gradually awaken. The strength of humans was becoming stronger, and it was easier for human cultivators to improve their cultivation. However, they ignored a terrible fact, and that was monsters. It was easier for beasts to become monsters. The strength of monsters was extremely terrifying. This kind of horror was even enough to break the so-called gap in wisdom. After all, in the face of absolute power, everything else was empty talk. What's more, the higher the level of demon beasts, the higher their intelligence. Just like the demon venerable that appeared in the limitless demon sect, his intelligence was comparable to the great sages of the human race. Although it hadn't been a long time since the spirit qi revival, there were already a few cases of monster beasts injuring people. The various sects could no longer put all their attention on fighting for territory. Instead, they had to put their attention on the monsters that suddenly appeared. Perhaps the pigs and dogs that were usually eaten as food would suddenly go crazy in their sleep and kill them. Perhaps if the demonic beasts guarding the gates of the sects were to explode one day and escape without a trace, it would be a small matter. In a remote place in the 5 counties, a small sect had been directly destroyed. The one who annihilated them was definitely not their enemy. Instead, it was a wild dog demonic beast that guarded the mountain gate. One day, the disciples of the sect suddenly heard an extremely noisy wild dog barking. At first, the disciples of the sect didn't think much of it. They only thought that the wild dog had started to go crazy again. But not long after, they heard the screams of the disciples. It was only now that they realized that something had really happened this time. An extremely terrifying roar was heard, and the terrifying sound covered the sky and earth. The pack of wild dogs directly attacked the mountain gate. All the disciples of the sect, including the sect master, died in the mouth of the wild dogs. Such news spread quickly, and for a time, the people of the 5 counties were trembling in fear. At this juncture of the world's chaos, the forces hidden in the dark began to quietly appear. Just as Su Yan was worried about, the forces that were sealed back then were definitely not only the Dark Devil sect. At this time, Su Yan's power changed directly in the sky, and rays of light began to appear. Those were the most terrifying rays of light. If these rays of light wanted to attack the enemy, they would be able to tear the enemy apart in an instant. However, at this moment, the rays of light were not. They directly poured into Su Yan's body. At this time, Su Yan's power of the Exalted was operating faster than ever. The power of the Exalted had the attribute of being able to swallow and contain everything. At this time, this power surged directly in his body, directly cooperating with the power of the Exalted. This greatly increased the efficiency of the power of the Exalted. In just a short moment, Su Yan had a considerable improvement in the law of decay. Inside the Heaven and Earth organization. It had been several months since the last incident. After the Sound of Thunder sect had experienced this huge impact, they had actually suffered a huge blow. Their large formation had been completely destroyed. If it were not for Su Yan's appearance, the Sound of Thunder sect would have been completely destroyed like the burial sword tomb. Moreover, the continents of the 5 counties were constantly changing. After the great changes, the Sound of Thunder sect was no longer as high and mighty as before. Therefore, Lei Wanjun was ruthless this time and simply moved all the disciples to the Heaven and Earth organization. No matter what, they had to deal with this great calamity first. At this time, some of the other righteous sects had also begun to form alliances. Not to mention those terrifying forces that were buried in history but came back to life. Just those demonic beasts that suddenly erupted were enough to make people worry. Yun Wanqing finished cultivating. Originally, she was stuck at the 5-level radius and could not advance an inch. But now, she had reached the peak of the 5-level radius and was only one step away from transforming into a dragon. Yun Wanqing was also extremely talented. Among the younger generation back then, her cultivation was definitely at the top. If it were not for Su Yan's sudden emergence, she might even have become the strongest among the younger generation. At this time, Lei Wanjun walked over. Niece's cultivation is really advancing by leaps and bounds. Compared to us old guys, you're much stronger. He was not spouting nonsense, but really speaking from the bottom of his heart. After the great increase in spiritual energy, his strength had also improved. In terms of cultivation, he was behind Yun Wanqing. At this time, he had already embarked on the path of transforming into a dragon. If Yun Wanqing fought with him, she would definitely be no match for him. But there were some things that could not be determined by the results. How much time had he spent on this process? But what about Yun Wanqing? The efforts of the two were not on the same level at all. From this, it could be seen how powerful Yun Wanqing's talent was. Yun Wanqing smiled. But this smile had a flaw. It was not a sincere smile. No matter how beautiful it was, it still had a fatal flaw. Of course, Lei Wanjun knew the reason. Hence, he said, "All right, don't worry. It's not like you don't know about Su Yan's capabilities. I can't even see how strong he is. Hence, even if the entire 5 counties were to sink into the ocean, nothing would happen to him. You're just worrying for nothing. Lei Wanjuan's words made Yun Wanqing relax a little, although the worry in her heart could not dissipate directly. But there was still one more reason to comfort herself. Yes, Su Yan was so powerful. How could he die like this? At this time, he said again, Senior, is there any news from the Monster Palace? For Su Yan, in addition to the burial sword tomb, there was another most important place, which was naturally the Monster Palace. Su Yan's rise had an inseparable relationship with the Monster Palace. And his two most important women, Chu Linger and Lu Lan, both came from the Monster Palace. Of course, in addition to the two of them, Rat Li and other brothers were also in the Monster Palace. So, if possible, Yun Wanqing naturally wanted to take care of the Monster Palace. But now, the Monster Palace had disappeared. Chapter 1084. Girls' literature, that's right, disappear. Completely disappear. It was not destroyed by others, but directly disappeared on its own. Therefore, the monster clan of the Monster Palace, and even the Monster Palace's palace, directly disappeared. There was no damage, and there were no traces. It was as if this Monster Palace had never appeared in this world. Could it be related to the current changes in the spiritual aura? Yun Wanqing asked. Lei Wanjun said, there must be a relationship. Otherwise, there would never be such a change. Monster beasts have now begun to rise, which is a difficult thing to do. You also know that everyone in the Monster Palace has the bloodline of the Monster Clan in their bodies. At this time, their changes are the greatest. Lei Wanjuan's words were extremely reasonable. Compared to those beasts with thin bloodlines of the Monster Clan, those people in the Monster Palace were simply geniuses. Originally, the spiritual aura was not obvious. Not only could the Monster Clan's bloodline not be a powerful help to them, but it could even be an obstacle to them becoming stronger to a certain extent. But now it was different. At this time, the spiritual aura had directly increased, and the whole world had begun to change. The bloodline that once hindered them from breaking through to higher realms was now not only no longer an obstacle, but it had even become the most advantageous weapon for them to rise. Their strength would definitely be greatly improved. This was not only the main point. Compared to those poor beasts or the once weak Monster Clan, the most powerful half-monsters were originally very intelligent, and they also knew how to cultivate. They were not like those monsters who had just awakened, who could only rely on the changes in their bloodline to increase their strength. They were terrifying existences who could truly cultivate. In this way, their strength could only become stronger and more terrifying. At this time, it had already involved a problem. That was the problem of their standpoint. Were they Monster Clan or Human Clan? The hundreds of disciples in the Monster Palace, when all of their strength was awakened, would definitely be extremely terrifying. If this sect still existed at this time, their battle prowess would have reached a heaven-defying level. Since ancient times, the status of the Monster Palace was actually not high. Human cultivators looked down on half-demons like them. It was only because of Su Yan that their interactions with righteous Tao cultivators had become more frequent in the past few years. However, only the Thunder Sect, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Burial Sword Mound truly communicated with them. They ostracized the other sections. Of course, the other sects had the same attitude towards them. At that time, their cultivation levels were not high, so they could only do this. But now, their realms had been greatly improved. What kind of attitude did they have toward humans? Did they still hate them? After all, in the past, they and their ancestors were all looked down upon by others. Many half-demons eventually joined the Monster Palace because they had no other choice. When their bloodline had just awakened, it would make them very powerful, but because of their bloodline, they would show different aspects compared to others. For example, some people would grow horns on their heads, while others would grow tails. All of this made them the outliers among the crowd. Some half-demons even lost their lives because of this. Humans claimed to be an intelligent race. However, selfishness was human nature. There was a saying that those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. Naturally, one could imagine how tragic the fate of the half-demons was. And now, their time had come. When the spirit chi began to increase, they immediately obtained extremely powerful strength. With the support of such a powerful force, their strength would naturally soar by leaps and bounds. And at this time, would they still be as peaceful as they were in the past? Would they still be willing to just hide in a small monster palace and live a life isolated from the world? Yun Wanqing had a deep sense of unease about this. However, when her attention fell on the monster palace had disappeared. In short, I have a deep sense of unease. I hope that my feelings and uneasiness are wrong. I hope that everything can be as calm as before, Yun Wanqing said. Lei Wanjun sighed. Calm as before? That was simply impossible. The world was already in chaos, and everything was already different. At this time, it was impossible to be calm no matter what. Don't think so much. The only thing we can do now is to wait. Wait for our strength to be strong enough, wait for the disaster to come, and wait for the final outcome. These three things were actually filled with deep helplessness, but at this time, it seemed that this was the only way. However, most of the things in this world were like this. Nothing could go according to one's wishes. For a moment, the two of them fell into silence. They suddenly realized that their strength was really limited, and they did not know what to do. When the world changed, they were like children, and there was no way to do anything. The Arctic land. The deep iron chains made a heavy sound, as if a patient was in pain. The person bound by the chains opened his eyes at this time. His eyes were filled with a smile at this time. It was a feeling of relief. Am I awake again? Hee, the feeling of waking up is really not good. Here, incomparably terrifying pain bound him, making him suffer unimaginable torture. This was naturally not a good feeling. It was as if this person was going to die at this time. However, no matter what, he finally woke up at this time. As for him, waking up was the best thing that could happen. At this time, his gaze had already landed on an extremely deep distance. It was a world that he could never see clearly, but he seemed to have grasped everything there. Ha ha ha, spiritual energy, I feel spiritual energy. Yes, he felt it. He felt that this world had changed. The spiritual energy that was once so thin was now returning bit by bit at this time. Although compared to the spiritual energy density in his memory, it was still not worth mentioning. But it did not matter. As long as spiritual energy appeared, it meant that hope had arrived. He suddenly took a deep breath, and then suddenly roared, ha ha ha, I, Yang Tai Yi, am about to return. You can't lock me up. His voice exploded, and in an instant, it was like thunder roaring at this time. The terrifying sound rolled out, and countless glaciers in the Arctic land were directly destroyed at this time. His strength was truly too great, to the point where it was unimaginable. He was once the most terrifying demon king, and now, the demon king had returned. If Su Yan was here, he would definitely feel very surprised. When he first came to the Arctic land, he had seen this Yang Tai Yi. In his knowledge, Yang Tai Yi was Fu Tu's senior, who was suppressed in this place by the Devil's Sect. But at this moment, looking at the power that erupted from him, it was clearly a dense demonic aura, a terrifying and powerful demonic aura. Yang Tai Yi was a powerful sovereign master. Even if he was suppressed, he was still powerful. As long as he could break free from this damned place, his strength would definitely reach an unimaginable level. It would only take a blink of an eye for him to return to his peak strength. Of course, this was on the premise that he could unlock these damn chains. Damn it, damn it, damn it, this damn devil suppressing chains, how long are you going to suppress me? The changes of this world have come. The dusty things will unfold a brand new veil. The things that have passed will be revived again. You can't suppress me for long. You can't stop me when you come out. He began to roar like a madman. He kept shouting, and his demonic voice shook the world. At this moment, everything between heaven and earth was not worth mentioning in front of his terrifying majesty. After an unknown amount of time, he finally calmed down. Previously, he felt the changes in the spiritual aura and was too excited. But at this time, he suddenly realized that everything was futile. No matter how angry he was now, it was useless because he couldn't break free from this damned seal. The only thing he could do now was to wait. However, he had enough of waiting. He hated the endless waiting. Now, even he had forgotten how long it had been. Maybe it was thousands of years, maybe it was tens of thousands of years. No, it seems that other than waiting, I have a better method, hee. At this time, he suddenly thought of someone. Su Yan, I wonder how that kid is now. I wonder if he's dead. If he's dead, it would be such a pity. I hope you don't disappoint me and don't die. At this time, he suddenly calmed himself down like never before. What he needed to do now was to send a message and directly send his message. At such a long distance, he did not even know where the other party was. It was naturally extremely difficult to send a message, or even almost impossible. However, that was only almost impossible. It was still possible to send a message to Su Yan. As long as he was still in the 5 counties, it was possible. Su Yan, in this small world, there was no change in time at all. It was as if everything was separated, so Su Yan did not know how much time had passed. However, at this time, he could clearly tell that his strength had begun to increase greatly again. Su Yan's original realm was at the peak of 2 Essence's venerable realm. This was his true realm, not his combat strength. But now, the decaying law was being nurtured in his body and was about to take shape. How powerful was the power of a single law? The so-called law was a power that only Tao venerables could comprehend and obtain, but now, Su Yan, who was just a venerable, had begun to condense a law. Including the laws of ice and fire, his body now contained 3 great laws. Chapter 1085. Female Literature. Under the influence of the 3 great laws, Su Yan felt as if his body was about to explode, as if a surge of power was about to make him explode. At this moment, he had a ridiculous feeling that he was about to explode because of the power. If he died like this, it would be really ridiculous. At this moment, a voice sounded. Focus, don't be distracted. When this voice sounded, Su Yan immediately knew that it was his father who was going to give him pointers. Su Lai did not say much, but he directly sent a will into Su Yan's body. It was a way to analyze, comprehend, and use power. Su Yan was able to reach such a level, so his understanding of power was naturally much better than ordinary people. However, compared to Su Lai, he was still too far away. He had never imagined that his father would be so powerful and terrifying. In the small Su family, there was actually such a powerful child like Su Lai. Su Yan continued to cultivate according to the power that was transmitted to him by this will. Unknowingly, his aura began to solidify, and the power that was about to make him explode was controlled bit by bit at this time. All of the power began to operate in a strange way. At this time, the intense pain disappeared bit by bit. This caused Su Yan to finally heave a sigh of relief in his heart. If he was unable to adapt to that power, he would end up in a pitiful state. However, it was clearly different now. At this time, his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, he was like a god. The powerful aura continued to circulate in his body, and his aura climbed steadily. Finally, suddenly, the world changed directly. At this time, his power broke through a bottleneck. At this moment, Su Yan's realm increased again. At this time, he had become a 3 Essences Tao Lord. The growth of other venerables was based on the power of the Tao source. However, Su Yan was different. He supported his growth with the power of laws. Shura's fire law, ice law, and decay law. These 3 laws were extremely powerful and terrifying. Among the 3 laws, the one that was most compatible with Su Yan was the decay law, because it was a gift that Su Lai had given to his son. It was simply unimaginable how powerful the power contained within was. As for ice and fire, they were also very powerful, but Su Yan didn't have such a deep understanding of them. Of course, Su Yan was also clear in his heart. In any case, these 2 powers were not his true laws. If he wanted to become a Tao master, he definitely could not achieve it by devouring other laws. The real key was to comprehend the laws that truly belonged to him. Su Yan's power was the most terrifying. There was even an indescribable divine splendor in his eyes. At this moment, Su Lai's face was almost right in front of him. My child, you are not strong enough. The current you is not strong enough to take the absolute initiative in the realmless battlefield. Therefore, you have to continue to become stronger. When you truly become a Tao master, come here again. This broken small world is a gift I prepared for you. Su Lai's voice sounded. At this moment, Su Yan was alarmed. He didn't know what Su Lai meant by the realmless battlefield, but he could see that the battle back then was undoubtedly more terrifying than this. Where are you? This isn't your real body, right? Father. He finally said these two words. He originally thought that when he said these two words, he would feel very awkward. However, when he really said these two words, he discovered that there was an extremely wonderful power in these two words. This power was not something else, but emotion. I'm already dead. I know that you must have many questions in your heart, but now I can't answer them one by one. Remember, if you want to know the answer, then make yourself stronger. Become stronger. Su Lai's face shattered bit by bit. At this moment, he was finally dissipating. At this moment, Su Yan realized that he was full of reluctance. However, no matter how reluctant he was, he couldn't keep what he couldn't keep. Su Lai's face still disappeared. When he came back to his senses, Su Yan discovered that he was standing in the place where he had entered previously, which was the sword well. This time, he had originally come to investigate the clues of the destruction of the burial sword tomb, but he had discovered something about Su Lai. Of course, Su Yan didn't think that he was dreaming, because he could clearly feel the power in his body. Power didn't lie. Don't worry, I'll definitely know the answer, Su Yan murmured. Just as he was deep in thought, there was a sudden change in his mind. He felt as if there was someone calling out to him from the unseen world. This voice was so weak that Su Yan couldn't hear the content at all. However, he was very sure that this call was real. Who's calling me? Who's calling me? Su Yan tried to use his spiritual force to reply to this call, but when he tried, he realized that he couldn't even respond at all. This kind of information transmission power consumed a terrifying amount of spiritual force. After a short attempt, Su Yan had almost paid a huge price. His spiritual force had almost been completely drained. The law level of that kind of power was really too high. Even the current Su Yan couldn't do this at all. After discovering this, Su Yan didn't continue to try because he knew that if he continued to try, there would only be one outcome, death. Therefore, he directly stopped this kind of call. Let's not care about that for now. I'd better go back to the Heaven and Earth organization. Wanqing must be anxious at this time. Su Yan's power revolved and directly went to the Heaven and Earth organization. Although the circulation of spirit qi was much better than before, that kind of invisible suppressive power still existed. Therefore, Su Yan couldn't directly use the power of space flash at this time. Fortunately, his speed was very fast, so he didn't need to worry too much. The journey from the burial sword tomb to the Heaven and Earth organization was not far. Su Yan's speed was so fast that it didn't take long for him to arrive. However, along the way, he discovered many changes. The most obvious one was the change in the concentration of spirit qi. Next was the monster beasts. Su Yan keenly discovered that the number of monster beasts in the 5 counties had increased by a lot. To him, these monster beasts were naturally not powerful. It could even be said that he could directly destroy them without any effort at all. However, for ordinary people, monster beasts were almost a disaster. Although the physical fitness of humans had been greatly enhanced. Except for those cultivators, ordinary people were no match for those monster beasts at all. Su Yan was not a cold-hearted person after all. When he saw those monster beasts tormenting the city, he finally couldn't bear it and directly took action. However, after he took action, Su Yan was suddenly stunned because at this time, he suddenly thought of something. That was the Su family and the monster palace. No, Why didn't the Su family think of me when I returned to the 5 counties this time? Although it was said that the Su family had nothing to do with him, at least Su Yan had cut off the connection with this family in his heart. However, it was absolutely impossible that they didn't even think of it. There must be something strange about it. At this time, when Su Yan thought of the Su family, his head felt a little empty. At this time, the green lotus bright moon in Su Yan's mind bloomed. In an instant, those names finally appeared in Su Yan's mind. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. The Su family's karma has been cut off by someone. Su Yan's words were full of solemnity. What did karma mean? Even now, he still couldn't figure out. In the previous world, Buddhism attached great importance to the theory of karma. This person appeared in this world, which meant that they had karma with this world. There was an interesting saying, which was that through the 7 people around you, you might be able to have a relationship with someone on the other side of the world. This sentence said that the relationship between them was connected, but in fact, it also said that karma was very deep. Whether one was willing or not, they were deeply connected to this world. At this time, he couldn't think of the Su family, which could only mean one thing: their karma had been cut off by someone. No, it couldn't be said to have been cut off. After all, it required too much power. However, this at least meant that someone had tampered with the power of karma. However, there was no need for someone to make such a big fuss over a small Su family. Although Su Yan had never seen this kind of power before, there was one thing he was clear about. The more powerful the power, the more involved it would be to use it. For example, the so-called power of karma was almost heaven-defying. It was even related to the heavenly axiom of the unseen world. The small Su family, which didn't have many spirit-channeling cultivators, wouldn't have made such a big fuss if Su Yan hadn't appeared out of nowhere and been destroyed by the other families in the celestial twin city. This was really abnormal. Su Yan suddenly thought of his father in this world, Su Lai. Su Lai might have died, but he might not have completely died. However, since he could control a small world, he must have been an earth-shattering figure. To be honest, even now, Su Yan still couldn't understand Su Lai's achievements. Chapter 1086. Female literature: how could he become so strong? Many factors had fused together for him to be able to rise in such a short period of time. Of course, the most fundamental factor was the existence of the supreme power. But what about his father? How did he do it? And how did he end up like this? Su Yan suddenly felt that his brain was not enough to comprehend. After he liberated the city, he directly sent a message to the Heaven and Earth organization before he turned back. His destination was the Su family that he had almost forgotten. He wanted to see if the Su family members were still safe and sound. Speaking of which, he had actually promised to try his best to bring Suyu back. Unfortunately, after Suyu followed Sheng Guansheng, she had already rejected him. Su Yan did not force her. The last time he had fought with Sheng Guansheng, Suyu had clearly stood on his side. Su Yan was definitely not an indecisive person. In that case, he would naturally cut off all ties with Sheng Guansheng. However, he should still inform the Su family. At this moment, Su Yan once again stepped into Tian Shuang City. When he arrived above Tian Shuang City, Su Yan's expression suddenly became ugly. This was because he discovered that Tian Shuang City had become a city of death. The city was filled with resentful spirits and raging flames. Everyone had died. What made Su Yan even angrier was that this was definitely not the work of a monster beast. It was not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Who was it that was so cruel? Tian Shuang City was just a small city under the burial sword tomb. Even if he wanted to deal with the burial sword tomb and kill everyone there, this small city would be meaningless. More importantly, when he had fought with the mysterious existence of the dark demon sect before he had rushed into the burial sword tomb, Su Yan had already confirmed one thing. The disaster in the burial sword tomb was not the work of the dark demon sect. This made this matter even more confusing. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt a little heavy. He felt as if an invisible net had quietly opened up around him. That net seemed to want to swallow him whole. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yan suddenly discovered that there was a life aura in a certain place. And that place was none other than the Su family's old residence. Su Yan's eyes lit up as he landed in the old house. Who is it? Come out. Su Yan's spiritual will radiated outwards. Under his powerful spiritual will, nothing could hide. At this moment, Su Yan was stunned. At this moment, he was truly shocked. Because at this moment, he saw someone he would never have expected. Su Yan. At this moment, that person had already walked out. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "Ha ha ha, long time no see, my cousin." His tone was calm as if he was greeting his family. However, at this moment, Su Yan's expression did not look good. He clearly remembered that Su Yan had become mentally retarded and crazy back then. But now, he was standing in front of him, perfectly fine. What exactly happened here? Also, there was his power. At this moment, Su Yan could already feel that the power in his body was so strong. The aura had already reached an extremely thick level. The peak of the dragon realm. His cultivation was actually at the peak of the dragon realm. Su Yan's aptitude was not considered good. Otherwise, he would not have snatched his Tianling pearl in order to enter the burial sword tomb. But at this moment, he had already reached the peak of the dragon realm. The peak of the dragon realm was naturally nothing to Su Yan, but things could not be looked at that way. At this time, Yun Wanxing was only at the peak of the square circle realm and had not become a dragon realm expert. But Sun Yan had already reached the peak of the dragon realm. This was truly terrifying. Seeing that Su Yan was a little surprised, Sun Yan was very happy. He raised the teacup in his hand and slowly drank the tea. Then, he said, "Why? Are you surprised that I have reached this level? When you made me a fool back then, you probably did not think that I would be able to turn things around one day." His words were filled with pride. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. Why did Tianshuang City become a ghost town? Why are you here? Where are the others?" Su Yan wanted an answer. Sun Yan looked at Su Yan and continued to speak slowly. "Do you want to know the answer?" I won't tell you. I just want to see your angry expression. Do you know how happy this cousin of mine is when I see your unhappy expression?" Bang! With a loud bang, Sun Yan's body flew out and slammed heavily into the wall. Su Yan said, "I already said that I don't want to talk nonsense with you. So, you better stop pretending. I don't have a good impression of you. Now, tell me the answer." Su Yan's voice was a little colder. Towards Sun Yan, he was thoroughly disgusted, and he did not have any thoughts of repaying evil with good. At this moment, Sun Yan climbed up again. "Your strength has reached such a level? It seems that I am still not your opponent." After speaking, he directly attacked. With his current peak of the dragon realm strength, he condensed an extremely powerful attack. Su Yan watched as Sun Yan used his strength. In his hand, a powerful energy began to twist and turned into a terrifying demonic light. When the demonic light appeared, it finally formed a large sword. This power was actually somewhat similar to that of the Dark Demon sect. At this moment, Sun Yan said, "There is one thing that I don't mind telling you. This celestial twin city was massacred by me. This broken place is unpleasant to see. Of course, the rotten people in this broken place are also the same. So, I killed them while I was at it." At this moment, he revealed a brilliant smile. No, it was not a brilliant smile, but a sickly one. This person had gone completely crazy. He had become a madman. At this moment, the energy that he had accumulated finally erupted and directly slashed at Su Yan. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. Why did Celestial Twin City become a dead city? Why did you stay here? Where are the others?" Su Yan now wanted an answer. Sun Yan looked at Su Yan and continued to speak slowly. "Do you want to know the answer?" I won't tell you. I just want to see your angry expression. Do you know how happy this cousin of mine is when I see your unhappy expression? Bang! With a loud bang, Su Nian's body flew out and slammed heavily into the wall. Su Yan said, I already said that I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so you'd better not pretend to be like this. I don't have a good impression of you. Now, tell me the answer. Su Yan's voice was a bit colder. Towards Su Nian, he was thoroughly disgusted, and he did not have any thoughts of repaying evil with good. At this moment, Su Nian climbed up again. Your strength has reached such a level. It seems that I am still not your opponent. After saying that, he directly attacked. With his strength at the peak of the dragon realm, he condensed an extremely powerful attack. Su Yan watched as Su Nian displayed his strength. In his hand, a powerful energy began to twist and turned into a terrifying demonic light. When the demonic light appeared, it formed into a huge sword. This power was actually somewhat similar to that of the Dark Demon sect. At this time, Su Nian said, there is one thing that I don't mind telling you. I was the one who massacred this celestial twin city. This rundown place is not pleasing to look at, and the people in this rundown place are also the same. So, I conveniently massacred them. At this time, he revealed a bright smile. No, it was not a smile. It was a sickly smile. This person had gone completely crazy. He had become a madman. Dark slash. At this moment, the energy that he had accumulated finally erupted. Then, he directly slashed towards Su Yan. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. Why did Heaven Twin City become a dead city? Why did you stay here? Where are the others? Su Yan wanted an answer. Su Nian looked at Su Yan and continued to speak slowly. Do you want to know the answer? I won't tell you. I just want to see your angry expression. Do you know how happy this cousin of mine is when I see your unhappy expression? Bang! With a loud bang, Su Nian's body flew out and slammed heavily into the wall. Su Yan said, I already said that I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so you'd better not pretend to be like this. I don't have a good impression of you. Now, tell me the answer. Su Yan's voice was a bit colder. Towards Su Nian, he was thoroughly disgusted, and he did not have any thoughts of repaying evil with good. At this moment, Su Nian climbed up again. Your strength has reached such a level. It seems that I am still not your opponent. After he finished speaking, he directly attacked. With his strength at the peak of the dragon realm, he directly condensed an extremely powerful attack. Su Yan watched him display his strength. In his hand, a powerful energy began to twist and turned into a terrifying demonic light. When the demonic light appeared, it finally formed into a huge sword. This power was actually somewhat similar to the Dark Devil sect. At this moment, Su Nian said, there is one thing that I don't mind telling you. This Heaven Twin City was massacred by me. This broken place made people unhappy. Of course, it was the same for the rotten people in this broken place. So, I killed them. At this moment, he actually revealed a brilliant smile. No, it was not a brilliant smile, but a sickly one. This person had gone completely crazy. He had become a madman. Dark slash. At this moment, the energy that he had accumulated finally erupted. Then, he directly slashed towards Su Yan. Chapter 1087. Female Literature. There was a problem with yesterday's chapter. It has been revised. Su Yan's power directly rushed into Su Nian's body, and his divine thought directly intruded into Su Nian's sea of consciousness. He had learned his lesson from the man in black self-destruction last time. Su Yan was extremely domineering this time. He said, actually, it's better for you to become an idiot. However, I'm not going to give you another chance this time. His power was like a long needle that directly pierced into Su Nian's sea of consciousness. At this time, Su Nian was really afraid. An intense pain was transmitted directly. His whole body began to twitch. He was like a madman who wanted to struggle. However, it was useless. Under Su Yan's power, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. This was the difference in the essence of power. At this time, the two of them were no longer on the same level. One was in the clouds, while the other was on the ground. This was the real difference between the clouds and the mud. Let me see what you've experienced. How did you become like this? Su Yan's divine thought directly pierced into Sun Yan's mind. He was extremely domineering, trying to find the answer he wanted. After returning to the continent of the 5 counties, he realized that this continent, which he was originally familiar with, had completely changed at this time. Many unfamiliar existences appeared on the stage. These guys were extremely powerful to begin with. If he was not prepared and did not even know who they were, he could only suffer losses at their hands again and again. Every time, he had to pay a heavy price. This time, he was able to save Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun in time. It was really lucky. He did not know if he would have such a chance next time. The strength of the enemy meant that he could not be as gentle as he was in the past. This enemy could already affect the mysterious and unfathomable threads of karma. Such strength had already surpassed the scope of his current understanding. At this time, Su Yan was thinking how good it would be if the Godslayer sword was here. It was in existence like an ancient giant. It was the real Godslayer sword. He did not need it to make a move. He only needed to get some information from it. Then, he would be able to take the initiative. However, he dispelled the thought in an instant. It seemed that he had been too reliant on the Godslayer sword. He had actually placed his hopes on it. This was not a good thing. The Godslayer sword had indeed helped him many times, and it had even involved his life. However, even now, Su Yan still didn't trust the Godslayer sword. Su Yan's spiritual will finally pierced into Sun Yan's sea of consciousness, wanting to probe the deepest secrets of his soul. However, it was at this moment that his divine will stopped. Because at this moment, a powerful force directly rushed towards Su Yan. This power was much stronger and more terrifying than Sun Yan's attack. It was the power of a venerable one. You're courting death. Su Yan immediately threw a punch in the direction of the incoming force. His power was extremely domineering. Currently, his true realm had reached the extremely terrifying level of a 3 Essences Tao Master. With such a realm, his battle strength was even more terrifying. This guy who had suddenly launched a sneak attack did not expect Su Yan's strength to have reached such a terrifying level. They had only just exchanged blows, but he was directly sent flying by Su Yan. That was not all. An extremely terrifying power directly rushed towards his body. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of bypassing him. This punch was meant to take his life. Such domineering power, such a terrifying aura. That person seemed to know that he did not have long to live. He simply stopped running away and directly rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, his body began to flicker with a demonic light. He wants to self-destruct his origin. Su Yan immediately saw through his opponent's plan. This mysterious venerable one had suddenly appeared and wanted to directly blow up his origin. One had to know that such an action was akin to courting death. No, to be precise, it was an action more extreme than courting death. This was because one would have to endure incomparably terrifying pain. Just think about it, one's body would directly be torn apart. Such intense pain was more terrifying than being torn apart by 5 horses. Ordinary people would not be able to make such a decision. Anyone who had a slim chance of survival would not do so. Although Su Yan's previous punch was extremely terrifying and could kill him, it was not inevitable. If he burned his origin, there was still room for him to escape. However, at this moment, he did not think of escaping at all. Instead, he rushed towards Su Yan without hesitation. He wanted to use his self-destruct origin to attack Su Yan. He was so desperate. A crazy enemy was extremely terrifying and troublesome. An enemy who did not care about his life was even more so. At this time, even Su Yan could not afford to be careless. After all, although he was powerful, if he was directly hit by his opponent's power without any preparation, he would be seriously injured. He directly condensed his power and then formed a powerful protective shield in front of him. At this moment, the Venerable One who suddenly appeared had directly self-destructed. The terrifying power spread out, and a thick light directly attacked Su Yan. The terrifying explosive power was completely blocked by the energy shield formed by Su Yan. However, at this moment, another power appeared on the other side of Su Yan. This power was so powerful that it was far from what the previous Venerable One could compare to. His target was not Su Yan, but Sun Yan. That power directly enveloped Sun Yan, and then suddenly pulled, wanting to take Sun Yan away. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes glowed brightly. You paid such a price to save Sun Yan. Who exactly are you? Su Yan's power counterattacked again, and a power of law strangulation directly rushed out. The power of law strangulation was extremely strong. Even if the Venerable One who attacked later was powerful, under the strangulation of Su Yan's Shura's fire law, he was also seriously injured. He never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. This attack directly caused him to be seriously injured. However, he did not fight back, nor did he even block it. Instead, he protected Sun Yan with his own body, and then directly took him away. Su Yan's eyes were burning. He was really surprised that the other party valued Sun Yan so much. He was willing to pay the price of a Venerable One's death and a more powerful one being seriously injured to take him away. At this moment, Sun Yan's strength was indeed not bad, but it was only not bad. He had already reached the peak of the dragon realm. However, the possibility of becoming a Venerable One at the peak of the dragon realm was actually not high. If it was so easy to become a Venerable One, then he would not have such a high status in the cultivation world. The other party's choice was completely for the sake of small gains. Su Yan believed that it was impossible for the other party to not understand such a simple logic. However, they still did so and carried it out so unwaveringly. A Venerable One was so crazy to die, without even the slightest hesitation. The Venerable One that appeared later was the same. When he blocked Su Yan's attack, he was also like the previous one, without the slightest hesitation. Su Yan's strength was extremely strong. If he was unlucky, then he would pay the price with his life. As a powerful Venerable One, the other party must have known this, but he still did it so firmly. If that was the case, then there must be something fishy. Su Yan clearly knew that a trash like Sun Yan definitely did not have such charisma to have such a loyal friend to help him. He also did not have the qualifications to have two venerables become his life and death friends. Then, there was only one possibility. That was, Sun Yan was valuable enough to make the person behind the scenes pay such a price for this idiot. At this moment, even Su Yan felt a headache coming on. At this moment, he suddenly thought of 4 words, Destiny's Child. Only now did he realize that he was still too naive. He thought of these 4 words so simply. Since he was Destiny's child, then how could the people related to him be simple? At this moment, Su Yan realized that the world had almost completely changed. It had changed so much that he couldn't recognize it anymore. The originally small Su family actually had such an unforeseen event at this time. Su Yan had already speculated that the reason why the other party was so persistent in saving that idiot, Sun Yan, must be because he was a member of the Su family. The Su family was a small family in Heaven Twin City, but he did not expect them to have such a powerful background. There was also his father, Su Lai, who was an extremely powerful figure. The reason why Su Yan was able to reach his current level was because he had directly imbued the laws of decay into his body. Otherwise, he would still have to go a long way to reach his current level. The Su family, the Su family. The blurred trajectory of Destiny's Child finally began to show at this time. At this moment, Su Yan had become confused. He did not know where his path was going. In fact, the Su family was no longer a big deal to him. However, it was still his family after all, and they were connected by blood. Perhaps when he was lonely, he could come here and see these so-called brothers and sisters. Wasn't this a good thing? But now? The current Su Yan was really scared and helpless. He realized that he had become more and more lonely. The one who took the Su family away must be a terrifyingly powerful existence because he had disrupted the karmic lines. Even his memory of the Su family was like this, to the point where he could barely remember them. What about ordinary people? They probably did not know that there was a family called the Su family in this world. He had a faint feeling that the Su family might stand on the opposite side of him in the future. Su Yan's intuition had always been quite accurate, but it was definitely not his style to worry about something that had not happened yet. Chapter 1088. Female Literature. At this time, Su Yan left directly and headed for the Monster Palace. At this time, he had also thought of the Monster Palace. The monsters had begun to become crazily powerful, so what about the people with the monster bloodline? Their strength would also increase directly. He had lived in the Monster Palace for a long time, so he deeply knew that the disciples of the Monster Palace were extremely special existences. On one hand, they wanted to integrate into the world and live like others, but at the same time, they had a completely different view of the world that had abandoned them. Some were indifferent, some looked down on it, and some were hateful. This was their attitude toward the world. When they became powerful, what would they become? As for his brothers, he didn't know how they were doing now. He didn't know how strong the Ratley brothers were now. However, Su Yan was destined to be disappointed. When he arrived at the Monster Palace, he saw that it was empty. Even the Monster Palace itself had disappeared. If Su Yan wasn't so familiar with the mountain range here, he would almost think that the Monster Palace wasn't here in the first place. D***MN it, as expected. Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Sure enough, everything related to him seemed to have been affected. The burial sword tomb was destroyed, the Su family was taken away by a mysterious power, and now the Monster Palace had disappeared. Things had happened one after another. Even Su Yan had a sense of fear in his heart. At this time, he suddenly felt that he should be that loner. Everything related to him would not have a good ending. Su Yan suddenly laughed at himself. It was ridiculous that he had such negative thoughts. He directly dismissed the thoughts in his mind. At this time, he no longer bothered to find the whereabouts of the Monster Palace. Su Yan knew very well that the people of the Monster Palace should not have any accidents at this time. It was because the person behind the scenes definitely needed the Monster Palace. After all, at this time, the people of the Monster Palace would definitely have extraordinary power. However, Su Yan did not know what their current situation was and whether they would become his enemies in the future. Fate? Ha ha ha, bullshit fate. If the so-called fate is a path that has already been planned for people to walk, then what is the point of living in this world? They might as well just die. Su Yan roared at the sky like a madman. It was at this moment that the intermittent voice rang out again. Perhaps it was because Su Yan had been too angry before, causing his emotions to reach an extremely high level, which also caused the power of his divine sense to reach its peak. At this time, he was actually able to distinguish the two words in the mysterious consciousness. Extreme North. The far north, the land of the far north. Su Yan finally knew who was calling him. Extreme North Cold Land, Senior Yang Tai A. Back then, the power of the great demon dragon's heart had grown stronger and stronger, to the point where it could even threaten his true body. At that time, Su Yan had nowhere to go, so he went to the extreme North Cold Land. He was very lucky to meet Yang Tai A there. Under Yang Tai A's guidance, Su Yan went to the pagoda and obtained the Buddha seal. The Buddha seal directly covered his heart, forming the Buddha's heart. In this way, his strength would become stronger and stronger. No matter how this Buddha's heart would affect him in the future, he should not forget the kindness of that senior's guidance. I was really muddle-headed. At that time, I said that I would rescue Senior, but now I actually forgot. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not delay any longer. In fact, he really needed someone who could give him pointers right now. The continents of the 5 counties were beginning to recover, and those mysterious forces were awakening one after another. Also, his father had mentioned the boundless battlefield. What was that? Could it be that the continents of the 5 counties were the boundless battlefield? This thought had crossed Su Yan's mind, but he could not be sure. However, a powerful venerable emperor like Yang Tai would definitely know more than him. He immediately moved and headed toward the extreme north cold land at an extremely terrifying speed. The extreme north cold land was a dangerous area. The last time he came, Su Yan was almost going to die here. Fortunately, he managed to survive and meet Yang Tai. For the current him, those existences that he had met back then were actually not considered strong. However, Su Yan would definitely not be careless because he would not forget that while he was becoming stronger, these powerful existences in the extreme north cold land were not stagnant. After all, to be able to become the giants of the extreme north cold land, their bloodlines must be extremely noble. When such existences began to increase the spirit chi of the entire world, their strength would definitely increase even more rapidly and terrifyingly. Su Yan finally entered the extreme north cold land. He discovered that the spirit chi in the extreme north cold land was actually stronger than outside. Moreover, the cold chi in this place was even stronger than before. Even the extreme north cold land had spread a little outside. For ordinary cultivators, this place was an ice hell. Even the vital essence circulating in their bodies would be directly frozen. However, for Su Yan, this place was like a fish in water. At this moment, his law of ice was directly activated. The law of ice was an extremely powerful power that he had obtained. It was the inheritance of great Emperor Shura, who wanted to be a venerable emperor. The King of Frost had cultivated this law to an extremely pure level. If it were not for Su Yan and the King of Destruction, the King of Frost might have succeeded in breaking through to the Emperor of Shura and then bravely advanced all the way. Now, Su Yan had grasped this law. At this moment, he circulated the law and began to devour the surrounding power. The endless aura directly condensed toward his body, causing his power to continuously increase. At this point, the sound of the call became even stronger. It seems that I really can't wait any longer. Su Yan smiled bitterly. However, he could understand that anyone would definitely be impatient after being suppressed in such a godforsaken place for so many years. Especially after seeing the hope of leaving, their mood would definitely become even stronger. Su Yan restrained his aura and walked toward the cold cave where Yang Tai was imprisoned. He did not want to cause trouble, but reality did not go as he wished. When he approached the cold cave, the ice layer was directly broken open. A giant snake that was hundreds of meters long directly appeared and pounced fiercely toward Su Yan. Su Yan immediately retreated. At the same time, he was also a little shocked. At this moment, his control of aura had reached a superb level. Since he had already restrained his aura, it was almost watertight. However, why was the terrifying demonic beast here so sensitive? It actually appeared at the first moment. The terrifying and ferocious giant snake blocked in front of him. A shocking cold air directly pounced toward Su Yan. This terrifying power seemed to want to freeze Su Yan directly. However, it was a pity that it had found the wrong opponent. Su Yan's ice power was far stronger than his. Unless it was an existence that was more powerful than Su Yan in terms of law. Otherwise, this kind of attack would have no meaning to Su Yan. The sudden appearance of this strange creature had no practical meaning to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly rushed out. Recently, Su Yan's temper was really not very good. He had just returned to the 5 continents and so many things had already happened. Those things that annoyed him came one after another, making him feel tired of dealing with them. Even if Su Yan had become so powerful, he was still a person with emotions. Of course, he was not to the point where he could not control his emotions. However, during a battle, his choices would often be more extreme, and his power would also be more powerful. A punch. Su Yan directly threw out a punch. His full strength was so terrifying that the powerful force directly landed on the giant ice snake's head. When one's strength reached a certain level, the only thing left was to be crushed. The ice snake might be an extremely dangerous and terrifying existence to other cultivators. However, it was not the case for Su Yan at all. Under the impact of the violent power, the ice snake's body was immediately torn into pieces. With just one punch, this terrifying demonic beast that had reached the venerable realm immediately died. After casually getting rid of the ice snake, Su Yan was ready to continue moving forward. However, he had not moved much when a few more terrifying and powerful auras appeared at the same time. Demonic beasts again. At this moment, a headless and extremely terrifying demonic beast appeared. This made Su Yan's gaze become even more sinister. He really did not want to play any more today. Su Yan's aura rolled, and his strength continued to skyrocket at this moment. Since you want to play, then all of you can die for me. Icy hell kill. At this moment, his power of ice suddenly erupted. His law of ice completely crushed these pitiful things. In the face of Su Yan's terrifying power, these things did not even have the strength to resist, and all of them directly dissipated. With this, all the ice demonic beasts here were dealt with. At this moment, the ice cave that sealed and imprisoned Yang Tai-e had already appeared in Su Yan's perception. Ha ha ha, he's here, he's really here. At this moment, Yang Tai-e was extremely excited. The Su Yan that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. In other words, it was time for him to break out of this damn seal in advance. As long as the seal was broken, he would be able to immediately get out of here. Then, he would make those who should pay the price pay and regain control of what he should have obtained. Come quickly, my child, release me. However, it seems that you have become much stronger. At this moment, he could barely sense Su Yan's aura. He could clearly sense how powerful Su Yan was at this moment. Su Yan looked at the ice cave. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not immediately move forward. He only said, "It seems a little strange." Chapter 1089. Female literature, it was a little strange. Yes, it was indeed a little strange. Firstly, he did not feel any joy at this moment. Logically speaking, Yang Tai-e had given him pointers and helped him resolve a huge crisis. He was still a member of the Stupa sect. Regardless of how the Stupa's heart would change in his body, the Stupa sect had fought to the death with the Devil sect for the sake of the 5 prefectures. He should be happy that such a person was able to get out of this predicament. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not feel happy at all. This feeling was very strange, and he could not describe it. If it was just this, it would not be the reason why he did not take action. What really made Su Yan feel strange was that there were already traces in the surroundings. These were traces of being swept by an extremely terrifying force, even though the wind and snow had covered most of the traces. However, Su Yan's divine will was so strong that it could not escape his detection. Then there were the demonic beasts. The concept of territory was the nature of demonic beasts. As long as they were powerful demonic beasts, they would have their own territory. When other powerful demonic beasts invaded their territory, this was the greatest provocation. To put it bluntly, no demonic beast could withstand such provocation. However, it was not just 1 or 2 demonic beasts, but more than 5 demonic beasts gathered together. What was even stranger was that all of them had only appeared when he was heading to the ice cave. In fact, the last time he appeared in this area, he was also hunted down by demonic beasts. However, this time, the demonic beasts were clearly stronger. These demonic beasts would appear in such a dense group, naturally, it was not because they were in love. Then there was only one reason, and that was that they were arranged to be here. This was their mission, and they had no choice. Therefore, even though the first demonic beast was easily killed by Su Yan, these demonic beasts still attacked Su Yan fearlessly. What were these demonic beasts guarding? Their shared territory? Nonsense, then there was only one goal, and that was the ice cave. They were preventing him from approaching the ice cave. Of course, these demonic beasts were not bodyguards that Yang Tai-e had found for himself. Therefore, they were there to prevent Yang Tai-e from leaving. Although Su Yan didn't know the exact truth, he had a vague guess in his heart. The truth was probably different from what Yang Tai-e had said back then. Su Yan, long time no see. At this moment, Yang Tai-e's thoughts were transmitted over. At such a close distance, he could already feel Su Yan's aura. Naturally, he didn't need to transmit his thoughts through his perception like before. They were already able to communicate clearly with each other. Hearing his voice, Su Yan suddenly felt a little absent-minded. This senior was still as calm as before. "Senior, long time no see. I'm here." Su Yan slowly floated forward. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the ice cave. He once again saw the dreadful chains that bound the dreadful chains. He also saw Yang Tai-yi again. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi was even older than the last time they met. "I'm really happy that you could come," Yang Tai-yi said. "Su Yan, senior, you've suffered. I'll try now to see if I can release you." After saying that, Su Yan was about to start. But at this moment, Yang Tai-yi immediately stopped him. "Don't do it, Su Yan. The power of these chains is far beyond your imagination. Although you've already reached such a level of cultivation that even I am amazed, it's a pity that you're still unable to cause any impact to the chains. So, don't waste your energy." His tone was filled with helplessness and a little bitterness. Su Yan's divine thought scanned the chains. The strength of these chains was indeed as Yang Tai-yi had said. Not only were they sturdy, but they also contained an extremely terrifying demonic qi. If he forcefully broke through, he was afraid that he would immediately attract a backlash from this dreadful power. He did not know what would happen to him, but Yang Tai-yi would definitely be impacted by this power and suffer great pain. Su Yan's expression did not change as he said, "Senior, how can I save you?" Yang Tai-yi said, "If you want to save me, you need to release the demonic qi on these evil chains. Only then can I gradually recover my strength and break free from these chains. But don't worry, this is not the reason why I called you here." Su Yan said, "Senior, if you have any instructions, please feel free to say it. Without your guidance, I'm afraid that I would have already been dominated by the heart of the great demonic dragon and become a walking corpse." Su Yan's words were extremely sincere. Yang Tai-yi only said, "That's your own fate. If you can't obtain the approval of the pagoda, even if you know the method, it's useless. Moreover, to me, it's just a word. You don't have to take it to heart." He continued, "I believe that you've already sensed that this continent has completely changed." Su Yan nodded. Yang Tai-yi said, "This continent is actually not that simple. As you said last time, this continent is lacking in spirit qi, and it's difficult for even powerful people to appear. However, this was definitely not the case in ancient times. This continent has a name, and that is the Boundless Battlefield." Boundless Battlefield. Hearing these words, the depths of Su Yan's heart immediately fluctuated. It was actually true. At this time, Yang Tai-yi was still talking. "The battle that broke out here was simply beyond our imagination. Of course, that was also an extremely distant era. In our era, the battle was still extremely terrifying, but the continent had already begun to decline. Later on, those bastards of the demonic sect actually wanted to use Shueji to summon the great demonic heavenly lord back to life, which caused the continent to reach such a state. However, there were really many people in that era. Although I hated them very much, I had to admit that they were powerful. The strength of these existences was extremely terrifying, so even if the world withered, they might not necessarily die. Perhaps they just went into hibernation. Now that spirit qi has recovered, they are very likely to wake up. You have to be careful of these guys." He actually said these things to him. Could it be that his previous feelings were really wrong? Su Yan was puzzled, but he did not show it at all. He only said, "Senior, in fact, this junior has already fought with a sect called the Dark Demonic Sect." Dark Demonic Sect? Huh, that's an old friend. In ancient times, the demonic path flourished, and there were many powerful demonic sections. The Dark Demonic Sect was one of them. However, speaking of which, they were actually all believers of the great demonic heavenly lord. This Dark Demonic Sect's actions are extremely strange, and their strength is extraordinary. You have to be careful. Su Yan said, "Yes, this junior understands. Since you have already foreseen it and are still standing in front of me like this, it means that you have strength that is not inferior to them. I can be much more relieved. Senior, it's better if you tell me how to cut this evil chain. Su Yan asked again. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi finally said, this demonic shackles is forged from extremely terrifying demonic qi. Its strength definitely surpasses your current strength. Therefore, you cannot use brute force against it. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you have a divine sword, then you might be able to cut this chain. Unfortunately, divine swords are difficult to find. When Su Yan heard this, his heart moved. He almost said that he had a divine sword in his hand. However, for some reason, this thought was extinguished the moment it appeared, as if it had never appeared. At this time, Yang Tai-yi continued, however, not all divine swords have the best effect. In fact, you have already inherited the inheritance of the Stupa sect. The Stupa sect has 2 divine swords, 9 heavens and Stupa. These 2 divine swords are extremely powerful for suppressing demons and killing evil. They were practically born for this purpose. Su Yan said, Senior, do you want me to obtain these swords? Please enlighten me. Su Yan knew that Yang Tai-yi would not say this for no reason. However, at this time, he was unable to determine whether Yang Tai-yi was good or evil. All of this had to be left for later, so he was not in a hurry to make things clear. Actually, I'm fine with it. After so many years, it'll be the same after a while. As long as you give me enough time, then my strength will gradually recover. Although it will take a long time, I will eventually be able to come out. However, if you want to become stronger, then these 2 divine swords are indeed very important. At this time, his expression had become much more serious. He continued, you must know that these 2 swords are extremely important to the Stupa sect. Many of the fundamental inheritances are within these 2 divine swords. Therefore, Su Yan, if possible, you must find these 2 swords. At this time, Yang Tai-yi's expression was very serious. His words were filled with deep sincerity. At this time, Su Yan found it even more difficult to grasp. Senior, the Wuji world is so vast. Where should I go to find these 2 swords? The bottom of the sea. It used to be an extremely vast continent. However, after that battle, the continent has completely sunk into the depths of the sea. Yang Tai-yi's words shocked Su Yan. Although he knew that the true power of an expert could reach a lawless level. At this moment, he already knew that there was actually such a terrifying power in this world. At this time, a terrifying shadow came silently from the sky. This kind of mountain-like aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, the entire cold land of the far north seemed to be enveloped by this terrifying power. Chapter 1090. Female literature, what's going on? Su Yan was shocked. This Arctic land was abnormally cold, but nothing had happened here for so many years. But today, such a change had occurred. Oh no, that guy has come out. Yang Tai-yi's expression changed. What kind of existence was he? Needless to say, he was powerful. However, at this moment, even his expression had changed. What kind of unforeseen event had happened to cause such a reaction? Su Yan, leave quickly. Leave this Arctic land. Yang Tai-yi didn't care what Su Yan thought and directly said so. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked. With Yang Tai-yi's strength, he actually said such words. Listen to me. In this Arctic land, there is an extremely terrifying demon suppressed. His strength is many times stronger than mine. Under such circumstances, it's very likely that he's about to wake up. If this guy wakes up, I'm afraid it'll be a huge disaster. Even Su Yan was incomparably shocked at this moment. He clearly knew that Yang Tai-yi was at least an Emperor realm expert. But at this time, he said that the terrifying existence was many times stronger than him. What a terrifying demon qi. At this moment, Su Yan had also sensed the endless and terrifying devil qi that was constantly rising in the sky. That kind of terrifying strength was simply frightening. That powerful shadow of power seemed to want to devour the sun and moon of this world. Leave quickly. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance. Yang Tai-yi said. Su Yan made a prompt decision and left. Such a surging aura was many times stronger than the emperor of Tianxing he encountered in the Shura world. At this time, he wasn't even a match for the emperor of Tianxing, so how could he be a match for this terrifying existence? Su Yan left directly. At this time, Yang Tai-yi's expression changed again. Damn it, that guy actually woke up. Impossible. According to his situation at that time, it's impossible for him to wake up so early. Forget it, this guy's strength is very strong, and indeed can't be inferred with common sense. Fortunately, I have already told Su Yan the news. Thinking of this, he suddenly laughed out loud. You are indeed powerful, but so what? Back then, you were still suppressed here. The time for the world to change has finally arrived. I can't wait any longer. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, you are really not a simple kid. You even have doubts about me. But it doesn't matter. The two great divine swords of the Stupa sect, are you going or not? The smile in his eyes was so resplendent that it was like an extremely brilliant ray of light. What kind of person was Yang Tai-yi? Although Su Yan hid his emotions well, there was still no way to hide from his eyes. He saw a kind of emotion in the depths of Su Yan's heart, and that was doubt. It seemed that he had been too excited and made such a mistake. Although Su Yan did not say anything previously, and even showed that he was eager to rescue him, he knew in his heart that Su Yan already had doubts about him. However, this did not matter. He directly told him about the two great divine swords of the Stupa sect. It's more interesting to deal with smart people. If it was a stupid person, how could he have rescued me in advance? Then, Su Yan, what would your choice be? At this time, Su Yan was hurriedly leaving. The changes in the cold land of the extreme north had completely moved him. Such an aura fluctuation was really terrifying to the extreme. That violent power was constantly fluctuating, and the terrifying power was simply terrifying to the extreme. That dark power had directly swallowed the entire world. That Yang Tai-yi was right. This existence is indeed much stronger than him. Such terrifying power is simply not on the same level. Such a berserk power had already reached the pinnacle. What kind of existence is this? Perhaps he is already on the same level as a top existence like the great demonic dragon. Feeling the terrifying power, Su Yan's heart was still beating wildly. However, at this time, he was even more shocked in his heart. Who was suppressing this guy here? This guy's power was already so strong, but there was still someone who could directly suppress him. This was too terrifying and frightening. At this time, that dark power suddenly began to produce an extremely terrifying devouring power. Su Yan could feel that the surrounding aura was all hitting this place. That terrifying power was simply incomparably terrifying. At this time, the violent power continued to increase. Even someone as strong as him felt a trace of resistance, not to mention the static Bing Shan and the like. Therefore, everything was swept up by this power. Those substances were disintegrated one after another, and then turned into a kind of energy. What a terrifying demon. At this time, Su Yan fully opened his eye of truth. He seemed to want to see the deepest part of this power. At this time, that terrifying aura was constantly rioting. At this time, the terrifying aura had already reached the extreme. At this time, the world also resonated at this time. His gaze continued to penetrate, wanting to know what kind of terrifying existence was at the end of that dark power. However, it was a pity that his gaze was unable to block the other end of the hall. At this moment, this power had directly solidified. There was even a wave of power that came back to bite him in the direction of his gaze. Su Yan snorted coldly, it's actually so overbearing that it won't even let me look at it. Instead, it wants to directly devour me. At this time, he directly raised his hand and directly blasted out the law of decay at this time. The grayish decaying power collided with the terrifying power that was rushing out. That power was indeed powerful and terrifying. It had an indescribably terrifying aura. However, Su Yan was definitely not to be trifled with. the destructive power of the law of decay was extremely strong. When the power of the law fell, that violent aura directly annihilated everything at this time. At this time, the power between heaven and earth began to go berserk. Unknowingly, the two powers directly collided. This time, Su Yan naturally won the confrontation. After all, that power could only be one of his powerful powers, or it could be said that it was an instinctive counterattack. However, Su Yan definitely did not have it easy. He's really a terrifying guy. After fighting with him, Su Yan had a certain memory of this person's power. His aura was also captured by the power of the zenith. Of course, the power of the Supreme could analyze the strand of power, but the power itself was far too great. It was basically impossible to completely understand it. Well, this guy seems to have set his eyes on me. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was as if he was being targeted by a terrifying wolf. Su Yan's first reaction was to leave immediately. However, the moment this thought appeared, he forcibly suppressed it. No, I can't leave like this. Although this guy's strength is extremely strong, he's not a complete body now. How can he make me run away? Su Yan suddenly felt a surge of courage in his heart. He knew that he had to force himself at any time. In fact, there was always a subconscious escape in the heart of people. When they were tired, they wanted to rest. When they were lazy, they would find excuses. When they were afraid, they would retreat. This was the weakness of human nature. However, there was no way to escape. This world would definitely not treat people who ran away well. If you took a step back, the world would take a step back. One day, you would reach a point where you could no longer retreat. Then, it would be time for you to die. Many people were willing to retreat in exchange for a moment of stability. However, they simply did not know that one day, they would have no way to retreat. Moreover, Su Yan had never been a person who liked to retreat. This was because he knew very well in his heart that once he retreated for the first time, these things would follow one after another in the future. Therefore, he would not make such a choice no matter what. At this time, the sky was almost completely dark. That terrifying existence had swallowed everything. This was the true absence of the sun and moon. Even the eye of truth could no longer see the true light in the darkness. At this time, the most real doomsday had arrived. Seemingly having felt Su Yan's provocation, the owner of that gaze once again sent a wave of power directly towards Su Yan. Unlike the previous time when it was done casually, the power this time was much stronger. The appearance of such a violent and terrifying power made Su Yan feel a huge pressure like a landslide. However, in the face of such a huge pressure, Su Yan did not feel discouraged. Instead, an extremely dignified will surged in his heart, and that was to defeat this power and directly suppress this terrifying demon Qi. At this time, his power was directly condensed to the extreme, and that violent power finally took shape. At this moment, the power of the three great laws began to appear directly outside Su Yan's body. He knew that he could not hold back in the slightest when facing such a terrifying and powerful force. Instead, he had to use everything he had to directly suppress this force. If he could not succeed, then he would definitely have to pay a huge price. At this time, that light had been condensed to the extreme. The terrifying and enormous power seemed to have turned into a terrifying gale. This storm was not an ordinary storm, but a storm of laws. It was mixed with the power of ice, fire, and the decaying law. For Su Yan, his current limit might be to use two laws at the same time. However, he knew that this was far from enough. He wanted to make himself stronger, so he could only continue to force himself. Chapter 1091. Female Literature. This was Su Yan's attitude towards himself. His power had already reached its peak. This time, he didn't rely on the Taiji sword. Instead, he used himself as the core. Bearing this terrifying power with one's own body was already an extremely painful experience. At this moment, his body was trembling violently. The power of the radiance had already condensed to the extreme. At this moment, the sky seemed to begin to tremble. Originally, there was only that terrifying power of darkness in this place. However, the situation was far from that now. Su Yan's power was already able to resist this power of darkness and even tear it apart. Die for me. Su Yan roared with the last of his strength. Then, his attack finally landed. The terrifying 3 rays of light bloomed at the same time and condensed into a single terrifying energy ripple. That frightening and terrifying strength, at this moment, was truly frightening to the extreme. The world turned dark, silent, and fallen. All the power started to reach the extreme at this moment. The two powers started to converge and then started to clash. In the endless darkness, a terrifying roar was heard. That existence was infuriated by Su Yan's strength, so it directly let out the most terrifying roar. It wanted to let Su Yan know who the real master was. However, Su Yan definitely wouldn't back down now. The power in his body had already reached the extreme, and his aura was constantly rising. The fusion of the power of laws was becoming more and more intense, which meant that his control of the laws was becoming more and more profound. This was a frightening tempering in the face of a life and death crisis. Su Yan's aura was still circulating crazily. Everything he had was focused on this point. At this moment, he definitely wouldn't give up in the slightest. That violent and terrifying power had already formed a terrifying demonic cloud. The confrontation between the two great powers had already caused the space to start to tremble. At this moment, Yang Tai-yi roared, "That damned idiot! Why didn't he leave? Why did he have to fight here?" At this time, Yang Tai-yi was flustered and exasperated. He had planted a seed in Su Yan's heart, and that was the Buddha's dual swords. He was right. If Su Yan could obtain the dual divine swords of the Stupa sect, his strength would increase again. He might even be able to break through the shackles and become a true Tao master. Of course, he wasn't done yet. The moment the Stupa dual swords reappeared, his power would be awakened, and he would truly break free from this damned shackle. The host didn't expect that Su Yan wouldn't leave immediately. Instead, he would confront that terrifying existence. Originally, this terrifying existence should have just been in a state of awakening. It was a subconscious awakening. Perhaps its Benyuan consciousness was still in a deep sleep. However, Su Yan's actions had directly stimulated its true consciousness. This would only make him wake up earlier. Yang Tai-yi was actually taking a gamble. He was betting on whether he or that powerful existence would be the first to wake up. He had originally been very confident that he could be faster than the other party. However, Su Yan's disobedience had disrupted his plan. He had actually provoked that fellow directly. Su Yan obviously didn't know what Yang Tai-yi was thinking. His mind was completely immersed in this battle. He had always known that his body was a huge treasure trove. Even now, he still hadn't discovered the limits of this treasure trove. In order to truly discover and explore, he had to give himself a lot of pressure. Only then would he have the opportunity to see the depths of this treasure trove. Only then would he be able to become even stronger. Godslayer sword intent. At this moment, Su Yan once again roared in anger. His power once again condensed at this moment. This time, he wanted to use his strongest power to condense the Godslayer sword intent. Then, he would directly defeat this power in one fell swoop. No matter what, the Godslayer sword was the #1 killing divine weapon. This was something that couldn't be disputed. He had imparted his own sword intent, which possessed great killing power. This was the purest destructive power. Su Yan had used this sword intent to overcome many dangers in the past. Every sword technique in the Regal Sword Codex was extremely exquisite. They even contained the principles of heaven and earth. But to be honest, among so many sword intents, none of them could be compared to this one. The power of this sword intent was truly terrifying to the extreme. That terrifying brilliance had simply reached the peak of terrifying. This power was so resolute. The violent aura was vivid on paper. The violent power was even more terrifying to the extreme. Perhaps the final part of the Regal Sword Codex had even more terrifying power than this. However, among the powers that Su Yan had comprehended, even the revered Nirvanic Rend had not reached this level. This was a power that was violent to the extreme. It had already reached the pinnacle of power. When the will of destruction was unleashed, it was simply earth-shattering. Even Yang Tai-yi could feel this terrifying power. In the battlefield where Su Yan and the terrifying demon were fighting, only the area covered by his power could be safe and sound. However, at this moment, he was unable to fully focus his divine consciousness on this area. He could only see some of the aftermath. This incomparably valiant power had already thoroughly shaken him. How can it be? How can it be so powerful? Such a resolute sword intent. Could it be that guy? He was afraid in his heart because this terrifying killing intent reminded him of an existence. Yang Tai-yi had already become a venerable sovereign. He was also one of the few experts in the world. When he was at his peak, he was even a pinnacle powerhouse. However, at this moment, he was also beginning to feel afraid. This was because he thought of an extremely terrifying existence. That existence's battle achievements were truly brilliant. The great demonic dragon, the great demonic heaven lord, and other terrifying powerhouses were all pinnacle figures. Yang Tai-yi knew that he could not compare to them. However, Yang Tai-yi's fear of them was completely incomparable to God Slayer. No matter how powerful those powerhouses were, God Slayer was still a terrifying monument in front of these people. Which of the people mentioned before was not an earth-shattering existence? However, in front of God Slayer, they were all overshadowed. Damn it, why did this power appear? Could it be that brat? Damn it, this brat's strength has increased too quickly. I can't even see his secrets. Yang Tai-yi's heart was filled with hatred. The last time Su Yan came, Yang Tai-yi could clearly see the situation in Su Yan's body. To him, it was as if Su Yan had no hidden secrets. He could clearly see the power in Su Yan's body. However, it was completely different this time. He knew that Su Yan's strength had increased too much. Therefore, this time, he did not even dare to release his divine consciousness to probe Su Yan. However, at this time, Su Yan's terrifying strength suddenly appeared in his body. This made him extremely shocked. If this was really his own strength, then it was a little too frightening. This kind of power was almost terrifying to the extreme. The strength of this violent power was already unimaginable. Su Yan had very likely obtained the power of God Slayer. The God Slayer sword. Although this was extremely inconceivable, what if it was really so? In this world, what kind of power could be compared to God Slayer? What if Su Yan really obtained the power of the God Slayer sword? This was his best chance. If he could obtain the power of God Slayer, even if it was only a part of it, it would be enough. His strength would definitely improve further, and he would become a true sacred venerate. In such a world, even sovereigns did not have any sense of security. This was because he had seen too many sovereigns fall. They were completely annihilated and could not be reincarnated. In comparison, he was only suppressed. This was much better than those who had completely dissipated. However, if he could become a sacred venerate, then he would be qualified to jump out of the chessboard and become the person who set the trap. Only then could he truly control his own fate, and even the fate of all living beings. Of course, it was useless no matter how much he regretted it at this time. This was because he knew that it was impossible for Su Yan to turn back at this time. Now, Yang Tai-yi only wanted Su Yan to leave as soon as possible. This was because he knew very well that if Su Yan did not leave at this time, it would only further provoke the terrifying tyrant. At this moment, Su Yan had used all of his power of the laws to blast out that horrifying radiance. That berserk power was truly horrifying to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, everything had been annihilated by this power. All of the power surged at this time, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this time. All of the power directly converged at this time. God Slayer, the most important thing was to slay. Heavenly Slayer. All of the power gathered together to launch the most terrifying attack, annihilating everything in its path. This was the essence of this sword. Therefore, even the supreme Nirvana / could not be compared to this power. After slashing out with that sword, Su Yan had a new understanding of his own power. He was constantly pressuring himself in the face of difficulties, awakening his potential and transforming it into true strength. He clearly knew that if he wanted to become stronger, this was the only way. If a person did not put pressure on himself, it was almost impossible for him to live a stable life. In this world, everyone had to bear pressure, and it was even more so for a cultivator like Su Yan. Chapter 1092. Female literature. That terrifying power was like a long river, constantly flashing with extremely terrifying light. Such a sword was truly terrifying to the extreme. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes shone even more brightly. His aura continued to rise at that moment, and all of his power at that moment had reached an indescribably terrifying level. When his power was completely condensed, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It was an extremely dazzling beam of light. That beam of light was truly terrifying. It was because it was a huge sword. The sword condensed between heaven and earth, and it seemed to be able to make the gods tremble and the world tremble. Originally, under the power of darkness, the glacier had been continuously shattering. At that moment, when Su Yan finally condensed the sword's will, everything turned into dust. It was as if they didn't even have the courage to continue living in front of that sword. God Slayer. Is this what the God Slayer sword's original form looks like? At that moment, Su Yan was also shocked. He didn't expect that when he condensed the God Slayer sword's will to such a degree, such a change would occur. That sword existed so proudly in the sky that it was simply unimaginable. Such terrifying power reverberated in the sky. The God Slayer sword didn't have a hilt at all, because it didn't need one. It was the most terrifying existence in the world. Nothing could become its hilt. It was imperfect, not because it couldn't be perfect, but because it didn't need to be perfect. It existed for the sake of killing, to slay all demons. That was all there was to it. When the sword's shape finally took shape, the world began to shatter. Almost at the same time, in a place where light and darkness couldn't be seen clearly, a will suddenly opened its eyes. This will was none other than the spirit of the God Slayer sword. Not bad. You can actually manifest my original form. This kid is indeed the one chosen by the regal sword. Good, good, good. You can reach such a level. It's not a waste for me to impart my sword's will to you. Humph, kid, your fate is already entangled with mine. Don't die so uselessly. Just then, an unimaginably powerful force came crashing down on his body. Humph, you really know how to seize the opportunity. You can even seize such a small moment to launch an attack. Unfortunately, compared to the previous generation, you're simply too weak. The will of God Slayer growled, and an extremely sharp power erupted, blowing up the surrounding chaos. At that moment, Su Yan had already manifested his original form and used extremely terrifying destructive power. However, the sword he unleashed was far inferior compared to this power. It was simply like the difference between the clouds in the 9 heavens and the dust on the ground. The difference between the clouds and the dust was not an exaggeration at all. This kind of battle was simply not something that Su Yan could imagine. Godslayer sword, annihilation. The terrifying giant sword's shadow directly fell from the sky. The violent and resolute power had already destroyed all the darkness. Such terrifying power, such a terrifying sword. And it was also with this sword that Su Yan's aura reached its peak. At that moment, he was truly the invincible Su Yan. 3 origin, I understand. Su Yan was already a 3 origin supremacy, but he had always thought that as long as his power reached a certain level, he would be able to reach that level. However, he now understood that the advancement of a supremacy was far from that simple. He was wrong, and perhaps the other supremacies were also wrong. Even the false claim that he had reached the peak of 5 origin was wrong. The true understanding of a supremacy was perhaps only known by those Tao sovereigns. However, these principles could only be understood by oneself. It was impossible to obtain information from the descriptions of others. At that moment, Su Yan's heart was even more disappointed. Every time he obtained a Tao source, it meant that he would advance by 1 level. This was the current common understanding of supremacies, but in reality, this was not the case. The real thing was that every time a Tao source was completely fused with one's body, it could be considered a single origin. It was actually extremely difficult to completely fuse a Tao source with one's body. Perhaps only when one became a Tao sovereign and relied on the power of a powerful nomological law would they be able to fuse all of this into one. The reason Su Yan still followed his original cultivation path was not that Yan Xiao did not want to tell him. It was because Yan Xiao himself believed that this was how a supremacy's cultivation should be. However, today, Su Yan knew the true path. Tao source, shatter. Su Yan was simply in high spirits. He knew very well that the more they reached this point, the more they could not think of retreating. At their level, everything was actually a battle of the heart. If they retreated in the slightest on the path of cultivation, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, at that moment, he definitely did not have such thoughts. Under the powerful force, his sword directly rushed into the darkness. He was like a brave man who was searching for the truth, wanting to see through everything in this world. Such power was simply terrifying. At that moment, a power slowly rose in the sky. It was a powerful force that Su Yan forcibly tore through with the powerful Godslayer sword's will. Under this power, everything began to retreat, and no power could stop it. It was also at that time that he felt the threat that Su Yan posed to him, despite the fact that there was clearly a terrifying existence within. He originally thought that this was a small bug that he could easily get rid of, but he did not expect this bug to show off its power at that moment and directly attack him. This was a provocation and an insult to him. He was originally still in a coma, but at that moment, his consciousness gradually woke up. Another wave of even deeper darkness appeared. The moment this wave of power appeared, Su Yan felt as though his entire body was being devoured. After all, such a powerful existence was incomparably terrifying. Even if he had forced himself to the limit at that moment and was able to suppress his previous power, or even beat it back, as long as more of his opponent's power awakened, he would immediately fall into a huge passive state. However, at that moment, Su Yan still had no intention of backing down. He bravely moved forward and directly chose to go deep into the darkness. This was a borderline crazy decision, as he had clearly been forced into an extremely difficult situation. The power of the Godslayer sword's will was almost swallowed up by that terrifying and dark existence. At that moment, he should have turned around and left. After all, he already had the experience of fighting such a powerful existence, and his power had also become more powerful. It would be a good choice to retreat and leave. However, at that moment, Su Yan did not do so. Instead, he went against the flow and directly moved forward into the darkness. Damn brat! Why aren't you running away? After repeated attempts, Yang Tai-yi finally released his divine sense from the place of imprisonment, and took a panoramic view of Su Yan's situation. However, he just happened to see Su Yan resolutely throw himself into the darkness. He was courting his own death. Su Yan was his hope, and he had already staked his chips on Su Yan. If Su Yan died at this time, then all his chips would be in vain. He knew that the change of the world was coming. When that time really came, those powerful ancient almighties and tyrannical holy sages would most likely reappear in this world. He was just a small venerable emperor. In this era, he could still dominate, but when those powerful existences all woke up, it meant that he was no longer a venerable emperor. For him, the only chance was to leave in advance, appear in this world, and then set up a trap. Only in this way could he seize the opportunity and win an extremely precious opportunity for himself. However, if Su Yan died here, then his possible advantage would be directly ruined. If he did not leave in advance, no, even if he did not leave in advance by too much, he would not have a chance. Perhaps the best outcome would be to hide like a mouse. For him, who had experienced that terrible disaster, he knew better than anyone how terrible it was. The great tribulation of heaven and earth was the real great tribulation of heaven and earth. At this time, he directly used his divine sense to send a message to Su Yan. Su Yan, do you want to die? Hurry up and leave here, you idiot, hurry up and leave. He did not hesitate to use his divine sense to send his message over and over again. At this time, Su Yan had already sunk into the darkness. At this time, Yang Tai-Yi's voice appeared in the depths of Su Yan's heart. Su Chun, do you want to die? Hurry up and go back, that is not an existence you can fight against. Yang Tai-Yi found that he could finally sense Su Yan and immediately shouted. At this time, Su Yan was very calm. He was clearly in such a dangerous situation, but he was still calm. Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Although he said so, he still had no intention of leaving at this time. Yang Tai-Yi roared again, you idiot, you still have the inheritance of the Godslayer sword in your body. He is definitely not your opponent. Why do you have to be stupid here? He was filled with rage. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being suppressed, he would have immediately appeared and tied Su Yan up. Su Yan said indifferently, Senior, you are not me. Naturally, you don't understand me. After he finished speaking, he immediately sealed off his divine consciousness. No matter what this person was thinking, he could not care less at this time. The next situation was a life and death situation, and there was absolutely no room for carelessness. Chapter 1093. Female Literature. Su Yan's path was one of fearlessness and bravery. He would never back down in the face of challenges. Moreover, he had already found the right path. He would not give up on this path no matter what. Su Yan wanted to make himself stronger. Once a person had the right position for himself, he would work hard. He knew that if he continued to follow the current situation, no matter how much his realm increased, there would never be a true path because it would not be perfect. In order to become a true peerless powerhouse, he had to do so. He had to destroy himself and then create a new self. This was the meaning of destruction and creation. At this moment, the three great laws appeared again. Under the control of his powerful divine consciousness, the three great laws transformed into three giant dragons that began to revolve around his body. Since it was destruction and creation, he could not abide by the rules. He had to destroy everything that had been there before. The power of the utmost supreme began to circulate wildly. This terrifying circulation speed had even exceeded his original limit. However, Su Yan still did not have any scruples. His actions had even made it difficult for his meridians to bear. The power of his entire body began to tremble continuously. At this moment, a terrifying curtain of light directly descended. That was the light released from the darkness. This light was extremely resplendent and also extremely dazzling. However, such an intense light not only didn't give people any sense of warmth, it even gave people an extremely cold feeling. It was as if it was the source of the coldest coldness in this world, the source of evil. This power was extremely fast. It was as if space had no meaning in front of it. It had crossed the distance in an instant. Oh no! Su Yan's heart immediately skipped a beat. The sudden appearance of the light made him feel an extreme sense of danger. This terrifying aura actually made him shudder. He did not think too much and directly mobilized all his power of the utmost supreme. The moment he mobilized his power, the dragon of law that was driven by his divine consciousness shattered. The dragon of ice, the dragon of raging fire, and the dragon of decay were all shattered. After all, it's just a simulation of my own power. It's not a real dragon body. If I could cultivate a real dragon of law, would I still be afraid of this? Fortunately, Su Yan had been alerted. In an instant, he had formed all his power into a defense. Using the powerful power of the utmost supreme, he formed and condensed the utmost supreme shield. Otherwise, he really did not have the confidence to block this power. This power was simply too strong. However, if this power was not strong enough, he would not have come here. Be strong when faced with strong. This was Su Yan's principle. At this moment, his aura surged. His essence, qi, and spirit had risen to the peak. At this moment, his source was directly forced out of his body. Su Yan's source of law. This was already an extremely terrifying thing. At this moment, he was already at a level that the other venerables did not dare to imagine. Ordinary people would only have their own laws when they became Tao masters. The source of law was just a foundation for the laws. It could be said that it was the embryonic form of a law. After 6 consecutive evolutions, it would finally evolve into a law. However, at this moment, Su Yan already had 3 laws. This law had become his source of law. His combat strength was almost on par with that of a Tao master. This was already a level that ordinary Tao masters could not reach. However, Su Yan was not satisfied. His power was still rising at this time, directly impacting his source of law. He was using his powerful source of law to resist this terrifying power. Since it had already come to this point, he would definitely not take another step back. At this time, his aura had reached the peak. The terrifying power was constantly reverberating at this time. The terrifying and violent aura had risen to the peak. The suffocating feeling appeared again. Such power was already extremely powerful for him. The source of law had become a part of his body's strength. Generally speaking, venerables would never let their source of law suffer any damage unless it was a last resort. This was because if it reached that point, it meant that his life was in danger. Only then would he give everything he had and then raise his power to the extreme, erupting the most terrifying power. However, Su Yan directly operated his source of law. Fortunately, Yang Tai-yi could no longer see Su Yan's situation at this time. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death. He hoped that Su Yan would not act recklessly, but Su Yan did not care and was even more deranged to this point. At this time, Su Yan had raised his power to the peak. The terrifying aura was constantly at this time. He had already reached the pinnacle of power. He would not die trying if he did not succeed. The madness and risk-taking in his bones were once again vividly displayed. His power incarnated into a terrifying ray of light. Such power had reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. The 3 great Tao sources, ice, raging fire, and decay, were more powerful than any other venerables. How could ordinary venerables have such terrifying Tao sources? As soon as the Tao sources appeared, they fiercely collided with the terrifying light. At this moment, they had no choice but to admit that this power was really too strong. Even though Su Yan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying pinnacle, this power was still a little weaker compared to before. At this time, Su Yan was so determined that it felt like a moth flying into a flame. Su Yan's aura was constantly rising. Even if he knew that his power could not defeat it, he still wanted to try. This was cultivation. This was the path of life and death. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed as if he had become a god. The 3 great Tao sources and the terrifying light fiercely clashed. Gradually, the terrifying power's impact on Su Yan became more intense. He even felt that his body was about to shatter. Such power was simply terrifying. The change in power was as if there was a world suppressing him with all its might. Although his strength was not bad, it was already difficult for him to hold on. However, even at this time, the crazy Su Yan still kept moving forward. At this time, his power was constantly changing. All of his willpower was madly operating at this time. At this time, he had reached the point of madness. Cracks began to appear on the Tao sources, and so did Su Yan's body. At this time, he was like a tile that began to shatter. Even at this time, he had no intention of giving up. His power was constantly fluctuating and increasing at this time. Under such stimulation, the power of the utmost supreme circulated even more crazily. The powerful power was constantly repairing Su Yan's body. It was a kind of rebirth after destruction. At this time, Su Yan had exceeded the imagination of many people. No one would have thought that his madness would reach such a level. Under the stimulation of these 2 extreme powers, the torture Su Yan's body and mind were simply unimaginable. Roar. At this time, he heard a terrifying roar. It was the roar of an incomparably terrifying demon. This roar came from the depths of hell, wanting to destroy everything. At this time, Su Yan's 3 great Tao sources bloomed with the most dazzling light. At the same time, the power of the utmost supreme released the most terrifying light, sweeping everything up. Su Yan's entire body was wrapped in it. At this time, Su Yan directly entered a new stage, which was to destroy and then rebuild. Only by completely destroying the original self could a brand new self be born. Su Yan's original Tao source began to shatter. He had cultivated to the level of 3 Tao sources with great difficulty, but at this time, he had completely destroyed all his power. This was simply madness that no one could imagine. Even if there were other people like Su Yan, who had such ideas, it would be extremely difficult to achieve. This was because the amount of power required for this was simply terrifying. How could an ordinary person possibly accomplish this? In order to achieve this, Su Yan directly used his own Tao source to resist the terrifying light of destruction. If one's own Tao source was not strong enough, then it was possible that one would directly die. At this time, his power finally began to shatter. At this time, the endless brilliance accumulated bit by bit. The shattered Tao source did not disappear. Instead, it was attracted by an invisible force and circled around Su Yan. At this time, the dark storm was clearly so terrifying, but Su Yan did not care about it at all. The shattered Tao source was not blown away at all. Instead, it continued to revolve around him. At this moment, his aura had been raised to the extreme. After another moment, a giant energy cocoon formed around his body. This thing directly wrapped him up, making him one. The surrounding dark storm was still terrifying, but it couldn't hurt Su Yan in the slightest. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was simply unimaginably strong. His strength was increasing bit by bit, and his aura was becoming more and more natural. However, this terrifying energy gradually began to conceal itself. All the power dissipated directly. If it were not for the huge cocoon and this terrifying energy, perhaps no one would have discovered that Su Yan had existed in this place. Chapter 1094. Female Literature. The dark storm suddenly quietened down. The terrifying existence seemed to be puzzled. He could not imagine why Su Yan's aura would disappear at this time. After all, this was not the true awakening of that terrifying existence. It was just a primitive instinct. However, even if it was the most primitive instinct, the ability that he possessed was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he finally discovered the existence of the giant cocoon. Then, his power began to attack the cocoon formed by Su Yan. The lovely dark energy formed a terrifying sword at this time. The ferocious sharp sword fell from the sky and slammed into the cocoon. Such a power was extremely terrifying. It could kill a supremacy instantly. Even a 5 essences supremacy would be severely injured by such a power. However, at this time, it was unable to break through the terrifying cocoon. The power of the cocoon was truly terrifying. Its aura was like an unchanging boulder that had been released since ancient times. The dark sword was so frightening, but it could not do anything to it. At this time, Su Yan, who was in the cocoon, seemed to be completely dead. His aura had completely disappeared without a trace. Not even the slightest bit of it was left behind. If it were not for the extremely powerful energy circling outside the giant cocoon, no one would think that Su Yan was a living thing. The impact of the dark energy became more and more violent. Terrifying power fell one after another. The violent energy was constantly activated. The terrifying aura was so strong that it was indescribable. Time continued to pass just like that. After an unknown amount of time, the terrifying dark waves finally subsided. That terrifying existence seemed to have had enough and went back to sleep. At this time, the huge cocoon that Su Yan had turned into was lying there quietly. At this time, Yang Tai-yi released his divine thought again. Without the terrifying dark energy blocking him, his divine thought could scan the area again. He was very concerned about Su Yan's life because Su Yan was the most important chess piece to him. He had the stupa sex layout on him, which was what he needed. However, after scanning the area with his powerful divine thought, he did not find Su Yan's aura. Not at all. What's going on? Is that brat really dead? In fact, at the moment when Su Yan had rushed into the dark storm, he had already predicted that Su Yan would most likely die under that terrifying power. However, he still felt that Su Yan wouldn't die so easily. After all, Su Yan had too many destinies. That was the child of destiny. No matter what, the child of destiny should not die so easily. That was why he couldn't wait to use his divine sense to investigate. He wanted to know the final result. However, he did not expect that when he released his spiritual force, Su Yan's aura would disappear. He had completely lost his aura, and had not concealed himself. No, that kid won't die. Absolutely not. Yang Tai-yi suddenly calmed down. Because Su Yan was too important to him, he had been overly excited. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan would definitely not die so easily. For no other reason than the fact that he was the child of destiny. Then, where did that kid go? The spatial barrier of this damned place is terrifyingly strong, so it's definitely not because of a spatial crack that suddenly appeared and swept that kid away. In that case, there's only one possibility, and that's him. Yang Tai-yi suddenly thought of a possibility. That was that terrifying existence who had directly taken Su Yan away. Although they were both suppressed, that guy enjoyed a much more grand treatment than him. It was not because of anything else, but because that guy was much stronger than him. Although he had previously speculated that he had only awakened ahead of time, and his true consciousness should not have completely awakened. However, in the face of such a terrifying existence, who could say for sure? His strength was too terrifying, and his every move had an extremely terrifying majesty. Back then, he was suppressed only because he had encountered an existence that was stronger than him. This time, the heavenly secrets had changed, and the time had come. Their game had begun once again, and he might have awakened ahead of time. Even he could see that Su Yan was the child of destiny, so this powerful existence would definitely be able to see it. Su Yan's body had already been set up by many experts. Perhaps that guy also wanted to join in the fun. Thinking of this, he became more and more certain that this matter must be so. Thinking of this, he immediately took a deep breath. Whatever, if Su Yan has really been taken down by that guy, then before Su Yan reappears, his fate is not something that I can interfere with. Damn it, this guy really deserves to die. Why didn't he just peacefully look for the two great divine swords, Futu? Why did he have to do so many things? The divine swords of Futu sect, 9 heavens and Futu. These two divine swords were definitely extremely powerful. They were first-class divine weapons. Although they could not be compared to the God Punisher and Frost Jade, they were already rare in the world. Now, he really could not understand Su Yan's logic. Damn it, the thinking of young people nowadays is really scary. Can't they just quietly be a chess piece? He complained indignantly. Then, he could only leave silently. After all, freeing his divine consciousness from that damned place of imprisonment required a lot of his power. His divine consciousness completely retreated, and the place returned to calmness once again. However, he still did not realize that within the range of his divine consciousness, Su Yan's cocoon was undergoing such a huge change. At this time, the huge cocoon's size had completely changed, and the power within it was completely different from before. There was obviously an extremely huge amount of energy constantly flowing on this huge sword, but even someone as powerful as Yang Tai-yi did not notice it at all. It was obvious that this power had undergone the most complete transformation. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was completely scattered. Everything began to be reassembled. This was a transformation of power. It was also the most fundamental transformation of the essence. This was the effect that he wanted. He wanted to break everything and then create a brand new version of himself. At this time, he was so powerful that it was terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could only be considered as a half-finished product at most. In other words, the real him had not been fully formed yet. Even so, he now had such terrifying power. If he could completely condense and take form, how terrifying would that be? He would probably immediately become a heaven-defying existence. At this time, Su Yan was constantly changing. With every minute that passed, his power would become stronger. At the same time, in the deepest part of the cold land of the far north. The cold land of the far north was not simple. It was filled with unimaginably terrifying power. The violent aura was simply indescribable. At this time, the terrifying power had reached an absolutely terrifying level. With such power, not to mention Su Yan, even if Yang Tai-yi was suppressed, he would immediately die. It was impossible for him to survive. However, under this terrifying power, there was an existence that was sleeping. If someone could see it clearly, they would find that it was an existence that was the size of a child. However, it was not a person, but a puppy. The puppy gently turned over and even looked a little cute. After a while, his eyes opened a slit. Then, a will appeared at this moment. It seems that I've been sleeping for a long time. It seems that I've found something fun. As soon as this thought appeared, an image immediately appeared in front of him. In the image, it was Su Yan who had transformed into a huge boulder. Unknowingly, the originally huge cocoon had turned into a boulder at this time. It was undergoing an extremely long and vicissitude change. Under normal circumstances, it might have taken thousands of years or even more to evolve. However, at this time, it was only a moment. Oh my, this is a moment of youth, the true essence of time in a snap of the fingers. I'm really surprised that the one who can comprehend this true essence is actually a young man. At this time, his eyes opened a little wider. Originally, he had only opened a thin line, but at this time, he could already see a little bit of light. In this faint light, there was actually an extremely terrifying destructive power. The terrifying aura that had shattered Su Yan's 3 great Tao sources had come from this. Such a terrifying aura, an aura that could destroy everything, was actually just a wandering light in his eyes. If Su Yan knew, who knew how shocked he would be. However, at this time, Su Yan was undergoing a process of breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. His power was constantly changing, and at this time, it was different from before. There were too many tyrannical things in Su Yan's body. The great demon dragon's heart, the demon god's heart, and the Buddha's heart. His 3 hearts were already things that many existences, even sovereigns, could not look up to. Moreover, he also had the great demon god's finger bone, the will left behind by the Godslayer sword, and most importantly, the power of the Supreme. These powers each had their own way and did what they wanted. Su Yan had long wanted to soften these powers together. However, one could imagine how difficult it would be. Back then, he had tried to fuse these powers together and almost felt that he could fuse them together. However, in reality, he found that it was just an appearance and was not a true fusion at all. Chapter 1095. Girls' Literature. This kind of fusion was fine under normal circumstances. Defeating those who were weaker than him or on the same level as him was as easy as flipping his hand. However, once he faced an opponent who was stronger than him, this power would be easily defeated and even become a breakthrough point. The reason was very simple. It was because this was not a real fusion at all. Su Yan used his own divine thoughts to forcibly squeeze the power together. When his spirit and divine thoughts were enough to support it, he could naturally exert his true power and defeat everything. However, once his divine thoughts could not support it, his fused power would directly disintegrate and even become a breakthrough point for a powerful opponent to deal a fatal blow to Su Yan. However, it was different this time. This time, Su Yan used the terrifying power to directly break his 3 great Tao sources and even his other abilities in one go. Under such a shattering, although the arrangements of those powerful existences would not be completely destroyed, the power they produced at this moment was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, these powers were smelted again. This process was like forging a sword. No matter how good the meteoric iron was, it would still have a lot of impurities. Perhaps these impurities were already very precious and had an unimaginable value. However, when these impurities were fused together, it would affect the whole of the sword. In this way, these impurities could only be discarded as residue. At this time, Su Yan's so-called was actually the same principle. He wanted to abandon everything and then smelt them together again. At this moment, his aura directly rose. However, even he himself did not realize that in this process, he had actually come into contact with new laws, which were the fleeting youth and the fleeting time. These were the laws of time. In this world, the most revered things were time and space. Of course, that was for the truly strong. For those who were not strong enough, it was more or less the same. Regardless of whether it was fire or ice, both could take their lives. However, for those who were close to immortality, these two laws could really make them disappear forever. However, among these two laws, many powerhouses had dabbled in the space law. As long as one reached the Tao Master level, one could directly tear space. Although it could not be said that they had grasped the law of space, they could carry out simple uses. Even those stronger venerables had such abilities. However, even Emperor Realm Masters were unable to grasp or understand the laws of time. Because that was the domain of the heavens, the most mysterious and powerful existence. But at this moment, this law directly appeared beside Su Yan. If Su Yan could master the law of time, he would immediately become an extremely terrifying existence. He might even become a true almighty. Of course, this was impossible. It was already extremely rare for him to be able to come into contact with this law and not die. At this time, the cute puppy that had just opened its eyes seemed to be interested in Su Yan. Seriously, is this considered good luck? He actually discovered the auras of so many old friends. Hehe, the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly demon master, and the great pagoda. Even the fiend god king's aura was present. TSK, how interesting. However, in comparison, the fiend deity king is still too weak. He was actually killed by someone else. That was someone else's plan. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. This so-called truth was not the truth, but the source. It was the truest source of power in this world, such as the heart of the demon god. If Yang Tai saw it now, he would be able to discover that it was the power of the demon god, but he would not know that the heart of the demon god was no longer pure and contained the power of someone else. This meant that the powerful great demonic god was already dead. The great demon god, in terms of rank, was a powerhouse on the same level as the great demonic dragon. However, in this world, it was never based on the level of an existence. Victory and defeat were determined by life and death. He was already dead, and even his heart had been used by someone else. Naturally, he was the real loser and was completely eliminated. In his eyes, such a person was not valued at all. A person who was eliminated was naturally a thing of the past and was not worth paying attention to. Therefore, in the eyes of this unknown but powerful and lawless puppy, the demon god was directly ignored. Such an existence naturally could not be an old friend of his. Pagoda, the great heavenly demon master, the great demonic dragon, the three of you shouldn't have died. If you were also dead, it would be too boring. However, who was the one who killed the demon god? To be able to give away his heart as a gift is also very generous. Although he was a loser, his own strength could not be ignored. At the very least, it was impossible for him to achieve this step. This kid is interesting. He also has his own ideas. He wants to completely shatter the power of these old friends and then merge them again. At this time, he saw all of this clearly. It had to be said that even he admired Su Yan's ideas and actions. After all, to have the courage to calmly accept the layout of these guys was already a kind of courage in itself. Moreover, Su Yan was directly facing them and trying to subdue their power. Strange, this kid actually has 3 laws on him. 2 of them don't seem to be from the Wuji world at all, but from the Shuro world. In other words, this kid has been to the Shuro world and plundered 2 laws from there. How did he do it? At this time, his sleepiness seemed to have dissipated a little, and even his eyes opened a lot at this moment. The moment his eyes widened, the originally calm and restored sky suddenly changed again, and a terrifying storm suddenly swept through. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but this storm actually directly bombarded the place where Yang Tai was imprisoned. The powerful force directly hit Yang Tai-i's large formation, and immediately Yang Tai-i felt a huge wave of pressure. He immediately activated his own aura and directly offset this force. Damn it, he must have done it on purpose. He roared fiercely. At this time, he actually wanted to say that this damn dog must have done it on purpose. However, he did not dare to say it out loud. Because of power. Such powerful existences had their own perception of everything in this world. If he spoke carelessly, they would definitely be able to sense it. At this level, they were already existences that could come into contact with karma. At this time, Su Yan's transformation had reached an extremely critical moment. He had already reached the final step, and that was when his own power clashed with that terrifying aura. His power was already very strong, but the layout that those powerful existences had set up on him was definitely not weak. The previous ones were still fine, but this was the final step. This had already reached the foundation of those powerful existences. Naturally, they would not let Su Yan complete it so smoothly, so at this time, they directly erupted to obstruct him. These powers immediately became Su Yan's obstacles. Su Yan wanted to merge them, which would directly shatter their independence, thus affecting their layout. Therefore, they naturally did not want Su Yan to succeed. At this time, their powers directly rushed over, and the powerful forces continuously baptized their bodies. This caused Su Yan to be in great pain. At this time, Su Yan's consciousness had also awakened, and he directly snorted, "At this time, you still want to stubbornly resist? Impudent." He directly shouted angrily, and then at this time, the powerful force rolled down. At this time, the Godslayer sword will was directly mobilized. The moment the sword will appeared, the will of those people was immediately suppressed, but that was only temporarily. Su Yan guessed that these tyrannical existences could not have fallen. Since they had set up on him, they would have been watching him secretly. Since this was the case, Su Yan would naturally be on guard against them. The Godslayer sword was the first defensive force. With extremely fierce and powerful sword will, it directly cut off their consciousnesses. At this time, Su Yan was also bold, because this was a fight on another level, almost reaching the level of karma. Amazing, that is the Godslayer sword will. No wonder that kid was able to wake me up. What did I say? It made me feel like there was a knife at my back. He actually has the Godslayer sword will on him. At this time, the terrifying little dog finally opened its eyes. The Godslayer sword will was a powerful existence that dominated an era. Even people as strong as they were could not compare to it. Previously, he felt that there was something watching him secretly, and at this time, he finally understood that it was the Godslayer sword will. With such a terrifying existence, it was no wonder that he felt so uncomfortable. Unfortunately, this sword will is too weak, and is not the real sword will. Otherwise, those guys would have been at a disadvantage, he thought to himself. At this time, as the battle continued, the violent aura moved again, and the cold land of the far north became turbulent again. The power of the sword will was strong, but after a while, it was slowly suppressed. At this time, Su Yan again shouted, "Great!" As the two words appeared, a light immediately appeared, and an extremely mysterious power appeared. Then, the Taiji sword suddenly appeared next to Su Yan. At this time, the great sword spirit was hidden in the Taiji sword, and at this time, a terrifying majesty rushed to the sky. What, a divine sword? That mysterious and powerful little dog was shocked. At this time, it saw a brand new divine sword. However, after that battle, in theory, it was impossible for this world to be born with a divine sword. Even a subdivine sword was extremely difficult. Chapter 1097. Female literature. He did not expect Su Yan to be able to take out a divine sword at this time. Of course, with his realm, a divine sword was not much. However, he knew very well that since the ancient war, the world had changed. It was very difficult for a new divine sword to be born. However, the divine sword in front of him was brand new. He had new power and new laws. Perhaps the power of the Taiji divine sword was not very strong at this time, but he saw a future path in this sword. For a moment, he was tempted. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. Interesting, really interesting. I really want to know what kind of tricks these old friends of mine have up their sleeves. This Brad is quite an interesting person. He actually has such a trick up his sleeve. Previously, even he felt that Su Yan was too rash. His actions could be called courageous, but in fact, he was just courting death. However, now, he finally understood that this was definitely not the case. Obviously, before Su Yan did this, he had thought of all the possibilities and considered all the situations. It was also because of this that he had the courage to fight. To be able to catch the eyes of these old friends, they are indeed not ordinary people. Now, I want to see what other methods and abilities they have. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed once again. At this moment, his aura had skyrocketed. After the appearance of the Taiji Divine Sword, Su Yan's final killing move finally appeared. The other party's strength was indeed extremely frightening. That was to be expected. After all, these existences were all frightening characters that could pierce through the heavens and earth. However, so what? The more he was at this time, the more he knew that he could not back down. Because once he did, he could only become their puppet. If that was the case, no matter how strong he was, so what? He did not like the feeling of being manipulated by others. What was the meaning of a strong person? First of all, they could be free and unfettered and follow their heart. However, if they could not do this, it would be too boring. Taiji Divine Sword, destroy. At that moment, his essence, chi, and spirit merged into one in an instant. His body reappeared, and a beam of light began to display the cycle of reincarnation. That terrifying power rolled over at that moment. Such a berserk power began to sweep out at this moment. That power was terrifying to the extreme. At this time, all the power was poured into this sword. The rolling power was simply terrifying and unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan's aura rose again. At this time, his strength had been displayed to the extreme. The powerful sword will condensed, and the shadow of a dragon condensed again. What a powerful sword intent. At this time, the mysterious puppy no longer had any intention of sleeping. To him, what was powerful was naturally not the power of the sword intent, but his essence. To him, this seemed to be an extremely unfamiliar path. Such a change in power was truly terrifying. If Su Yan's cultivation could increase again, or if he could become an existence at their level, then he would definitely be a terrifying overlord. Interesting, interesting. Woof, woof, woof. This is really interesting. I have to think of a way to get this power. At this time, his will had become extremely vigorous. He even directly stretched out his little paw. However, the moment he stretched out his paw, there was immediately an extremely sharp and terrifying light that directly charged towards him. Such a cute aura was really endless. The powerful power was to the extent that it was unstoppable. His power was rolling, and his aura was constantly changing. However, he could not take half a step into the lightning pool. Damn it, do you think you can trap me forever? I've already awakened. Your power won't be able to trap me for long. This short contact had already caused an extremely terrifying power fluctuation to erupt. If it was not for the existence of the extremely powerful and terrifying seal, how much damage would this power cause? However, he was still sealed in the end. After a while, he finally accepted reality. This won't do. I've just awakened, and I'm really too hungry. I can't use all my power at all. What should I do? He directly muttered to himself. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. That's right. My original body can't go out, but I can let a clone leave this place. Although I'll have to pay a certain price, and even let my original body fall into a deep sleep again, it'll definitely be worth it because I'll obtain that kid's power. Just as he was thinking, there was a huge change in Su Yan's battlefield. After the sword aura appeared, the few wills indeed felt an extremely strong threat. That extremely powerful power directly descended at this time. That was the descent of wills. Su Yan directly sneered, no matter how glorious you were in the past, it's just yesterday's flowers. Since that's the case, you still want to show off here. Since you're treating me like a chess piece, then I'll flip the table. At this moment, Su Yan was in high spirits. His sword suddenly slashed down, and sword aura madly appeared. Then, the Grand Supreme Chi directly exploded. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Sword Chi directly turned into a giant wolf and suddenly opened its mouth. The first will to arrive was directly swallowed by the giant wolf. At this moment, Su Yan did not give up. His arrogance grew even stronger, and his strength was raised to the peak. That terrifying power had become the most dazzling radiance at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power was constantly trembling. Everything between heaven and earth had lost its color, and that sword was the only one that was eternal. At this moment, that powerful power directly swept over. Those few wills were extremely terrifying, and when they pressed down, they had supreme majesty. Their majesty went straight into one's heart, as if they wanted to make Su Yan kneel down. However, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew clearly that the most important thing in this world was self-esteem. If one wanted to become a strong person, one must have a self-esteem heart. If one felt danger and fear towards those existences, then it meant that one's heart was not strong enough. How could a soul not strong enough become a true super strong person? At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly rising. At this moment, his power had reached an extremely berserk level. At this moment, Su Yan was like a person standing on the edge of a cliff. He had no way to retreat, so he fought with his life. The power of that sword was fierce. The power of the Grand Supreme and the will of the Godslayer sword merged, directly activating Su Yan's most powerful move. These two words represented the pinnacle of destruction. At this moment, that violent power showed its most terrifying power. The wind blew, and the world was dark. In the midst of that terrifying power, Su Yan's last bit of power was finally crushed. He had won in the end. After those wills sensed this, they all seemed to be extremely angry, and they were even vaguely transmitting their thoughts. They were high and mighty existences, and all living things bowed to them. However, they did not expect to be played like this by a junior. The arrangements they had left behind were all destroyed, although they would not disappear just like that. However, the energy that they had set up for so long would be directly dissipated. This was an extremely huge price to pay for it. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not stop. You old guys. Since you've transmitted your wills, don't leave. At this moment, the terrifying wolf head directly rose into the air and headed straight for those wills. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted to do was to directly devour those wills in one go. At this moment, he was simply audacious. Those were the wills of giants. No one wanted to have such karma with such tyrannical existences because they were simply too powerful. Yang Tai-e was a peak venerable emperor. However, when facing these powerful existences, he had countless scruples in his heart and did not dare to act recklessly. However, Su Yan was unscrupulous. This time, he had not only offended one of them, but all of them. He was a complete madman, but in fact, he did not need to have any scruples. This was where Su Yan's brilliance came from. He clearly knew that he had already planted his karma with those powerful existences. If he waited until they appeared in the future, these people would definitely not let him go. Since that was the case, there was no difference between them. That was why he was so bold. Those wills were the most powerful existences. At this time, due to various reasons, they had become weak and could not be compared to when they were at their peak. This was exactly what Su Yan wanted. Su Yan's goal was very simple. He wanted to use the power of the Grand Supreme to analyze their essence. He knew that this would be an extremely difficult process. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to take that step first. If he did not even have the courage to take that step, how could he make himself stronger? The huge wolf head was constantly struggling. The wolf head was the evolution of his aura. If the wolf head was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a huge backlash. However, Su Yan knew that he would definitely be the winner of this battle. He was scheming against the unsuspecting. Although it was risky, he would definitely succeed. Time passed by once again. When everything was over, Su Yan's entire body was filled with fatigue. However, there was a flame-like brilliance flickering in his eyes. This time, he had succeeded. This was the joy of surviving a disaster. It was also the joy of winning a challenge. No matter what, he had to succeed. This was simply unimaginable. Even now, when Su Yan thought about it, his heart was filled with lingering fear. Chapter 1098. Female literature. Even though he had confidence in himself at the beginning, he was still confident in himself. But having confidence was one thing, and actually doing it was another. Those powerful existences were really too terrifying. If they had more power in their arrangement, then Su Yan would have to die. Su Yan dared to do this based on his own speculation. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally stood up again. At this time, the energy between heaven and earth was still very chaotic. No matter who was here, it was actually very dangerous. Some of the chaotic energy was like a violent hurricane, and some were even extremely terrifying sharp blades. With such a powerful energy surging, the destructive power was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, one would be directly shattered. However, Su Yan was not affected at all. When the powerful energy landed on his body, not only was it not directly shattered, but it was even absorbed by his power. At this moment, his aura was constantly surging. It was as if his entire life was ushering in a new life. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were filled with unprecedented brilliance. It's time to leave this place. Su Yan looked at the mysterious underground. After he had obtained a new life, his strength had become even more terrifying. Naturally, he was able to see even more things. At this moment, he was so powerful. However, he soon frowned. Even now, he could still see a blurry area. He was simply unable to see the face of the underground existence clearly. It seems that this is still a little too powerful. My strength is too weak, so I can't see it clearly. However, sooner or later, I will be able to see it clearly. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, Su Yan was not discouraged at all. Instead, he had an unprecedented confidence. He believed that he could do it. However, there was no point in continuing to stay here. Su Yan looked at Yang Tai-yi. Now, he was even more certain that there was something wrong with Yang Tai-yi. Although he was in the midst of his transformation, his 5 senses had not disappeared. They had only quieted down. Therefore, he still saw Yang Tai-yi's flustered and exasperated appearance when he rushed out. No matter what, Su Yan will never be a chess piece of fate. Moreover, even if I'm just a chess piece, I'm not someone you can manipulate. After he finished speaking in his heart, he was finally about to leave. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was an additional puppy by his feet. The puppy seemed to have just been born and was full of cuteness. At this time, it was circling Su Yan step by step. Puppy? How could a puppy appear in a place like this? Su Yan felt incredulous at first, because he could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in this place. Not to mention a puppy, even a powerful demonic beast might not be able to survive. No, that's an elemental demon beast. At this moment, he was suddenly shocked because he clearly knew what kind of existence that was. An elemental demon beast. Demon beasts were an extremely powerful race between heaven and earth. They were born with extremely powerful strength, and they could even be compared to the terrifying Void Invaders, the Demon Clan. Countless years ago, demon beasts were the rulers of heaven and earth. Even now, their existence was still a problem that humans could not ignore. Powerful demon beasts could directly transform into demon saints and run rampant between heaven and earth. There were many species of demon beasts, and among these demon beasts, there was a very special type of demon beast. That was the elemental demon beast. They were different from other demon beasts in that almost all demon beasts reproduced. However, elemental demon beasts were not. Elemental demon beasts were born from heaven and earth. They were the favored children of heaven and earth. Elemental demon beasts could only be born when the right time and place were used to the extreme. In ancient history, there was a dark elemental demon beast and a light elemental demon beast. Back then, they had even become the most terrifying rulers of heaven and earth. They had already surpassed the sacred Venerate realm. As for other known elemental demon beasts, they had also reached an extremely terrifying level. Of course, for human cultivators, if they were able to obtain an elemental demonic beast and subdue it, then their cultivation would become almost unstoppable. When they formed a contract with an elemental demon beast, they would have the characteristics of an elemental demon beast. In human history, there was also such a powerful sacred Venerate. In recent times, the words elemental demon beast had never been heard of again. If Su Yan had not been so knowledgeable and had not read so many ancient books when he was in the Taihang sword faction, he would almost not have known about the existence of this demon beast. He had never thought that such a rare elemental demon beast would appear in front of him. How is it possible? An elemental demon beast has actually appeared. Could it be before? He immediately thought that before, when the cold elements in the extreme north were rampaging, the terrifying elemental power was constantly attacking, and then it might have formed this elemental demon beast. Because the conditions before were indeed somewhat similar to the conditions in the records. Su Yan squatted down. When the elemental demon beast saw Su Yan squatting down, it immediately took a few steps back. However, it seemed to be very weak, and even its walking was a bit shaky. Just as it took a step back, it almost fell. It looked at Su Yan with a bit of curiosity in its eyes, as if it was wondering why the existence in front of it was different from itself. At this time, Su Yan was also looking at this little thing. He fully activated the Eye of Truth, and saw everything about this elemental demon beast. It's actually a real elemental demon beast. How surprising. Under the Eye of Truth, he could see that this little thing's body was very pure and contained extremely rich elements. The existence of such power was simply the creation of heaven and earth. He stretched out his hand and then condensed a bit of elemental essence. At first, the little dog was a little scared, and it unconsciously took a step back. However, when it felt the power in the elemental essence, it immediately went forward. Su Yan did not make any movements, and he watched as the little guy directly absorbed the elemental essence. The little guy's speed of absorbing the elemental essence was terrifying. Although the elemental essence was only the size of a fist, it was filled with an extremely large amount of elemental energy. Even a Dragon Realm expert would need to spend a lot of time to absorb it. However, this little guy did it effortlessly. With just a few munches, it finished absorbing the elemental essence. The little guy immediately raised its head and looked at Su Yan with a cute face. It was obvious that the elemental essence just now was not enough for it. Su Yan condensed the elemental essence at an extremely fast speed, and the little guy took it all and ate it. At this time, Su Yan stretched out his hand and directly hugged it in his arms. The principle of whoever has milk is mother seemed to be the same everywhere. Not only did the little guy not have any resistance towards Su Yan, it even showed an extremely affectionate attitude towards him. You little guy, since you've appeared beside me, then it means that we're fated. Come with me. Su Yan finished speaking and looked at the little guy. Elemental demonic beasts were formed by the heaven and earth, and they were extremely intelligent. Su Yan knew that this little guy would definitely be able to understand his words. The little guy directly snuggled into Su Yan's arms, and it seemed to be extremely happy. Su Yan said, if that's the case, then let's leave this place. After speaking, Su Yan directly left. Damn it, what exactly happened? Yang Tai-yi was really angry at this time. He knew that a huge change must have happened outside. During the battle just now, there was a huge elemental fluctuation. That powerful energy seemed to have caused even him to be somewhat afraid. Unfortunately, he was actually unable to sense it. This was because a whirlwind had directly hit where he was, and then, his spiritual sense was forcibly interrupted. At this time, he was simply blind. Burial Sword Tomb. After Su Yan left, this place fell into silence again. The once mountainous area had become so desolate at this time. The Great Era had just arrived, but at this time, the burial sword tomb had already been eliminated in advance. On the 5th day after Su Yan left, a figure appeared in the burial sword tomb. This was an old man. His figure was lonely, and his whole person seemed to be silent in infinite sorrow. He was none other than the old man Su Yan had been searching for. He looked at the familiar place and suddenly knelt down. His eyes were blazing with anger, and finally, he said in a deep voice, "Ancestors of the burial sword tomb, this unworthy disciple, Wei Qing, kowtows. I failed to protect the foundation of the ancestors." On that day, a disaster suddenly came. He received the news that Celestial Dual City was massacred, so he immediately rushed to Celestial Dual City, but he didn't expect that not long after he left, the burial sword tomb would suffer such a blow. The entire sect was directly destroyed, and in Celestial Dual City, he saw Sun Yan. Sun Yan had already become an idiot back then. Logically speaking, in front of him, Sun Yan wasn't even qualified to be in his eyes, but on that day, this old man who had run amok for a lifetime finally knew what despair was. Sun Yan's realm had already reached such a terrifying level. His sword was simply unstoppable. When the sword fell, he didn't even have the strength to resist. At that moment, he knew that things had gone beyond his expectations. Sun Yan's sword was evil and violent, and would inevitably take away many lives. Celestial Dual City was directly slaughtered by him alone. At that time, the old man felt that he would also be killed by him. But when Sun Yan's sword fell, a mysterious figure appeared and directly took him away. Chapter 1099. Female Literature, That's Enough, Wei Qing, Let Bygones Be Bygones. If you can't let go of these things, you won't be able to reach a higher realm. A young man suddenly appeared next to Wei Qing. Judging by his appearance, he was around 17 or 18 years old. He had a strong physique and looked like the sun. "Senior brother, that's our sect, our home." Wei Qing still couldn't let it go. For the sake of this sect, he had sacrificed too much. But now, everything had been destroyed. He called the man senior brother. Not anymore. The existence of the burial sword tomb is meaningless. So what if it's destroyed? "You should know that we belong to the Buddha sect," said Lin Feng. The man looked at the desolation and said, "These things don't have any meaning. It's ridiculous to think that I fought with you for the position of sect master back then." He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. Time always passed by. 100 years ago, he and Wei Qing were still young. They were the most outstanding geniuses back in the burial sword tomb. At that time, the previous generation's head teacher had also reached the end of his life, so naturally, the position of head teacher was decided between the two of them. In order to compete for the position of sect leader, the two of them were almost fighting to the death. In the end, Wei Qing won and obtained the position of sect master. At that time, he left the burial sword tomb with great reluctance. His mood was gloomy at the time. But later on, he found that going to the burial sword tomb was too small. So what if he became the leader of the burial sword tomb? Look at Wei Qing, he was able to defeat him back then. It was clear how good his talent was. But now, he looked like an old man with a cultivation base at the peak of the origin state. Wei Qing, on the other hand, was at the peak of the dragon realm, ready to become an origin state cultivator at any time. This was the difference, because the two of them were in completely different environments. Wei Qing had become the new sword burial elder, but in reality, he was only trapped in this tiny burial mound. Wei Qing, on the other hand, had entered that mysterious place, the Buddha Gate. Just thinking about the greatness of the Stupa sect still filled his heart with excitement. This could also be considered his own luck. If he hadn't left in despair, he probably wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. "Senior apprentice brother, perhaps our struggle back then was a bit laughable, but this is our sect, the place where we grew up, our home. The children in the burial sword tomb are the future of our sect. But now, everything is gone. I can't accept this, I can't accept this." His entire body was trembling, and his aura was flickering constantly at this moment, as if he wanted to burst out. At this time, his senior brother said, Wei Qing, I know that you are very unwilling and angry right now, but have you thought about it? What can you do right now? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but your strength is too weak. You haven't even reached the dragon realm yet. Let me tell you, that day in celestial Shuang City, the one who attacked was at the peak of the dragon realm. Even I might not be his opponent. Li Zhao's heart was filled with indignation as he spoke. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years to reach his current level of cultivation. But the kid he met last time was actually not any weaker than him. How could he accept this? Alright, if you have nothing else to say, then come back with me. Return to the Stupa sect. Only then will you have a chance to take revenge. Sword Burial Sword asked in a daze, Stupa sect? You mean return to the Stupa sect? He couldn't believe it. Did the Stupa sect really exist? Li Xiao said, of course. You have to know that although the Devil's sect was strong in the ancient times, the Stupa sect was not weak. You're just too shallow, that's why you don't know. Let me tell you, the Stupa sect is stronger than you think. His eyes shone with pride as he said, after so many years, the curse of the 5 counties has not disappeared. That's why the true experts of the Stupa sect have not come out. They have been hiding in their own small worlds, waiting for the arrival of a revolution. Today, the opportunity has finally arrived. While the two of them were talking, a black shadow suddenly crept towards them. Yes, who is it? Li Zhao's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Then, without any hesitation, he struck out with his sword. His sword chi was like a raging wave. The powerful sword chi flew out at this time, and the terrible power directly hit the shadow. However, the shadow was not destroyed by him as he had imagined. Instead, it floated around for a moment before it let out a sneer. Not bad at all. With such strength, no wonder you're from the Stupa sect. Now, tell me, where is the Stupa sect? At this moment, the black shadow finally appeared. It was not a human, but a monster that looked like a kobold. Li Xiao was startled at first and then said, I didn't expect to see a half-demon. Have you all begun to awaken? Compared to Wei Qing's shock, Li Xiao was extremely calm. It's no wonder. With the recovery of the world, all kinds of monsters have awakened. I just didn't expect the Stupa sect to be your first target. What? Do you think your strength is enough to fight against the Stupa sect? Or is it that you people can't wait to be destroyed? Li Xiao had absolute confidence in his Stupa sect. Those half-demons might not be ordinary and their strength wasn't weak, but so what? The kobold said, the Stupa sect is so arrogant. You really annoy me. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. The kobold was very powerful. The moment he attacked, the terrifying ripples were enough to show that he was an extremely terrifying expert. His powerful aura suppressed Li Xiao and Old Man Zong as if he wanted to crush them. Old Man Zong felt extremely uneasy when he sensed the terrifying pressure. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Not long ago, he was a big shot in the 5 counties. Now, he realized that he had become a weakling. In front of these experts, he did not even have the chance to attack. The battle between Li Xiao and the kobold was extremely intense. A battle between 2 Dragon Realm experts was extremely terrifying. The kobold's realm was actually lower than Li Xiao's, but his body was extremely terrifying. His terrifying strength was almost unparalleled. That violent strength was simply indescribable. Therefore, Li Xiao could only fight to a draw with him at this moment. The battle between the 2 sides finally stopped. At this moment, the dog-headed man looked at Li Xiao and sneered, "You're not bad to have such combat strength. Let's call it a day." Don't worry, the elites of my tribe will destroy your pagoda sect very soon. Li Xiao said disdainfully, "Idiot." Although the outcome of the battle earlier had been determined, he had actually already won. The kobold was able to rely on its powerful body to fight against him, but as time passed, its advantage would gradually be eroded by its flesh and blood. This was the benefit of having a strong realm. At that time, the kobold would be killed by Li Xiao. Evidently, the kobold knew this as well, so at this moment, he stopped and did not continue to fight. Junior brother, did you see that? Even if that mysterious faction did not appear, the buried sword tomb would still be destroyed. Do you know why? Because you're too weak. Alright, follow me back to the Stupa sect. Old man's sword burial seemed to have lost his soul. However, in the end, he could only accept reality because he knew that Li Xiao was right about one thing. Without enough strength, one could only be bullied by others. Just as Sword Burial Elder left with Li Xiao, a new guest arrived at the Heaven and Earth organization. After this person appeared, his powerful aura suppressed the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Yun Wanqing and Lei Wanjun rushed out at the same time. There was only one person outside the formation. It was a young man. His aura was very strong, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was also quite handsome. Yi Xingxing of the Stupa sect invites the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth organization to come out and meet me. His voice quickly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Cloud sect. He didn't directly attack, but the meaning of his demonstration was extremely obvious. He was clearly telling everyone that in front of him, their formation was useless. Wanqing, wait a little longer. Wait for Su Yan to come back. Yun Wanqing was about to leave when Lei Wanjun pulled her back. His opponent's strength was so strong that it made him feel a sense of despair. He, Lei Wanjun, had been unhindered in his life, but he did not expect to be so sullen at this time. When he saw someone, he felt despair. This was a humiliation to him. But this person was strong. Yun Wanqing said, "It's fine. Let's go and see what's going on first. If it really doesn't work, we'll retreat into the formation." Of course, she had also felt the extremely frightening strength of the other party. If such a powerful person was truly angered, when the other party directly attacked, the entire Heavenly Cloud sect would have to bear an enormous calamity. Chapter 1100. Female Literature. Yun Wanqing stepped out of the array and her gaze fell on this person. She had to admit that this mysterious expert who suddenly appeared in front of her seemed to have an unusual charm. His aura was very strong, but it wasn't overbearing. Instead, it gave people a very calm feeling. Such an aura made her feel very comfortable. I really didn't expect that the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization is even more beautiful than the rumors say. I am Yi Xingxing, the successor of this generation's Stupa sect. I am very honored to meet Sect Master Yun. He spoke elegantly and politely. It gave people a very good feeling. Wanqing greets Senior Yi. I wonder what Senior is here for. Yun Wanqing was neither servile nor overbearing. The other party's strength was above her expectations, so other thoughts were meaningless. Of course, he would not give up on himself because of this. Even if his cultivation was not as good as the other parties, he still needed to maintain his integrity. At this moment, Yun Wanqing only felt the space in front of her shake, and a figure appeared 2 meters away. And she did not notice his movements at all. For such an expert, not to mention 2 meters, even 200 meters was an extremely dangerous distance. It was very easy to kill someone at this distance. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but she forced herself to suppress this thought. Because she knew very well that it was meaningless. The other party's strength was far above hers. Just this point alone was enough to dispel all of her thoughts. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's eyes swept across her beautiful face and figure without any scruples. This made Yun Wanqing feel very uncomfortable, and the little bit of good feeling from before disappeared in an instant. She said, "Senior Yi, if you have something to say, just say it. I believe that Senior Ye's time is precious, so don't waste too much time with me." Her words were soft and gentle, but the unwillingness to keep others at arm's length was fully expressed. Yi Xingxing was naturally not a fool. He also understood why the other party was like this, but he did not care. On the contrary, this made him very interested. However, this time, he was here for proper business. Thus, he said, "Lord Yun, I'm actually here for the safety of the Heaven and Earth organization. I'm sure Lord Yun is aware that the world is about to change. So everything has started to change. This world is far from being as safe as it used to be. His gaze remained fixed on Yun Wanqing's body, especially on Yun Wanqing's towering twin peaks. Yun Wanqing said, "Indeed." Yi Xingxing continued, "The Stupa Gate is willing to protect your sect. As long as your sect is honest and cooperates, then the Stupa Gate will protect the Heaven and Earth organization from harm." When he spoke of the Stupa sect, his eyes shone with an intense light. It was clear that he had already taken this sect as his religion. Although Wanqing is not talented, she also knows that there is no free lunch in the world. If your sect protects us, then what price will we have to pay? Yun Wanqing was concise and went straight to the point. He knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How could the other party be so generous and offer protection to the Heaven and Earth organization for no reason? Yi Xingxing said, "Lord Yun, you must be joking. The Stupa Gate has always been a sect that fights for the world. Back then, when the demonic sect wanted to sacrifice the continent, it was the Stupa Gate that did all we could to stop the catastrophe. Thus, you must believe that the Stupa Gate is sincere." At this moment, he suddenly paused, then continued, "Of course, I personally admire you, Lord Yun, so I really want to become your Tao companion. I hope you can give me a chance to perform." As soon as he said this, his purpose was laid bare. The so-called giving him a chance, the so-called no conditions, those were all bullsh*t. This was his true goal. Yun Wanqing was the sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. If he married Yun Wanqing, then everything in the Heaven and Earth organization would belong to him. Was this not a price that he would have to pay? No, that would be equivalent to selling himself away. At this moment, Yun Wanqing was about to explode. At this moment, Lei Wanjun appeared from within the great array. "Who are you? Don't go too far." Lei Wanjun could not stand by and watch Yun Wanqing be humiliated for the first time. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked. A bolt of lightning exploded and rushed towards Yi Xingxing. The corners of Yi Xingxing's mouth curled up slightly. It was obvious that he was very dismissive of this power. The moment the lightning arrived in front of him, he directly reached out his hand and grabbed the light in his hand. "Since this is your first offense, I will not pursue it. If there is a next time, I will definitely kill you." At this moment, Yi Xingxing's elegant aura was no longer there. His entire person exuded an extremely terrifying and violent aura. He had transformed from a scholar into a tyrant who could kill and seize people's lives. "Humph, kill me? Come on then. You will definitely regret being so arrogant today." Lei Wanjun did not back down at all. His temper had always been violent. How could he admit defeat at this time? Even if there was a life-threatening danger, he would not do this. "Very well, it seems that I still need to teach you a lesson." At this moment, his power suddenly rose, and an extremely powerful ray of light fell directly. Such power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, his aura was so strong that it was extremely dense. Under this attack, his power was incomparably violent. Lei Wanjun did not have time to attack at this time. The extremely violent power had already rushed towards him. His expression immediately changed. His opponent's attack was truly terrifying. In that instant, he was directly defeated. He did not even have the chance to react. Intense pain spread through his body. This is just a small punishment. Sect Master Lei, when you speak, it's best to think before you speak. I am a kind person. However, if the bastard of the devil's sect was here, then you would be a dead man now. Yi Xingxing smiled faintly. It was obvious that he did not take the previous incident seriously. "Sect Master Yun, I am indeed a little presumptuous. However, a fair lady is a gentleman's dream. I could not help myself. However, I think that you can still consider my request. After all, I believe that there is no one in the 5 counties who is worthy of you." His smile was still as bright as the sun. His calm tone was filled with absolute confidence. This was because he had absolute power. "Just you wait, brat. When Su Yan returns, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Lei Wanjun said indignantly. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's expression became extremely interesting. Su Yan? You mean the brat who appeared for a fleeting moment? Huh, based on what you said, it seems that he has already returned to the 5 counties. If he is really as powerful as you say, then let him come out. Why hide like a tortoise? Since the Stupa sect had reappeared in this world, they had naturally conducted a thorough investigation of everything. Su Yan had played an extremely important role in the 5 counties. Since that was the case, how could they let Su Yan go? On the contrary, Su Yan was the most important person they had investigated. Yi Xingxing had come to the Heaven and Earth organization to meet Su Yan. Firstly, he wanted to see what abilities Su Yan, who was known as the most powerful person in the 5 counties, had. Secondly, he knew that Su Yan and Yun Wanqing seemed to have an inexplicable relationship. Do you want to see me? Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. This made Yi Xingxing's heart skip a beat. Who is it? The sudden appearance of the voice was clearly out of his control. He did not even know when the other party had appeared. How was this possible? How could there be such a terrifying powerhouse in the 5 counties? He immediately turned around and threw out a punch with all his strength. He punched out, and a terrifying aura fluctuation appeared directly. The violent power directly expelled all the air in the area. Perhaps it was because he was too afraid, but this punch was already his strongest attack. Such a powerful and terrifying power made him feel surging. However, such a powerful punch did not have any effect. He only felt that his punch had suddenly dissipated. Even his body was about to be swallowed up. At this moment, Su Yan was standing calmly behind Yi Xingxing. He had just rushed back and happened to see this scene. This guy was really bold. Not only did he have designs on Yun Wanqing, but he also directly attacked Lei Wanjun. Lei Wanjun had taught Su Yan the thunder technique in the past, so the two of them had a close relationship. This time, Lei Wanjun had been injured in order to protect Yun Wanqing. Ho Yi felt a little guilty towards him. At this moment, there was even a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Who are you? Yi Xingxing was also extremely panicked. No matter who it was, he would be shocked to suddenly have such a strong powerhouse behind him. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Didn't you just say that I'm a coward?" Yi Xingxing's eyelids twitched. At this moment, if he still did not know who was standing in front of him, then he should really bang his head against the wall and die. At this moment, his entire body's strength directly increased. He did not want to attack Su Yan, because he clearly knew that he had no chance at all. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to leave. He wanted to get away from Su Yan as soon as possible. The farther the better. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move his body at all. Chapter 1101. Female Literature. Su Yan said, "Do you really want to leave?" Yi Xingxing saw Su Yan's sneer and knew that things were not going well. In the next moment, Su Yan suddenly exerted his strength. An extremely powerful and terrifying force erupted at this moment. The terrifying aura had reached its peak. The terrifying force had turned into a huge cloud of smoke. At this time, Yi Xingxing could no longer control himself. His whole body was directly blasted away at this time, and then directly smashed into the ground at an incredible speed. Boom! A terrifying loud sound was heard. Yi Xingxing only felt that his body was about to shatter. He clearly had powerful strength, but he could not protect himself just now. It was as if the strength in his body did not belong to him. This raised the sense of danger in his heart to another level. In fact, before he came, he had already thought that Su Yan would be very powerful. After all, Su Yan could become the most powerful person in the 5 counties. How could such a person be simple? But he definitely did not expect Su Yan to have reached such a level. After all, this continent was cursed. No matter how talented one was, one could not break through the shackles of this continent. Are you from the Stupa sect? Yi Xingxing felt that the whole world was trembling. And at this moment, Su Yan had already arrived by his side. His voice was so calm. Answer me. Su Yan's voice was heard again. This time, his voice was incomparably majestic. Yi Xingxing's heart was filled with fear. It was as if he was just an ordinary person kneeling in front of a high and mighty emperor. That's right. What was left of his dignity made him struggle to get up. Then, he lifted his head and looked at Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's body seemed to be constantly shaking. I am from the Stupa sect. Su Yan, you should have heard of the Stupa sect. I advise you not to act recklessly. Yi Xingxing wanted to say a few harsh words, but at this moment, he no longer had the confidence to speak. After all, Su Yan's previous majesty was too strong. The Stupa sect? So what? Did they really think that the Stupa sect was invincible? Moreover, do you think someone like you can represent the Stupa gate? Do you believe that even if I kill you, the Stupa sect will still want to work with me? Su Yan looked down from above with boundless majesty. Yi Xingxing's heart skipped a beat. Because he knew that Su Yan's words were absolutely not empty words. In front of the interests of the sect, the life and death of these disciples actually didn't matter. If Su Yan's strength was ordinary, then he naturally wouldn't be qualified to say such words. Even at this time, he would have been directly trampled under his feet. However, it just so happened that Su Yan possessed extremely terrifying strength. Just a moment ago, he had already displayed his most terrifying power. That terrifying and berserk power made him feel fear. A venerable, he has actually become a venerable. He was at the peak of the dragon realm. However, Su Yan could easily send him off. It was obvious that Su Yan's strength was definitely that of a venerable. However, he couldn't sense what level Su Yan was at. This was because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. Su Yan, I didn't mean to offend you just now. Furthermore, I know that there is karma between you and the Stupa sect. This time, I am only here to work with you. As for the other matters, I acted on my own accord. I hope you can forgive me. If Su Yan's strength was inferior to his, then he naturally wouldn't mind trampling Su Yan under his feet. However, Su Yan's strength was much greater than his. At this point, he didn't dare to do so. What he was most afraid of now was that Su Yan would directly kill him. Just as Su Yan had said, if he really did that, then his death would be in vain. This was because Su Yan's strength was enough to make the sects pay attention to him. At this time, the sects had just awakened from their sealed state. Those who were truly strong were still unable to appear in this world. Therefore, they needed a new force to replenish themselves. The Heaven and Earth organization was one of the largest sects in the 5 counties. If they could control this sect, then it would be the best thing to do. Although the world had started to change, it was still just the beginning. Those strong existences had all awakened, but not all of them had yet to awaken. In order to be able to seize the opportunity in this great change of the world, they now needed to obtain more resources. Under the premise that their own people couldn't come out, controlling the large sects was the best choice. This was the Stupa sect strategy. Some sects that had been sealed, such as the Dark Demon sect, were truly evil sections. What they needed to revive was not resources, but human lives. Moreover, they needed the life spirits of strong people. Therefore, they took action and massacred the sects to gather power. After all, this was the time when the gap between them was the greatest. However, as time passed, the cultivation of the people in the 5 counties would gradually increase. When that time came, the gap between them would not be so great. By then, their advantage would no longer exist. These powerful evil sects saw this point. Therefore, what they needed to do now was to harvest the sects that would threaten them in the future. This way, when they officially appeared, they would be able to seize the initiative directly. Su Yan looked at Yi Xingxing. Yi Xingxing also looked at Su Yan. At this time, he was actually very afraid. He was really afraid that Su Yan would kill him directly. The terrifying aura that Su Yan had just suppressed towards him had already made him tremble uncontrollably. It was an unimaginably powerful force, and the terrifying aura had become incomparably violent. At this time, Su Yan suddenly walked in front of him. Yi Xingxing's heart was beating even faster. He thought that Su Yan was finally going to kill him. No, Su Yan, you can't act recklessly. I am the envoy of the Stupa sect. If you kill me, the Stupa sect will not let you go. When he met someone stronger than him, he would become the weak person who could not control his own fate. At this time, the only thing he could do was hope that Su Yan would let him go. He hoped that Su Yan would be afraid of the Stupa sect behind him. Yi Xingxing's body began to float slowly. This was not his own will, but Su Yan's powerful spirit consciousness supported him directly. At this time, he finally felt the terror of Su Yan. That powerful force was not something he could compare to. Do you know that you are very lucky? You haven't done anything that you will regret. Otherwise, I would have killed you. Don't think that the Stupa sect behind you can intimidate me. Su Yan's voice was calm, but every word was branded in Yi Xingxing's heart. This made Yi Xingxing even more afraid. Forgive me, he said with difficulty. No, although I won't kill you, you can't escape punishment. At this moment, Su Yan pointed his finger. In an instant, incomparable pain engulfed Yi Xingxing's entire body. That terrifying feeling rushed directly into his mind. At this moment, he felt as if his body was no longer his own. That moment was really too long. After an unknown amount of time, the pain finally passed. At this time, Su Yan's gaze was still calmly looking at him. What did you do to me? Yi Xingxing's voice had become extremely weak. Nothing much. I just crippled one of your hands. Now, take me to the Stupa sect. Shall we cooperate? I do need a partner. Su Yan had changed his mind. After returning from the Arctic land of the far north, he had become even more powerful. He also knew some other things. He knew that when the heavens and earth changed, everything would become an unknown. Therefore, he had to make preparations early. Right now, he and the Heaven and Earth organization were too passive. No, it should be said that the entire 5 counties continent was in the same situation. They could only wait for these ancient sects to wake up one by one and cause trouble for them. However, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. If this continued, they would be exhausted. Therefore, Su Yan had to take the initiative. He needed a partner to help the Heaven and Earth organization get through this period of time. This was also a period of weakness for the 5 counties continent. He had naturally thought of this point. The 5 counties continent was currently undergoing a transformation. He had to fight for this time. Yi Xingxing's arrival had given him this train of thought. Thanks to this, Yi Xingxing did not need to die. The price he had to pay was only one of his hands. Yi Xingxing felt immense pressure as he looked at Su Yan. You're saying that you want to go to the Stupa sect? He did not want to bring Su Yan there. After exchanging blows with Su Yan, he knew how terrifying Su Yan was. Although he had absolute confidence in his sect, he did not know why he did not want to bring Su Yan there. That's right. You don't need to talk so much nonsense. I don't care whether you're willing or not. You just need to lead the way. Of course, if you really want to resist, that's fine too. I'll kill you and get what I want from your soul. When he heard Su Yan's cold threat, the fear in his heart grew even stronger. After a slight struggle, he finally said, Okay, I will take you there. Su Yan nodded. Then, he said to Yun Wanxing and Lei Wanjun, I will make a trip to the Stupa sect. Before that, I will do my best to upgrade the Great Array. At the same time, I will call a few helpers. After this lesson, Su Yan knew that even with the Great Array, this place was no longer safe. There needed to be a powerful existence to protect the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, he would never forget the tragedy at the Burial Sword Mound. Chapter 1102. Girls' Literature. Su Yan's power had reached a whole new level. Now, his battle strength was strong enough to defeat an ordinary Dao master. He might even be able to defeat a genius Dao master like Shuexingchuan. This was because the current him had transformed to a whole new level after he had broken and re-established himself. Moreover, after that, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had also improved completely. After he finished speaking, he began to set up the formation. A large formation required a huge amount of accumulation. For example, the terrifying formation of the Taihang sword faction had extremely terrifying lethality. It was a formation condensed by the Taihang sword faction's hundreds of years of accumulation in the sword pool. Back then, when the Limitless Demon sect attacked, the Sublime Flow sword sect was able to turn the tables and win because of this formation. Naturally, the formation of the Heaven and Earth organization could not be compared to that large formation. However, the power of the formation was not small either. At this moment, Su Yan waved his hand, and an extremely terrifying power appeared directly at this moment. In an instant, the large formation was completely destroyed. Yi Xingxing saw all of this with his eyes. Naturally, he was capable of destroying this formation. However, Su Yan did it so casually, as if he was just tearing a piece of paper. Such a method was extremely terrifying. This was his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Could it be that he's already a Dao master? Yi Xingxing was shocked. If that was really the case, it would be too terrifying. Then, Su Yan's power emerged continuously. At this moment, his power had been exerted to the extreme. The terrifying power kept accumulating, and the mysterious laws kept condensing. In the end, one formation after another fell directly. Yi Xingxing knew a little about formations, so he could estimate the power of many formations in his heart. If he had faced this formation before, he would have been directly devoured the moment he attacked, and then he would have been seriously injured, let alone shaken it. However, this formation was not only powerful and terrifying, but it also began to devour spirit qi at this time. That was the terrifying speed of a giant whale swallowing water. That terrifying throughput would cause the spiritual energy of the Heaven and Earth organization to skyrocket. It wouldn't be long before the Heaven and Earth organization would be as abundant as their holy land. How terrifying! At this time, he was even more afraid of Su Yan. He didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge in his heart. At this point, it was no longer a matter that could be resolved through anger. The gap between the two of them was so big that he could not see any hope. He originally thought that after coming out of the arcane realm at such a young age, he would definitely be able to dominate the 5 counties. In fact, this was indeed the case in the beginning. Before coming to the Heaven and Earth organization, he had already been to many sects and challenged their most powerful people. Almost none of these people were able to block a single attack from him because the gap between the two sides was simply too great. He enjoyed the despair and anger of those people, but today, this despair and anger fell on him. Su Yan looked at him condescendingly as if he was looking at an insignificant ant. At this time, his heart was really pained, but at this time, he could only silently accept this anger. This was because he was indeed no match for Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan did not care about Yi Xingkong's thoughts. This was the truth. In his heart, Yi Xingkong was nothing. What he really cared about was the Stupa sect behind him. Yang Tai-yi was a member of the Stupa Gate, but Su Yan didn't know what kind of relationship Yang Tai-yi had with the Stupa Gate. Moreover, whether the Stupa Gate was as benevolent as the rumors made it out to be, this was already a very questionable matter. At Su Yan's level, he absolutely would not easily believe any rumors. He could only trust his own judgment. Therefore, it was very necessary to go to the Stupa sect at this time. Moreover, he also needed to find the 2 divine swords of the Stupa sect. 9 heavens and Stupa were the 2 divine swords that Yang Tai-yi had mentioned. If even Yang Tai-yi, a venerable sovereign, wanted them, then they must be good things. Regardless of what effect they had on Yang Tai-yi, Su Yan did not care. Now, he was more and more aware of one thing. No matter what, as long as he was strong enough, he could deal with any situation that arose. In other words, Yang Tai-yi's plan was actually not important at all. What really mattered was Su Yan himself. Only when he was strong enough could he deal with all kinds of changes by remaining unchanged and directly sweep through everything. There were too many people in this world who did not understand this principle. They were always opportunistic, thinking that as long as they were given enough opportunities, they could take advantage of the situation. There were also many people who blamed their failure on fate. They always felt that they were targeted by the heavens. If not for this, they would have definitely succeeded. However, they did not know that the reason they failed was not because the time and place were not on their side, but because they were not prepared. Without great strength, when the opportunity presented itself in front of you, everything would be so empty. Everything would be fake. It was precisely because of this that these losers would always be losers. Many people might have heard of a lot of principles because too many people would talk about them in cliché. However, these principles were useless just because they had heard them. Everyone in this world was like this. If they had not personally experienced it, then these things would just be a kind of talking point and a kind of capital for them. However, when they really experienced it, how many people would be able to remember these principles that they had heard before? At this moment, Su Yan's aura had risen to the peak. His power had reached an unimaginable level. That violent aura was like a flame, making people feel fear in their hearts. Under the operation of his power, the powerful array was constantly accumulating. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was even a little numb. At this moment, he was extremely regretful that he had actually wanted to snatch this man's woman. Perhaps only those old monsters in the sect would be able to deal with such a terrifying character. Time passed little by little. Su Yan finally finished setting up this array. At this moment, an extremely powerful majestic aura descended from the sky. Then, there was an extremely terrifying low cry. The moment this sound appeared, everyone felt an immense pressure. Sacred beast. Yi Xingxing was shocked again. He was an outstanding disciple of the Pagoda sect. How could he not recognize such a powerful and terrifying sacred beast? According to the Realm 2 wheel, a sacred beast was equivalent to a Tao master. However, under normal circumstances, a Tao master would not be able to match a sacred beast of the same realm. The reason for this was very simple. Sacred beasts were originally existences with extraordinary talents. When they evolved to this stage, their talents would become even more powerful and terrifying. The curse of the 5 counties had just been lifted. At this moment, even supremacies would find it difficult to exist. Those powerful supremacies could only stay in their own small worlds. However, at this moment, he saw a sacred beast that was comparable to a Tao master. This was already beyond his understanding. At this moment, Su Yan looked up. The sacred beast that had suddenly descended was an Oriole. After so many years, the Oriole had finally reached the level of a saint beast. This was an extremely difficult task. A sacred beast's strength was really terrifying. The appearance of a sacred beast at this time would have a huge impact on those ancient sects that had just recovered. The Oriole arrived directly in front of Su Yan. At this moment, Yi Xingxing was even more in disbelief. A sacred beast was actually obeying Su Yan. Then, what level had Su Yan reached? At this moment, the Oriole's aura was no longer complete. After entering this place, its strength was directly suppressed. The curse of the 5 counties had not completely disappeared. Otherwise, it would have been a huge disaster for this world. However, Su Yan was an exception. His grand supreme power directly weakened this suppression. The Oriole was his demonic beast, so Su Yan used the power of the Taishang to cover up its aura a little. Although it was still unavoidable to be suppressed by the will of the continent, at least it could enter this continent. Take the Feng family's supremacy from the Taihang sword faction for example. After entering this continent, his strength had already reached the point of transforming into a dragon. However, under Su Yan's grand supreme power, although the Oriole's strength was still suppressed, it would definitely not be as miserable as that supremacy. The current grand supreme power can only barely allow one sacred beast to enter the 5 counties continent. However, one sacred beast is enough, Su Yan said in his heart. In fact, according to his idea, he wanted to bring all of his sacred beasts over and then gather them together. That would be an extremely terrifying force. Unfortunately, there was always a limit to one's strength. Although he was extremely powerful, it was impossible for him to defy the heavens. In this world, there were always many things that could not be done as one wished. Of course, even so, he was already very satisfied. After all, having one sacred beast to suppress the Oriole was enough to deal with the current situation. If he had not gone to the Arctic land of the far north, he definitely would not have been able to do this. This also showed the benefits of facing difficulties head-on. If he had directly retreated in the face of everything, then at this moment, he probably would not have the ability to do this. Therefore, it was said that only by constantly moving forward and fighting for things could one bring enough protection for the future. Don't worry, Master. With me around, I will definitely protect this place. Unlike the blood-winged flying dragon that had already betrayed him, the Oriole and the other demonic beasts were already completely loyal to Su Yan. Their bloodline talents were actually very powerful, but it was still very difficult for them to become sacred beasts. However, after they signed a contract with Su Yan, they received great benefits. Chapter 1103. Female Literature. After Hou Yi had done all this, his gaze fell coldly on Yi Xingxing. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's entire body was trembling. He simply could not imagine what level Su Yan had reached. The deterrence of a sacred beast was strong enough. If Su Yan had been in a hidden sect with a huge foundation and support, Yi Xingxing would have found it easier to accept. After all, the powerful Stupa sect also had top geniuses and experts. Their cultivation had even reached the Tao master level. They were all extremely powerful existences. They could not have come here because everything here was too low level in their eyes. Heaven had set his sights on those extremely powerful worlds. He was looking for places to fight in other parts of the world. But this Su Yan, how exactly did he reach this step? Su Yan ignored him and went directly to Yi Xingxing. Then, he pointed his finger at Yi Xingxing's forehead. Tell me where the Stupa sect is. Su Yan's words pierced his mind. Yi Xingxing immediately knew that things were not good. Even so, he still could not control his thoughts and started to move towards the sect. Before he could react, Su Yan had already reached out and lifted him up. Then, he rushed into the distant sky. Su Yan was extremely swift and decisive. He did not say the slightest bit of nonsense. At this point, he knew that there was not much time left. The continents of the 5 counties were constantly changing. This would cause the world to change as well. Those sects hidden in the dark would reappear. Their existence was like that of criminals locked up in a prison for serious criminals. They had extremely powerful destructive power and could cause tons of damage. Once all of them escaped, the continents of the 5 counties would be in complete chaos. At this moment, Su Yan's power was surging. His aura was extremely powerful. He broke through layers of space and headed towards the place he had sensed earlier. This was an extremely remote place in the 5 counties. It could be said that there were no birds in the mountains. As soon as he arrived, he could feel an extremely terrifying aura surging towards him. This terrifying aura was like the burning of an endless volcano. Of course, this aura was much stronger than the aura of the volcano. Demonic Qi. It was an extremely terrifying and dense demonic Qi. That terrifying aura rolled out, and its powerful power could easily kill a person in the spiritual sea realm. One had to know that the spiritual sea realm was still considered as the top battle power in the 5 counties. Apart from the top-notch warriors of the square sphere realm, they could almost do whatever they wanted. However, it was extremely difficult to even survive in this place. It was obvious how terrifying this place was. This place actually has such a terrifying devil Qi. Su Yan exclaimed. Yi Xingxing said cautiously, in order to suppress this terrifying devil Qi, my sect paid a great price. In the end, we even established our sect in this place, using the powerful force of a small world to suppress this place. At this time, he was quite proud. It could be seen that he belonged to the kind of people who had grown up in this small world from the beginning. He treated this place as a holy land and the people of the 5 counties as pitiful creatures. As far as he knew, everything the Stupa Gate did was to save the common people. Of course, powerful people like Su Yan did not count as such. Su Yan did not speak. Instead, he released his divine thought. At this time, Yi Xingxing witnessed Su Yan's power again. His divine thought appeared in the air, and at this time, it directly captured the black clouds in the sky. At this moment, the terrifying clouds were directly condensed and finally formed a huge long sword. The appearance of this long sword exuded an extremely terrifying aura. At this time, Su Yan did not look like he was here to pay a visit. He was clearly doing this to forcibly take over the sect. Humph, I want to see how great the Stupa sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer held back. Such a terrifying sword fell directly at this time, and the violent brilliance burst out with endless light at this time. This seemed to be the most terrifying power in the world. When this power fell, the pitch-black mountain entrance flickered with extremely frightening energy waves. Su Yan's eye of truth was completely opened at this time. His gaze was fixed on all of this. This power was really too terrifying. At this time, the endless radiance had reached a stage where the power between heaven and earth had dyed the entire sky red. Then, a huge sword appeared. The embryonic form of the huge sword did not seem simple, because there was a hint of the power of laws in it. This must be the Stupa sect's great formation. I don't know where this great formation came from, and how its power was condensed. However, this sword Qi and Karma were condensed from the embryonic form of one of the two divine swords of the Stupa sect. If my guess is correct, I just don't know whether it is the Nine Heavens sword or the Stupa sect. Yang Tai-yi had let Su Yan obtain the two divine swords because they were of great significance to Su Yan. The Stupa sect and Su Yan had a very close relationship because Su Yan had obtained the inheritance of the Stupa pagoda. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal both existed in his body, and he had turned the Stupa seal into the Stupa's heart, which was stored in his body. Until now, he still did not know what happened in the battle back then. However, he could guess that the current Stupa sect was definitely not complete. He did have a relationship with the Stupa sect, but it was more likely that there was a conflict between them. Even so, he still wanted to try to cooperate with the Stupa sect. This was because he needed more power. However, whether this cooperation would succeed or not was not something he could predict. However, he was willing to try. He knew that the Stupa sect and his fate were already linked, so no matter what, the two would come into contact. Instead of waiting for things to happen slowly, he might as well take the initiative to attack. This guy wants to take on the Great Formation head-on. At this time, he looked at Su Yan and thought that Su Yan had gone crazy. How crazy was this? Did he not know that the Great Formation's power had reached an extremely terrifying level? As for the Berserk aura, it was already boundless. This Great Formation was the faith of the Stupa sect, and they all knew how terrifying this Great Formation was. It was almost heaven-defying, but now Su Yan wanted to challenge this Great Formation directly. This was really crazy. The violent and terrifying power was constantly changing in the sky, and the aura of the confrontation between the two spread directly. Gradually, Su Yan felt that it was difficult. The sword that he had condensed also started to crumble bit by bit. Not bad, it actually has such power. My power is almost unable to hold on. Su Yan felt an incomparably fearful power in this great array. He was also clear that the power that was colliding with him now was definitely not the strongest one. However, he could also see that such a great formation consumed a huge amount of energy each time, which was why his power was like this. In fact, Su Yan really wanted to test the limits of this power. However, he did not continue, because he knew clearly that it was meaningless. His target was not this great formation, but the interior of the Stupa sect. He immediately retracted his power, and then his spiritual consciousness pressed down. Su Yan has come to pay a visit. I hope that the senior of the Stupa sect will not hesitate to meet me. This spiritual consciousness was still extremely overbearing. Although his words were polite, this politeness displayed his strength incisively and vividly. Su Yan? You have guts. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind the mysterious Great Formation. As soon as the shadow appeared, a violent and terrifying power rose directly. It was an old man. He was as old man Zhangjian, but his power was much stronger than old man Zhangjian's. He was an antique that had lived for hundreds of years. He immediately displayed the powerful majesty of a venerable when he attacked with his palm. Moreover, Su Yan could acutely sense that he was also a venerable, but his combat strength seemed to be stronger than the venerables of the Jojo continent. Of course, this was not absolute. After all, everyone's cultivation situation was different. For example, Yan Xiao was already more outstanding than everyone else, but he was still defeated by Xue Xingchuan. However, Su Yan felt that this old man's power was extremely condensed. It seemed like this old man wanted to take him down a notch. However, how could Su Yan let him do that? Even if this old man wanted to take him down a notch, his strength was not enough. Let your Tao master talk to me. Su Yan immediately slapped out, and a terrifying radiant power soared into the sky. That terrifying power displayed an extremely violent majesty at this moment. The power that the old man had unleashed was actually repelled in an instant. The people of the Stupa sect don't seem to be as benevolent as the legends say, Su Yan said softly. Yi Xingxing immediately broke out in cold sweat. After witnessing Su Yan's violent power, he would not be as ignorant as he was at the beginning. The guy in front of him was really a dangerous person. If the seniors in the sect who were cultivating in seclusion did not wake up, they would not be able to suppress Su Yan. However, in that instant, he suddenly thought that since Su Yan was so arrogant, the experts in the sect would definitely not be able to tolerate it. If the seniors in the sect could suppress Su Yan, then he would have a chance to take revenge. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about what he was thinking. Instead, he went straight down. The old man's face turned green and white after being defeated by Su Yan. He immediately passed on the news. Chapter 1104. Female literature. Just like that, Su Yan walked in openly, and that person didn't make a move again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he knew that there was no point in him making a move. Apart from provoking Su Yan's counterattack, there was no other effect. In fact, he'd already received a notice that Su Yan was allowed to enter the pagoda world. He did this to dampen Su Yan's spirit and make him recognize his position and situation. Unfortunately, he was the one who needed to recognize his own situation and status. So this is the pagoda world. At this time, Su Yan's consciousness spread out to the surroundings. He was so unscrupulous that he didn't put anything in his eyes. His way of doing things was already extremely absurd. One had to know that this small world was the place where the pagoda sect had lived in seclusion for thousands of years. It was their home, and who knew how many of their disciples were born and died here? What he did was to investigate other people's secrets. It was a blatant violation. But Su Yan didn't care. He didn't even want to care about this. In fact, he was doing this on purpose. His goal was to provoke the paragon into coming out of hiding. The first to lose it was the old man. Su Yan, you've gone too far. This is not what a guest should do. He wanted to release his power again and teach Su Yan a lesson. However, in the end, he did not dare to do so because he would never forget how effortlessly Su Yan had repelled his power. Su Yan's gaze fell on him again. It was an extremely cold gaze. That kind of indifference made the old man's heart tremble. I've always been a bad guest. He was so overbearing that he wanted to know what kind of attitude the other party would have towards him. Evil guest, these two words made the old man unable to utter a single word. Su Yan continued, besides, I wasn't the one who started it. At this moment, Yi Xingxing's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he knew what Su Yan meant. He was the one who started this. In fact, when he went to the Heaven and Earth organization, the Great Elder had told him to be polite. Yi Xingxing remembered his words in his heart. To him, this method was indeed very polite. After all, in some sects, he had directly destroyed the large arrays of other sects before attacking them. Although this pocket world was suitable for cultivation, it was not a real pocket world after all. He had stayed in this place for too long and had just arrived in the outside world. Naturally, he could not control his temper. He immediately said, Lord Su Yan, just as he was about to say something, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the depths of this world. That faint wind gently rotated, causing the leaves to flutter. The ripples slowly emerged at this moment. Su Yan said, "Finally, someone important has come." Interesting. He did not move. Instead, he waited for that gust of wind to arrive in front of him. That gust of wind was so gentle that it was like a gentle breeze in spring. It could not even crush a leaf. However, Su Yan's vision was naturally different. He saw an extremely terrifying power in it, the law. The law of wind. It possessed the power of the law. The one who attacked was a Tao master. Although Su Yan's strength had increased greatly, when he really faced a Tao master, he still directly raised his attention to the extreme. He could not afford to make any mistakes in this fight. The power of the law quickly engulfed Su Yan. At this moment, the power and horror of this power were directly displayed. Su Yan's surroundings were directly isolated, as if Su Yan had been directly locked in a mirror. In fact, that was the power of space. It directly separated Su Yan from this small world by means of space division. If Su Yan's strength was not enough, he would have been directly crushed by this power. He was locked in a mirror. If the mirror was broken, he would naturally be crushed to pieces. It was clearly a gust of wind, but it had such a terrifying power. This was really shocking. The Great Elder has made a move. Yi Xingxing was immediately very excited. The Great Elder was a Tao Master expert. Among the experts who had awakened from the seal at this time, he was second to none and his battle strength was terrifying. He already knew that Su Yan was very strong. However, when he saw the Great Elder make a move at this time, he still hoped that he could directly suppress Su Yan. Even if he could not suppress him, it would be good to at least defeat him. If he could vent his anger, it would also dissipate the feeling in his heart that Su Yan was invincible. "Young friend, what do you think of my law of wind?" The Great Elder's voice rose. It was neither soft nor light, but it concealed a murderous intent. Su Yan laughed. Not bad at all. Such strength was enough to make him excited. At this time, he raised his hand and a faint light pattern appeared. The light pattern changed and soon turned into a grayish sword chi. Su Yan slowly raised his hand and the sword chi was gently lifted. Finally, the sword chi and the wind mark directly met. At this moment, the movement was extremely strange. It was as if two streams of water had met, and there was no movement at all. But was there really no movement at all? No, absolutely not. The confrontation had already begun. The power of the wind mark was constantly being corroded and dissipated. Su Yan's sword directly used the law of decay and turned it into sword chi. It had both the sharpness of the sword chi and the terrifying corrosion and destruction of the law of decay. He was able to use the law in this way, which was already a true master. If it was before he went to the cold land of the far north, although he could also use the law of decay, he would definitely not be able to do it so easily. The power of the law of wind became more and more violent at this time. Obviously, the Great Elder had discovered that Su Yan's attack was not simple. This time, he attacked not only to test but also to frustrate Su Yan's spirit, so he did not want to lose. The powerful force was constantly rotating at this time, and the terrifying light directly suppressed at this moment. In an instant, the light dissipated. The aura of the wind mark seemed to have slowed down. In an extremely deep place, the Great Elder's eyes suddenly widened. Su Yan, what a destiny's child. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless shock. It was because he was at a disadvantage in the collision of the laws this time. At this moment, he was still extremely unwilling, but there was no other way. At this time, the outcome was set. He was no longer able to reverse the situation. Su Yan's power moved again, and the long sword formed by the law of decay directly pierced through the boundary of the wind. The mirror-like boundary was directly torn apart, and Su Yan walked out of it. When Su Yan appeared in front of Yi Xingkong and the Great Elder again, the two of them retreated at the same time. Su Yan's aura at this time was really strange and terrifying. They were like two weak prey without any power, and Su Yan was the terrifying king of the beasts. In front of the king, how could they have any other way? At this time, Su Yan said again, the power of the law of wind is powerful. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Please guide me. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes, and his body emitted endless cold air. The cold air spread out from his feet and spread in all directions. Not good, let's go. When the great elder saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. He directly grabbed Yishinkong, and then directly went into the depths of the Buddha world. He was stronger than Yishinkong, so he could see more clearly. That power was really too terrifying. If they had left a little later, they would not have had to leave, and would have been killed directly. If they were even slightly contaminated by this cold air, it would be a huge problem. Not to mention Yishinkong, even the great elder, a great elder, would have an unpredictable ending. And Su Yan's counterattack was far more than that. The really powerful cold air went directly to the great elder in the depths. He did not know the exact location of the great elder, because there was an extremely magnificent power in the depths of this world that prevented him from prying. But it did not matter, because his power directly traced the source, and directly went forward along the path of the law of wind. Good, what a domineering young junior. The great elder snorted at this time. At this time, he did not have the slightest contempt for Su Yan. He directly struck out with his palm, and a golden light directly appeared at this time. Great pagoda palm, destroy. The light was as brilliant as the sun, and it directly exploded in an instant. The place that the strong light shone was immediately filled with infinite warmth. Su Yan's ice power was extremely powerful, but the power of this golden light was even more scorching. The endless cold was directly dispelled at this time. In an instant, the ice melted, and the earth returned to spring. This time, he immediately had the absolute upper hand. However, the great elder's expression did not look good. In fact, at this time, he was the one who was really at a disadvantage. Previously, the two of them had a contest of laws. During the contest, Su Yan's auxiliary law had directly destroyed the great elder's law of wind. Then, the great elder's law of ice had directly attacked. His scorching sun was extremely powerful, but it was activated by the secret method of the pagoda sect, which was why it was so powerful. Young friend, you are indeed amazing. At this moment, his body flickered, and then he appeared in front of Su Yan. This was a means of space power, and he directly projected his avatar, while his original body was still in seclusion. Su Yan looked at the great elder who appeared in front of him, suddenly smiled, and then said, "Actually, I don't like to talk to an avatar." Chapter 1105. Female Literature. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. A faint light began to emerge. After the light appeared, it immediately formed a flame. The flame flickered, giving off an extremely oppressive and suffocating feeling. The doppelganger immediately frowned. A wave of power was released directly. He immediately knew that this was Su Yan's second attack. He did not expect that Su Yan would still refuse to give up at this point. Little friend Su Yan, this is too much. Without giving him a choice, the second exchange of blows had already begun. Su Yan said, "I've already said that I don't like talking to a doppelganger. Besides, I'll treat you the same way you treat me." Su Yan had seized an excuse to display the most direct and terrifying power. This time, he was actually here to negotiate. However, he had his own understanding of the art of negotiation. During negotiations, the bottom line was an important thing. If his side's bottom line was known, then he would be in a passive position during negotiations. Everything would be very difficult. However, if he could know the other party's bottom line, then everything would be different. All the problems would not be a problem. Su Yan happened to have an excuse at this time, and that was Yishinkong. Regardless of Yishinkong's status, he represented the Stupa sect when he went to the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan treated his attitude as the Stupa sect's attitude, and the Stupa sect naturally could not say anything. They did not know that Yishinkong would directly make such a request. If Yishinkong had really succeeded, then not only would he not have sinned, but he would have done a great service. However, the problem was that he did not succeed. Instead, he failed. Not only did he fail, but he also gave Su Yan an excuse to make a fuss. At this time, Su Yan released the flame, and the Tao Master doppelganger immediately showed a shocked expression. Nomological law. It was actually another nomological power. This guy. As a Tao Master, he was actually very sure that Su Yan had not reached the level of a Tao Master. However, Su Yan's continuous release of the power of law caught him somewhat unprepared. In this world, could it be that the power of laws was so insignificant? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Of course, being surprised was one thing. At this moment, he had no choice but to face such a blow from Su Yan. The palm power directly floated over. The violent power rolled, as if the world was changing. No, this is not the law of this world. The look in his eyes changed again. He was an old antique who had lived for a long time and understood many things. The previous ice laws had already made him feel a little strange, but now, Shura's fire laws had appeared, shocking him even more. Young friend, please show mercy. I've lost. At this moment, he suddenly sighed and finally admitted his loss. This was because he knew very well that if he didn't admit defeat at this time, Su Yan would really attack, and then his clone would be destroyed. Even for a Tao Master like him, a doppelganger was of great significance. If it was destroyed so easily, the damage to him would be immeasurable. Therefore, he couldn't continue to hold on at this time. He could only admit defeat and surrender. Su Yan smiled faintly and withdrew his power. He felt that it was a pity that this old man was too careful. If he had held on for a little longer, then he would have an excuse to directly destroy this old man's clone. Of course, what he wanted was not just simple destruction. His supreme power would also directly analyze this power, so that he would have more confidence in future battles. However, this couldn't be done now because this time, Su Yan came here not to start a war, but to negotiate. Now that the Heaven and Earth organization was guarded by Oriole, they would be safe for a short period of time. However, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect couldn't hide inside forever. They had to go out sooner or later, and it was naturally impossible for Oriole to follow them. This stage was the most difficult time. Sects that had been in hiding appeared one after another, and their strength was generally higher than everyone else. Not only that, but extremely mysterious and powerful demonic beasts were also beginning to awaken. At this point, the demonic beasts in the 5 prefectures were facing a disaster. Therefore, fighting alone was no longer a solution. He didn't know the truth of the past, but Su Yan was still willing to try and see if the Pagoda sect was willing to ally with him. Not long after, the real body of the Tao Master arrived. Although his clone was almost destroyed by Su Yan, he didn't show much anger. This was because he knew very well that the reason for this was because his skills were not as good as his opponents. He said directly, "There may have been a small misunderstanding earlier, but this old man guarantees that this is definitely not the intention of the Pagoda sect. We welcome Su Yan very much." He immediately expressed his goodwill as soon as he came up. Su Yan smiled faintly, then said, "I believe you." At this point, there was no need to say too much. He just expressed his attitude. Little Su Yan is really a heaven-defying talent. Under the situation of the 5 prefectures being cursed, you can still raise your cultivation to such a level. Moreover, at such a young age, you seem to be on par with the Pagoda Lord. The Tao Master had a very high opinion of Su Yan, directly comparing him to the Pagoda Lord. The Pagoda Lord was one of the strongest saints in the world back then. His strength was so terrifying that it was simply unimaginable. It was an honor for Su Yan to be compared to the Pagoda Lord. After all, this came from the mouth of a Tao Master. However, Su Yan didn't care in the slightest. These were all empty words. It would be ridiculous if he became complacent just because of a few words. He nodded calmly, then asked, "How should I address you, Senior?" The Tao Master was slightly disappointed when he saw that Su Yan didn't care about his words. This was because he could see that Su Yan was definitely not an easy opponent to talk to. For cultivators, the one with the highest attainments takes precedence. I am Fu Qing. You can just call me Elder Fu. Elder Fu, I heard that the pagoda sect wants to discuss a collaboration with me. However, it seems that your sincerity isn't enough. Su Yan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Fu Qing smiled bitterly, then said, "This is all because of Yi Xingxing's momentary arrogance. On the contrary, the pagoda sect is very sincere." As he spoke, he took out an object. This is the pagoda lotus of the pagoda sect. It only matures once every 2,000 years. Once consumed, it can improve a cultivator's physique. It can even directly raise a cultivator's cultivation level. It is extremely precious. Of course, Brother Su Yan, you don't need to consume it. However, you can give it to your friend. There were a total of 5 pagoda lotus seeds in this small jade box. Every single one of them radiated extremely powerful and objective energy. At this stage, Su Yan had many treasures of his own. However, there weren't many that could truly compare to this item. Su Yan didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the item. The Dao Master's mouth twitched when he saw Su Yan accept the gift. He didn't intend to give this gift away. He just wanted to appease Su Yan's anger, so he wanted to show it. According to his original plan, just 1 lotus seed would be enough. However, Su Yan was too fast. He took all of them in one go. Su Yan didn't see his expression at all. He just continued, "Elder Fu, you're too kind. I'm not such a petty person. Let's get back to the topic. I already know how powerful the pagoda sect is, so I don't understand why you still need to cooperate with us." At this point, Elder Fu couldn't care less about his treasures. He said directly, "The pagoda sect is indeed powerful, but there is also a huge threat. I won't treat you as an outsider, so I'll be frank. During this long period of time, our small world has been separated from the 5 continents. Although we've been proud of not letting the spiritual energy escape, now that the world has changed, our small world is difficult to return to its original state. Instead, it has a tendency to float towards the void." When he said this, his expression became somewhat solemn. Actually, it's not just our pagoda small world. Most of the small worlds of other forces are also like this. I think you've already noticed that these guys often kill directly, right? That's because they urgently need to solve the current situation. They need to plunder energy to stabilize their small worlds. Of course, there are also some who simply give up on their small worlds and take over their own territories. Because everyone knows that our power is only temporary. After the world changes, the living beings of the 5 continents will become much stronger. When that time comes, we won't have any advantage. The pagoda sect isn't a demon, so we don't want to kill too much. Therefore, our decision is to cooperate with the Heaven and Earth Organization. We hope that the Heaven and Earth Organization will give our disciples a place to live. Of course, in return, we will transform the Heaven and Earth Organization and build the Origin Returning Formation. This will greatly increase the spiritual energy of the Heaven and Earth Organization." Su Yan pondered for a moment, then said, "If that's all, then there's no problem. However, there's a problem. The people of your sect seem to be proud and arrogant. Their cultivation is above the Heaven and Earth Organization. What if something happens outside?" Su Yan directly brought up the main point, because Yi Xingxing was the best example. Perhaps he wasn't simply evil, but his nature had been nurtured. They were powerful, but the Heaven and Earth Organization couldn't compare to them. Naturally, they would look down on them and even treat the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization as servants. Then, they would turn from guests to masters. Chapter 1106. Female Literature. Su Yan's burning gaze seemed to be able to see right through Fu Qing's heart. Fu Qing cursed Su Yan's craftiness in his heart. In fact, he had indeed thought of this earlier. As long as Su Yan agreed, they would definitely cooperate properly in the beginning. However, as time passed, many things would slowly unfold. He didn't have to do this deliberately, because he knew that this was inevitable. This was because their strength had always been above this level. This was human nature. However, Su Yan had mentioned this in advance. This meant that they couldn't allow this to develop freely. Instead, they had to restrict it. What advantage would they have if they did this? Su Yan's gaze seemed to become even scarier. Fu Qing could clearly feel Su Yan's impatience. It seemed that if he didn't agree, Su Yan would turn around and leave immediately. At this point, he could only agree. Fortunately, this was within the boundaries of his bottom line. Of course. Since the disciples of the Stupa sect have become friendly with the Heaven and Earth organization, we definitely won't do such things. We will definitely restrain our disciples and allow everyone to develop together. If the devouring power of the void hadn't gotten stronger, they wouldn't have been so anxious. Developing together is a must. However, in the early stages, we still need the disciples of the Stupa sect to put in more effort to suppress the demonic beasts and eliminate the demons. This way, we can develop on friendly terms. Otherwise, the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization are still a little weak at this point. Su Yan's intentions were very clear. He hoped that the disciples of the Stupa sect would be able to fight for them. At this point, the demonic beasts were growing too quickly. If the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization went to suppress them, they would probably suffer a lot. However, it was different now. The disciples of the Stupa sect immediately became the best fighters. They weren't weak. At the very least, they were much stronger than the people of the Heaven and Earth organization. If they were the vanguard, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization wouldn't have to suffer so much. That wasn't all. With the Stupa sect leading the way, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization could follow behind. Then, he could learn and improve. This was extremely beneficial to the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. Su Yan looked at the other party. He believed that the other party would definitely agree. He added, I think the Stupa sect is indeed powerful, but they don't have many opportunities to display their strength. This is a good opportunity. Fu Qing thought about it and finally agreed. Alright, let's do that then. In this way, the two of them finally reached an agreement, and then the two of them began to discuss some other issues. Su Yan knew too little about the various secrets of the ancient times. There were many things that he was unable to inquire about. After all, even in the prosperous 9 provinces continent, many inheritances had been lost. However, the Fu Qing holy man before him knew a lot of information. Su Yan asked him one by one. Senior Fu, I've heard a senior mention the realmless battlefield before. What do these words mean? Su Lai had told him these words. He said, is the realmless battlefield the 5 counties continent? Fu Qing said, you can put it that way. Actually, the 5 counties continent that we're in isn't the continent of the Wuji world. It came from the void. It was a world that fell from the void. After countless years of evolution, it became what it is today. Later on, during the war on this continent, 5 extremely powerful and terrifying sovereigns appeared. They were the demonic sovereign, the holy sovereign, the inferno sovereign, the underworld sovereign, and the heavenly sovereign. These 5 people directly divided the continent into 5 territories. From then on, this continent became the 5 sovereigns continent. No one knows what the realms of these sovereigns are. I can only say that the Stupa sect back then didn't reach the realms of these sovereigns. Even the great demonic dragon, the great demonic heaven master, and the others were pursuing the ultimate realms of these sovereigns. The realmless battlefield actually refers to this continent. After the 5 sovereigns separated the continent, they actually disappeared completely. The connection between this continent and the void reappeared. The invasion of the void actually started from this continent. It was the unique nature of this continent that actually connected the void and the Wuji world. Back then, the experts of the 9 provinces continent and the 5 counties continent launched an extremely terrifying war with the void invaders. It was the best that caused this continent to reach such a state. If he hadn't heard Fu Qing mention it, Su Yan would never have thought that the 5 counties continent had such a history. At this time, Su Yan began to humbly ask for advice on many things that he didn't know. At this time, Su Yan's strength was already considered good. As a Dao master, he could settle down in the current environment. However, he was very clear that all of this was far from enough. He had to make himself stronger. Only in this way could he make his abilities more profound. Of course, compared to strength, those legendary secrets were also extremely important. The wider a person's knowledge, the stronger his strength would become. Su Yan's attitude was extremely sincere, completely different from his previous aggressive attitude. However, to this old man, these secrets were actually nothing. These were all things that were recorded in the sex records. The two of them kept talking and finally reached the point where the Devil's sect wanted to sacrifice the entire continent. Back then, did the Devil's sect really want to sacrifice the entire continent to resurrect the great Devil Heavenly Lord? Su Yan attached great importance to this matter. One had to know that this continent was incomparably huge. If the Devil's sect really had the strength to sacrifice the entire continent, how could they have declined in history? Fu Qing said, that was the most dangerous battle for the Wuji sect. Back then, the Devil's sect did indeed have such an idea. However, this sacrifice of the continent was not like what you think, where the entire formation was set up in the continent, but to find the heart of the 5 sovereigns. Back then, when the 5 sovereigns divided the continent, in order to directly cut off the connection between the void and the 5 counties continent, they worked together to refine the heart of the 5 sovereigns. The heart of the 5 sovereigns was the core existence of the 5 counties continent. Back then, the Devil's sect had gotten this information from somewhere. They wanted to directly dig out the heart of the 5 sovereigns and use its extremely terrifying power to resurrect the great Devil Heavenly Lord. This was because they firmly believed that the great Devil Heavenly Lord was the reincarnation of the demonic sovereign. The heart of the 5 sovereigns was the core of the continent. If it was really dug out, it would be a huge disaster for all living things on the continent. The moment the heart of the 5 sovereigns left, the entire continent would directly return to the void. At that time, not many people would be able to survive. In that battle, the Buddhist saint reappeared and resealed the heart of the 5 sovereigns at the terrible price of losing his reincarnation. This also caused the Devil's sect and the Buddhist sect to suffer heavy losses at the same time. If the Buddhist sect did not have the ancestor of the 9 heavens to move the sect away, we might have been completely annihilated at that time. When he said this, his eyes were filled with helplessness. That piece of history could be said to be an honor for the Buddhist sect, but it was also a huge crisis. If it were not for the ancestor of the 9 heavens, the Buddhist sect might have really been annihilated. Even Su Yan couldn't help but sigh when he found out about this part of history. He believed Fu Qing's words. This matter must have happened before. Of course, in the deepest part of his heart, he still had his own doubts. Senior, there is one more thing I would like to ask you. Do you know of the Monster Palace? This was one of the questions that Su Yan was concerned about. His brothers were in the Monster Palace. However, at this time, they were all nowhere to be found. Even their karma threads were affected. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a Tao master to do this. Monster Palace? Fu Qing pondered for a moment and said, if it's only the Monster Palace, these 3 words are indeed unfamiliar to me. However, in our era, there was an extremely powerful force called the Ancient Monster Shrine. The ruler of that place was the primordial monster god, who had great power that could penetrate the heavens. Back then, there was another reason why the Devil's sect dared to touch the hearts of the 5 lords, and that was because of the help of the primordial monster god. The primordial monster god was a half-demon. He was a hybrid between the monster clan and the human clan. He was even the son of one of the 5 lords, so he was extremely powerful. What? Could it be that they've woken up? No one would be able to ignore such a force. Their combat strength was extremely terrifying. When they fully awakened, they were simply one of the most terrifying existences. They had the strong physical body of the monster clan and the powerful spirituality of the human clan. They were proficient in all kinds of techniques. Of course, there were not many half-demons who could grow up. This was because many half-demons would die in the dragon transformation realm. However, if they could pass this stage, their strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In the same realm, if one was not an extraordinary person, one would not be a match for them at all. Some of my friends have gone missing a few days ago. What's worse is that it seems that a powerful person took action and disrupted the karmic threads, causing me to almost forget about them. Su Yan recounted the incident. Fu Qing sighed and said, "Young friend Su Yan, you have to know that the world is changing this time. The entire world is filled with huge changes. Our Stupa sect is only one of the sects in this era. However, who knows how many powerful sects have been in hibernation for so long? I'm sure of one thing, and that is that at this time, those who are in hibernation will probably wake up one by one. Unfortunately, during the battle back then, our Stupa sect's Stupa pagoda disappeared. If we can retrieve this pagoda, our Stupa sect's strength will increase again." At this time, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. The Stupa Pagoda. Chapter 1107. Girl literature. Of course, he knew about the pagoda. Back then, he had obtained his inheritance from this pagoda. This pagoda seemed to have great power, but Su Yan could not comprehend it back then. He could only obtain the inheritance from it. However, at this moment, it seemed that the pagoda itself was the most important thing. Perhaps its importance was more important than the Buddha's heart. Back then, the great ancestor of the 9 heavens wanted to find the pagoda, but in the end, he could not get it. Fu Qing sighed. Su Yan heard the words, "great ancestor of the 9 heavens," again. Yang Tai Yi had said that the Stupa sect had 2 divine swords, which were the 9 heavens and the Stupa. Great ancestor of the 9 heavens? Is this person also the patriarch of the Stupa sect? Fu Qing said, "The great ancestor of the 9 heavens is the brother of the Stupa saint, and he wields one of the 2 divine swords, the 9 heavens. However, the Stupa saint did not become a saint, but with the power of the divine sword, he was invincible. The foundation of the Stupa sect was left behind by him. The battle back then was too terrifying, and now the great ancestor has fallen into the deepest sleep." After hearing this, Su Yan was silent. He always felt that there seemed to be a line that connected everything, but he could not tell what that line was. "Well, Senior, I have learned a lot from today's conversation with you. So, I will take my leave first. If you are ready, please contact me at any time." Su Yan left after saying this. Fu Qing did not ask him to stay. At this time, the Venerable Realm Elder Moe came. "Great Elder, this boy is too arrogant. Why did you let him leave just like that?" He was really unwilling to accept this. Previously, when he attacked, he was suppressed by Su Yan in an instant. Moreover, Su Yan's attitude was also extremely terrifying. Fu Qing said, "Because I am afraid that I am not his match, so this is the only way." Fu Qing directly admitted that he was not his match, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Elder Moe was still unwilling to give up and continued, "Our Stupa sect has a strong foundation. As long as we use our divine implement, we will definitely let this brat know how powerful we are." "Damn it." Fu Qing glanced at him and said, "So what? So what if we let him know how powerful we are? We can't kill him. What's more, even if we killed him, what good would it do us? You have to understand that the world's transformation this time is of the utmost importance to my Stupa sect. If anything goes wrong, we will disappear completely, and not even a bit of our foundation will be left behind. If we work with him, we can do many things. Of course, the most important thing is to find the pagoda." After Fu Qing said a few words, she stopped talking. Moe had great talent and strength. He even had the possibility of becoming a Tao master. However, his temperament was not enough to keep up with the current situation. The battle between them and Su Yan was merely a momentary dispute of personal feelings. It did not have any meaning. So what if he won? So what if he lost? None of them would harm his foundation. Reaching a cooperation was the most important thing. What's more, after fighting with Su Yan, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Su Yan after they used their divine implement. Since there was no benefit to doing these things and there was not much hope, they would not do it. He felt an enormous pressure from Su Yan. He expected that Su Yan's means were definitely not simple. The Dharma that Su Yan used clearly had the aura of the Shura world. At this time, Elder Moe could only nod and leave. Pagoda, where are you? If Fu Qing knew that the pagoda he was looking for was with Su Yan, he would not let Su Yan leave no matter what. After Su Yan left, he was also sorting out the relationships in his heart. During this conversation, there were many things that were extremely important. One of them was the origin of the 5 counties continent and the boundless battlefield. He had never heard of the 5 sovereigns before. Obviously, their origins were extremely terrifying and their strength was at the peak. Perhaps they were the legendary gods. He had a premonition that the deity-slaying sword might know about this matter. In fact, it was very clear. He even had a feeling that the owner of the deity-slaying sword was one of the 5 kings. However, these were all his conjectures. The next point was the ancestor of the 9 heavens. Previously, Su Yan was testing Fu Qing, but Fu Qing did not mention a person at all. That person was Yang Tai-yi. Yang Tai-yi was a venerable emperor. If he was really from the Pagoda sect and had been suppressed for the sake of the Pagoda sect, then Fu Qing would definitely mention it. After all, the heavenly ancestor was only a venerable emperor. Then, what was the origin of this Yang Tai-yi? There was another matter, which was the immemorial demon god of the Supreme Demon Temple. Su Yan felt that this was an extremely unstable factor. Fortunately, the outcome of today's negotiations had been reached. It was time for him to return to the sect. While he was on his way back, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely powerful and chaotic aura. It came from the other side of the continent of the 5 counties. What's going on? Why is there such a huge amount of blood qi? Su Yan directly went in that direction. His divine thought spread out and everything was within his range of observation. At this moment, he finally saw the changes in this place. Here, there were actually countless demonic beasts launching an attack, beginning to attack the human city. The city was a majestic one. At first glance, the population of the city was extremely large. However, at this moment, the majestic city seemed to be very fragile. A huge number of monster beasts started to charge continuously. The human cultivators were already defending, and all kinds of spiritual stone cannons were fired continuously. The monster beasts that charged at the front were killed wave after wave. However, this was of no use. The monster beasts seemed to have gone crazy. They did not care about the impact of the spiritual stone cannons at all. They did not seem to fear death at all. In the human city, there was a powerhouse who had actually reached the stage of dragon transformation. He was even more powerful than Yun Wanxing's cultivation at this moment. However, this was not strange. After the spiritual energy began to increase, some people's bloodline talents began to awaken. It was not strange for those geniuses to directly soar into the sky. At this time, the dragon transformation realm was already considered a top powerhouse. However, in the face of such an attack, he was powerless. He had already done very well. The most powerful monster beasts were directly killed by him. However, this was far from enough. Moreover, in the distance, there seemed to be an existence that was even more powerful than him. Su Yan's body was like a stream of light as he directly went in that direction. When he arrived in front of the city, a sword light fell and a large number of monster beasts were directly killed. Then, at this moment, he directly released his majesty. These monster beasts were driven. They were frightened by an extremely powerful aura, so they attacked without hesitation. At this moment, the aura that Su Yan released was like the power of the heavens. Even these monster beasts who had already gone crazy began to fear at this moment. They started to stop. Some even started to turn around and leave. At this moment, countless monster beasts died under the trampling of each other. At this moment, an extremely angry roar was heard. This roar was so loud that the sound waves rushed to the sky. The dragon transformation realm powerhouse could no longer hold on. He was about to be seriously injured by the sound waves. However, Su Yan's power directly enveloped him. Go and rest first. Leave this to me. Before that person could regain his senses, he was already supported by Su Yan's power and returned to the back of the city wall. A dragon transformation realm powerhouse was like a child. However, Su Yan did not have the time to care about his thoughts. He was only thinking about the direction of the monster beast's roar. That roar was not normal. It was definitely not something that an ordinary monster beast could release. This kind of pressure had a naturally terrifying feeling. Such strength was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan was interested in this strange monster beast. At this moment, this monster beast was continuously roaring. This group of monster beasts was originally under his control. However, at this moment, someone actually appeared and directly wiped out a large group of monster beasts. This made him extremely angry. If this was the case, how could he still have a good time playing around? At this moment, his aura suddenly expanded. Su Yan could sense that this monster beast had actually broken through the limits of the dragon transformation realm in an instant and reached the level of an honorable. This monster beast can actually do this. How interesting. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Hence, he once again increased his speed. In an instant, he had already appeared in front of this monster beast. Out of Su Yan's expectations, this monster beast was actually a huge human. Its body was exactly the same as a human's except that its body was extremely huge. It was almost 50 meters tall. At the same time, its intelligence was extremely low, like that of an idiot. Even its body was swaying left and right. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in front of its head. This terrifying existence seemed to have discovered Su Yan. At this moment, it directly laughed. Saliva spurted out along with its laughter. The saliva was extremely terrifying and seemed to be highly poisonous and corrosive. If one were to be contaminated by it, one would definitely have to pay a great price. However, this saliva was naturally unable to touch Su Yan. When the saliva fell, an aura naturally appeared outside Su Yan's body and directly destroyed the filthy saliva. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly thought of this word. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a half-demon? At this moment, this word suddenly flashed through his mind. If his guess was correct, this was a half-demon. However, he never would have thought that a half-demon would be reduced to such a state. Damn it. At this moment, the killing intent in Su Yan's heart boiled. Just now, he had released his divine sense and directly analyzed this strange half-demon. In the end, he came to the conclusion that this thing had become this after being modified by someone.